effect sidelining some of that Russian oil production and making the supply-demand balance that much tighter. As a result, prices have risen, and you've heard the administration asking Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait to utilize some of their spare production capacity to fill that void, but those countries have simply been unwilling to do so, frankly, enjoying the higher prices.
So where do we go from here to try to help alleviate, not just temporarily, but down the road too? We don't want to be seeing in years from now still running into the same problems over and over again.
Well, I think the answer is really more of this all of the above approach. It's not just fossil fuels, nor is it just renewable fuels. It's the more we can diversify our energy sources and the more options we have, the better off we are, both domestically as well as in our foreign policy. So those energy sources can continue to be crude oil and natural gas, but also solar, wind, and hydropower, and even nuclear and coal to contribute to more power for electricity to drive those electric vehicles that we see more and more of on advertisements on TV.
So I just want to touch on, too, this release of this oil. This is the largest supply of emergency crude oil in the world. We have millions of gallons of oil that are stored in barrels. This is all in locations along the Gulf Coast, but this has also been a time when he's tapped into this reserve a few times. So how do we stop doing that and continue to produce more, even right here at home, you were just touching on?
Well, the United States has already released 88 million barrels of crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve since July of 2020, and oil prices have only gone up since then. I think we have to recognize that an SPR release is really a one-time measure to bridge a supply disruption, but it doesn't do anything to get more oil out of the ground. And so, of course, the oil companies want to see less regulation in order to get more oil out of the ground. And they also want to have permits issued where the oil is. And of course, that oil is in places like Alaska as well as the Gulf of Mexico.
And it all comes down to, we obviously have to be worried about not only the oil companies, but the consumers. They're really the ones who feel the most effects when these decisions are made. What should Congress be doing to try to help with these efforts when it comes to our federal gas tax, when it comes to working with the oil companies that are producing?
Well, one of the simplest things that Congress and the administration could do to immediately reduce some of the pain at the pump would be to suspend the federal excise tax of 18 cents a gallon on gasoline and 24 cents a gallon on diesel fuel. We've seen a number of states, including Georgia and Connecticut, which have suspended their state excise taxes.
Anything else you think important to mention when it comes to understanding exactly this problem that we seem to be running into too often in these past recent weeks?
I think for the consumer, it's to recognize that the United States is connected to the global oil market. We're an importer of crude oil into the East and West coasts, as well as into the Midwest from Canada. We also import refined products up into the East and West coast. Well, on the Gulf Coast, where we do have a surplus of crude oil and refined products, we're exported to the rest of the market. And as oil prices around the world go up, unfortunately for the consumer here in the United States, oil prices and refined product prices are going to go up as well.
But as you mentioned ahead of time, this announcement made today by President Biden, we will see a little bit of relief when it comes to pumping that gas. I know I've just watched those dollar prices tick up every time I've filled up, and you just kind of have to deal with it, especially if you need to continue to drive to work every single day.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the consumer is the one feeling the most pain. I think at least the good news is that we've stopped the significant increases in prices that we've seen over the last 6 weeks. They definitely have peaked at this time, and now I think we're on a downward trajectory. But we should be aware of the oil price has been so volatile the last couple of weeks in reaction to the headlines coming out of Russia, Ukraine, the European Union, as well as the United States, as the market is really trying to figure out how it's going to find alternative supplies to the oil coming out of Russia.
Do you see us ever returning to using Russian oil if things were to resolve in Ukraine?
I think that's a long way off, because one thing that has become apparent is that the United States and the European Union are going to need to reduce their dependence on energy supplies from Russia. And we're already seeing some significant steps being taken in Europe. For example, Germany is now fast tracking some of their LNG import facilities so they could buy more LNG from the US Gulf Coast, where we're increasing exports.
Yeah, a lot to be considered here, and we certainly appreciate you breaking it all down, especially when some of us just so focused on, okay, what price is this going to cost me today when I go to fill up my tank of gas? So, Andrew Lupau, thank you again for being here with us and breaking things down for us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you very much for having me.
And don't forget, we will continue to obviously keep you covered on this story. I did want to pop up here for our viewers where we ended the day on the Dow. It looks like a poor day for our stocks, especially as we had this announcement earlier here today, hoping that might have made some effect. But it looks like we ended things down more than 550 points in the red. So we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. Going to take you out to the White House press briefing when we return here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to cover you on all the top stories happening not only across our country but around the world as well. We've been hearing from some of our leaders across the country, including our Pentagon briefing and State Department briefing, both saying the same message when it comes to the war in Ukraine, that despite some of the most recent claims from President Putin, they are not removing troops. Both of them, John Kirby specifically, said, I would not say that they're de-escalating, they're repositioning. Repositioning seems to be a key word that they continue to use, especially as we've seen those airstrikes and attacks continue to happen on Ukraine's soil. Also, one of our U.S. officials had said that there has been more than 1,400 missiles that have been launched to Ukraine ever since this invasion happened. So we're going to be staying on top of that. That's going to be just one of those topics that's going to be discussed in this White House press briefing, along with today President Biden's announcement about the dipping into our oil reserve, releasing more than 1 million barrels a day for the 6 months. So we have had people speaking about that all day here today, including Nancy Pelosi earlier this morning. But I want to go into our White House press briefing. Going to start it from the beginning, as it did get underway a little while ago. We don't want to miss any of those important questions and answers. So let's go ahead, listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. So today we have a very special guest, a friend of the briefing room, returning today. You all know National Economic Council Director Brian Deese. Brian is joining us to give some brief comments and answer some questions on the president's actions today to respond to Putin's price hike by increasing the supply of oil and achieving lasting American energy independence. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian, who's going to make some comments, and then we'll take some of your questions.
Thank you, Kate. It's fun to say thank you, Kate. I just wanted to give a little bit of additional background on a couple of the elements of what the president announced today, and then happy to take your questions. The first is on the release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. As you all just heard from the president, he today authorized the largest release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in American history, 1 million barrels a day for 6 months. And I just want to give you a little bit of context. First, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve itself is our national asset to deal with emergency supply disruptions in energy markets. There's currently 568 million barrels in the reserve, which is actually in 4 locations across southern Louisiana and Texas. And the president authorized this reserve under his extraordinary emergency powers associated with supply disruptions, which we have seen in the market are associated with Putin's unjustified actions and the reaction from the United States and allies in the world in no longer purchasing Russian oil. The scale of the release is unprecedented, so 1 million barrels a day, and the duration is also unprecedented, 6 months. The duration was really designed and calibrated to operate as a bridge, a medium-term bridge, to the period where we anticipate and expect U.S. production to come back online. The most estimates based on commitments by companies are that we will see an additional 1 million barrels a day from U.S. industry by about the end of the 3rd quarter of this year. So the time period operates as a bridge until then. And the amount, 1 million barrels today, is unprecedented but feasible based on the technical capabilities of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve itself. We also know there is significant demand in the market. We are operating in a supply-constrained market. That is the core challenge that is driven prices up. But we saw, for example, the last sale that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve conducted was oversubscribed by about 2.5 times. So there is demand out there in the market. The last thing that I would say is that a very important element of the president's announcement today was that the president authorized the sale, but also the commitment to repurchase oil. And that will happen in coming years at a lower price. And that's important for 2 reasons. One is it provides that bridge to during this period of extraordinary supply constraint. But it also provides stability to the market in the future that there will be a buyer to purchase oil at a lower price. And it also allows us to actually maintain and increase the resilience of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve over the long term. We will be refilling the reserve, and if we're buying at a lower price, we'll actually be in a position to refill at more barrels ultimately. So the current 568 million barrels will come down, but then we'll go back up, and that's how the reserve functions. Secondly, just briefly, I wanted to touch on the presidential directive that the president signed today, authorizing the Defense Production Act for use for the critical materials that go into large capacity batteries. So the president took this action under Title III of the Defense Production Act, which provides for prioritizing and subsidizing the production domestically of key inputs that are critical to the national defense. So the Secretary of Defense has undertaken a study and identified that large capacity batteries are critical to the national defense, and the components that go into them, including lithium and nickel, cobalt, graphite, manganese. My guess is that's the first time in the White House briefing room someone has said manganese. These are critical minerals, and we are currently vulnerable to unreliable supply chains, which affects our national security. It also affects our economic security as well. So by taking this action, the President is authorizing the government to use the DPA authorities to build domestic production capability in these key materials. And this is going to be a key driver for building a domestically resilient supply chain to build large capacity batteries. Those are the batteries that go into electric vehicles, but also used for storage in other applications, and also to accelerate what the President talked about today of how we move to true energy independence by reducing our dependence on oil, the amount of oil that we consume, and reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. So those are two. The President touched on other issues as well. I'm happy to take questions all about, but I wanted to put a little bit more context on those two.
Great. We'll start with Chris.
Great. Hey, thank you. Two questions, Brian. Thank you for being here. One, to the figure 1 million barrels per day, to the skepticism that sounds unrealistic. Why should Americans have confidence that you're going to be able to meet that benchmark on a daily basis? And when can Americans expect to actually see the price of gas come down?
So on the first one, the Department of Energy Strategic Petroleum Reserve have now committed, per the President's direction, to release 1 million barrels a day into the market. Number one, we have the full operational capacity to do that. As I mentioned, there are actually 4 locations that make up the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. For purposes of this release, we will be releasing from all 4 of those locations. If you look at the actual operational capacity across all 4 of them, it is actually up to 4 million barrels a day in operational capacity. So actually executing 1 million barrels a day is well within the operational constraints. And a big part of that is because a lot of that moves by pipeline, and so to established offtake points. That's point number one. Point number two, there's been some question about will there be sufficient market interest or sufficient demand, including on the transport side. And I would say there that the best indicator is what just happened in the market when in the last sale that the SPR tendered was 2.5 times oversubscribed. So certainly there is significant demand in the market, and that you would expect because supply is constrained and prices are high. So we fully expect that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve will execute against this per the President's direction. To your question about the timing of the impact. We've already seen, and as we came in here, oil's trading down about 6% today. But the way that we think about this is in terms of supply and the market constraint. And so the supply in the global market, obviously the price of oil set at the margin, the global market, the global supply is down because of Russian oil. The 1 million barrels a day plus what our allies and partners are intending to deliver, and there is a meeting tomorrow morning of the International Energy Agency in Paris, an emergency meeting, and I won't get ahead of the specific commitments in that context, but as the President said, we're confident that our allies and partners will provide tens of millions of barrels additional into the market. So we're looking at well in excess of 1 million barrels a day of additional supply onto the market for importantly for several months. That is the most ambitious, aggressive, historic effort to try to replace supply in the short term. So certainly there is uncertainty about pricing, and lots of different factors affect price across time. But we are confident that this is about the largest effort that countries with oil reserves have ever taken to supply the market in this way.
Could prices come down in a matter of days or weeks? I know it's difficult to pinpoint, but just for Americans who budget based on how much they have to spend on gasoline, what should they be bracing for?
Well, As the president spoke to today, that is uncertain, and so in being very clear, the market price is impossible to predict with certainty. One thing that I will say for sure is that as the price of oil comes down, it's incredibly important that that flows through to the consumer in terms of the price of gas as quickly as feasible. We've seen that be a problem in the past, and it's definitely an issue that we are focused on.
Justin?
Hey, Brian, I had two. One is to follow on, I think, what you just said, which is you've identified there's been a problem between crude oil prices and what folks are paying at the pump, and laid some of the blame for that at oil companies in the past. The president today, in his remarks, spoke to some extent about how there were good actors and bad actors in terms of folks who are ramping up production right now versus folks who are sort of banking profit. So I wanted to give you an opportunity for Americans who want to do the patriotic thing. Where should they be going to buy their gas right now? Are there good companies that have worked with the administration and folks that you're frustrated with right now? And then my other question was on your former friends kind of in the green community that have expressed, I think, some level of frustration with the announcement today, feeling like it's doubling down on fossil fuels. Obviously, I know you've kind of made this argument that long-term you're trying to pivot towards green energy, especially with the second part of the announcement today. But what do you say to climate activists who are sort of frustrated right now?
Great. So on the first part of the question, I would say our goal is to provide relief to all Americans in all geographies across the country, and that means doing everything we can to bring down the price of gas at the pump everywhere. And so that's our focus. And the issue of the prices of gas going up very quickly and tracking oil prices and coming down much more slowly is not new. It's old enough that economists have a particular term associated with it called rockets and feathers. But just because we can identify it doesn't mean that it reflects an efficient market or a competitive market. So that has been our focus. On your second question, I want to be really clear, and I think the president said this better today, but I would just underscore it. The circumstances in global oil markets today and global energy markets today provide the clearest possible signal why the United States needs to do everything it can to accelerate toward energy security and true energy independence. And the only way that we can ultimately do that is to reduce and eliminate our dependence on fossil fuels. That's what the president was clear about today, and that, in fact, in the very near term, making sure that we have adequate supply is critically important for American families who are suffering. But the opportunity to actually work in partnership with our European allies, for example, to help them reduce their own dependence by reducing demand for fossil energy, by moving forward on the plan that the president underscored today, we have a historic opportunity to do that, and we are wasting no time, and we are taking this is not causing us to do anything but move even more quickly in the steps that we can take. I think the message that we have is that not only can we do these things together, but we have to do these things together.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up about the allies and partners who would be participating. Can you give any additional detail? Will China be participating in the oil release?
So I don't want to get ahead of any specific commitments, but I'll say a couple of things. The first is that, as with every action that we have taken in relation to the war in Ukraine, the president and our entire team have been consulting and working incredibly closely with allies and partners on this. This was a significant topic in the president's call with the Quint on Monday at the leader level. Our teams have been working around the clock together before going into that and in the period since. The IEA is the body of countries that have significant stocks and reserves, and the formal process that they go into, and the United States is a member of the IEA, is to bring forward a proposal for a collective release, and the decision is whether there is a collective release, and then how much each country will contribute into that. So that's the process that will happen starting tomorrow morning. I don't want to get ahead of it. The only thing that I would say, and I think this is probably implicit in what we have done here, is the United States and the President made an explicit decision that the United States would lead here and lead with a historic use of our reserves. We have those reserves. We have the capability to do that, and so that was an explicit decision. At the same time, looking to partner with allies, and I think we'll see that reflected over the course of the next couple of days.
All the IEA members are the only ones participating in the release. Is that accurate?
Well, what I can tell you is that the IEA, the meeting tomorrow will be of IEA members, and that will be the question will be about a collective release in that context. We continue to engage with non-IEA members, China and other countries around their reserves, and will continue to do so. But the immediate step at hand will be the IEA.
The President said gas might drop between 10 and 35 cents a gallon. Brian, does that sound about right to you? 10 and 35 cents a gallon? Does that sound about right? That's what President Biden said. So 10 and 35 cents.
Use it or lose it push. The President had discussions with leaders in the oil industry ahead of this announcement. What, if any, assurances were given about increasing production? Were there any guarantees made?
So what we have engaged with oil companies and energy companies on, they have been public about. So you can see the reason why the market expectation has now increased to an expectation of about 1 million barrels a day of additional production online is because many of those companies have gone out and been quite explicit about their intention to ramp up production across time, and that's an outgrowth of a number of the conversations that we have had. And so the use it or lose it approach is consistent in the sense that those companies that are looking to ramp production or to bring back online shuttered wells, those permitted areas would obviously be unaffected.
Does 10 to 35 cents
Brian, I'm sorry.
10 to 35 cents.
As I said, it's uncertain, and so I'll let the President.
Brian, so since you're sorry, they bothered me.
What's a fair price that you would accept the White House for?
Brian, as you just spoke about China, what are the conversations with India, another country that's dealing with major oil issues, gasoline issues, and also what are the guarantees with this 1 million a day for 6 months for Americans?
So there are conversations with all countries that have reserves is similar in encouraging them to participate and to contribute in consistent with their stocks, their available stocks, and their circumstances. We have seen to date a quite extraordinary willingness to participate, including IEA and non-IEA members to participate in those coordinated releases, including the Indian government to date. And so the work of diplomacy and engagement with our allies and partners is aimed to make sure that continues.
But isn't it more about the United States, China, and India when you are looking at these top three consumers of oil?
So when we're talking about collective releases, the issue is actually who are the countries that actually have the largest reserves, not the largest consumers, but the largest reserves. So those are the IEA.
Play into this as well, though.
Certainly, but in terms of releasing supply onto the market, that's a function of the reserves.
What are the guarantees for the American consumer in these 6 months, in the midst of COVID, in the midst of this war, in the midst of Russia doing whatever it's doing?
Well, and I think this goes to the gentleman's question as well. What the president has said is in terms of guarantee is he's going to do everything that he can. He's going to stay at this even in a very uncertain period to do everything within his power to try to provide relief to families. And we can now commit that we will deliver 1 million barrels a day into the market consistent with the president's directive across time.
I think Brian has time for one more.
Thanks, Brian. In talking about countries that may or may not get involved, curious if there's been any more conversation with Venezuela, Iran, Saudi Arabia about boosting production or about working out how we can potentially see more of their oil get back on the market. And then on the use it or lose it proposal he talked about, the idea that companies would be fined if they don't use their leases. Is there existing legislation he's referring to, or how would that work? Sure. And how is that, if not legal, how is that in keeping with sort of the capitalistic, he says he's a capitalist.
Of course.
Who is the government to be telling businesses what to do with something they've leased, I guess?
Sure. So on your first, there are conversations, engagements ongoing, but I don't have any new update on that front. On the second, we start from the premise that all of these are leases on public land. So it's federal land, and so it's your assets as citizens and as taxpayers. And so the way the process works is that companies lease tracts of land. They then, in areas where they are more interested in potentially discovering, they then seek a permit within their leased areas. And so the way that this policy would operate would be to say, going forward, in those areas where you are holding leased land, but you are not exploring, then you would pay incrementally on that. I would say two things. One is when companies lease with the federal government, again, this is companies operating with the federal government on public land, the lease is to explore and to pursue production. Those are the stated lease terms. So it's appropriate for the federal government. And number two, companies can always rescind their leases or transfer their leases as well. So they can provide their leases back to the federal government if they no longer have any use for them, or they could transfer them as well. So this is really about a very practical issue, which is everybody, Republicans, Democrats, everyone is saying we need to figure out how to increase more supply. And so in those areas where we already know the leases have occurred, the permits have occurred, there's nothing more that needs to happen, we should be encouraging companies to operate. And if they don't intend to, or they don't want to, then they could hand those leases back to the government.
Are you still concerned that gas prices could hit record highs this spring and this summer?
So I'm not going to predict where the market will go. You'll find me not predicting on any particular forward data point. What I will say is that because of the president's actions today, because of a historic effort to put 1 million barrels a day of supply into the market, and because of the effort to work with allies and partners and galvanize a global response on this front, the market will be significantly more well supplied, and prices will be lower than if we didn't take this historic action. And that's what our focus is, actions that we can take to make sure that that prices come down as much as we can.
Brian, one on food security real quick. Do you have any updates on the president's efforts to prevent real food shortages sparked by the war?
So it's a issue of top focus, and we will have more to say on that issue in the coming days, but I don't have a specific announcement for you today.
Only incrementally raising production?
I think it's the same answer as the question earlier. We continue to have those conversations, but I don't have anything new for you today.
Low-income Americans getting clobbered right now at the pumps.
You have a president who's doing everything that he possibly can to try to address that situation, including, I would say, the president announced today, and I would encourage you all to really cover it and look into it. $3.2 million through the weatherization program that goes directly to low-income families. Low-income family could get a $6,500 grant to make their home more energy efficient, bring down their energy costs by hundreds of dollars a year, and improve the health of their home. That's something the president did this week, putting that money out in addition to the other issues that we discussed today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Thank you all very much. So if you will just indulge me for a minute, I have a few announcements I'd like to make at the top here, so just bear with me. Today we're marking the Transgender Day of Visibility by celebrating transgender Americans who are thriving and making their communities stronger. Unfortunately, transgender Americans, particularly children, continue to face unacceptably high levels of bullying and discrimination. As you know, the president signed one of the most comprehensive executive orders on LGBTQI+ rights in history shortly after taking office, and this administration has repeatedly and forcefully called out state legislatures that are advancing legislation that discriminates against trans children and their families. Today, the State Department and Department of Homeland Security announced new steps that will improve the travel experience for transgender Americans. And the Department of Health and Human Services has released new resources for transgender kids and their families to help protect their mental health and ensure they receive the care they need to thrive. Finally, the president is reiterating his call for the Senate to pass the Equality Act to provide long overdue civil rights protections to transgender and LGBTQI+ Americans. As the president told transgender Americans in his State of the Union address, this administration will always have your back so you can be yourself and reach your God-given potential. Today, we're also celebrating the life and legacy of Cesar Estrada Chavez, a champion for social justice, an advocate for farm workers and working people who build and sustain our nation. A leader who has inspired generations of people to fight, organize, and expand opportunities for workers. When President Biden became president, he placed a bust of Cesar Chavez in the Oval Office as a reminder of the values and his vision to fight for respect, social justice, and equal dignity for all workers. The Biden-Harris administration remains committed to building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out that works for all. We fought hard to pass the American Rescue Plan that helped Latino workers, families, and small businesses to ensure that they had the support they needed through the pandemic. And we created a historic task force on worker organizing and empowerment to help workers to organize to provide an earned pathway to citizenship. Today, we join people across the country celebrating and honoring Cesar Chavez's legacy while we continue to advance the rights and dignity of working people. Today, new CDC data further underscored the mental health impact of the pandemic, including the fact that nearly half of high schoolers reported that they felt persistently sad or hopeless during the past year. As a mother of young kids, I know this is a huge concern for so many parents. The president has been acutely aware of the mental health impact of the pandemic on young people, which is why he made it a day one priority to get schools reopened safely and secure much needed resources through the American Rescue Plan to address youth mental health, a bill which every single Republican, I would note, voted against. We've invested $5.5 billion in programs that support mental health and well-being, including tens of millions for programs that specifically address youth mental health. For instance, schools across the country are using American Rescue Plan funds to hire school counselors and social workers to address this crisis. According to this new CDC data, the very kind of connection that helps protect youth mental health. President Biden remains deeply focused on this very real crisis and providing the resources to address it. As part of the unity agenda that he laid out during the State of the Union address and his budget, the president put forward a historic increase in funding to strengthen and expand youth mental health services. And we're going to continue to build on this progress and do everything we can to support the mental health and well-being of our young people. And then lastly, but certainly not least, today we announced additional sanctions on Russian technology companies that enable Putin's war of choice. We will prevent them from procuring Western technology and evading our severe sanctions. We're also expanding our sanctions authority to target additional sectors of the Russian economy important to Putin, including aerospace, maritime, and the electronic sectors. In the coming days, the Commerce Department will also take further action to degrade Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors by adding 120 entities in Russia and Belarus to the entity list, bringing the number of Russian and Belarusian parties added to the list to over 200 since the invasion began. Being added to this list means that these entities can no longer get U.S. cutting-edge technology without a license, which will in most, if not all of these cases, be denied. Compared to the same time period last year, U.S. exports to Russia of items subject to our new export controls have decreased by 99% by value. The power of these restrictions will compound over time as Russia draws down any remaining stockpiles, for example, spare parts for certain planes and tanks. We will continue to impose unprecedented costs, strengthen Ukraine's hand, and make Putin's war of choice a strategic failure. So thanks for hanging with me. I told you I had a lot, and I'm happy to take questions. Darlene?
Thanks, Kate. A couple on Russia. Can you elaborate first on the president's comment a while ago that there's some indication that Putin has either fired some of his top officials or put some of them under house arrest? What evidence or information does the White House have?
Well, the president's words on that speak for themselves. I don't have a lot to add by the way of detail. What I would point to is certainly information that we made public yesterday about Putin and his military. I think writ large, we have seen that this invasion has been a strategic failure for Putin and for Russia. They are working to redefine the initial aims of their invasion. And we've seen time and again that the sanctions that have been applied are exacting extreme costs on their economy. So I don't have anything to add to what the president said, except to say we have seen incontrovertible evidence that this has been a strategic disaster for Russia.
And the second question is, the United States and the UK have been working together to release intelligence information since before Russia invaded Ukraine. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the value of that relationship and how the White House thinks it's affected Putin's conduct in the war, releasing that kind of information.
Well, I can't speak to how it's impacted Putin's conduct. That's, again, as I said yesterday, I'm not a spokesperson for the Kremlin. What I can say, though, is that we've made every effort to be transparent, even from the time before Putin invaded. We worked to make sure that we were providing information that gave a sense of what we knew Russia was going to do. I think to call them out in that way and to be clear that we knew what their intentions were had the impact of putting them on their back foot. I can't speak to how that's impacted their calculus. That's for them to say. But I think we've seen writ large that the invasion has been a strategic error, is leaving Russia weaker. Putin himself has said that the sanctions have imposed unprecedented costs on the Russian economy, and our role in this, is to continue to strengthen Ukraine on the battlefield, as we've been doing with an unprecedented amount of security assistance, and to continue to strengthen their hand at the negotiating table.
And just one more quickly, but going back to the information that you mentioned you all released yesterday, is that some sort of an attempt to sow division among the Russian leadership? And if so, does the White House think that is working?
It is simply an effort to continue to paint the picture of what a strategic blunder this decision has been for Vladimir Putin. Mary?
On that, it seems you're releasing even more information today. A U.S. official says you have information that indicates that some Russian government senior officials likely disagreed with Putin's decision to invade Ukraine, that their disillusionment is probably amplified by Russia's military underperformance. Is it your understanding that Putin is losing the support of some of his top officials? And why release this as well?
Well, again, I don't have anything further to add to the specifics there. I can only speak to what this underscores, which is the larger sense that this has been a failure for Russia. I think we've seen reporting that morale amongst the Russian military is low, and I think that would not come as a surprise to anyone who's seen what the Russian military is enduring here. You have conscripts, you have people who've been brought in to fight this incredibly grueling battle. So I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that morale is low. But beyond that, I don't have anything specific that I can add.
Mike? On the president's comments about people being put under house arrest or arrested, can you say, is it your understanding that those who are being arrested under house arrest are ones who sort of broke the bad news to the president about the military's performance, or are they ones who now are disagreeing with disagree with the decision to invade in the first place?
I don't have any further additional detail that I can add. Mike?
You keep saying, though, that this is to try and paint a picture of Putin's strategic blunder or strategic error, but it certainly seems like you're needling and trolling Vladimir Putin here.
Those are your words, not ours. We have been very clear that we are everything that we are doing here is designed to advance our ultimate strategic aim, which is strengthening, as I say, strengthening Ukraine on the battlefield, strengthening their hand at the negotiating table, giving them what they need to push back on Russian aggression. And I think it is self-evident based on what we've seen since Putin invaded on February 24th, as we've seen their economy collapse, we've seen the ruble collapse. The impact of his choice has been significant, and we're going to continue to advance our strategy of doing everything we can to ensure that Ukraine has what they need to continue to push back on Russian aggression. Mike?
This may be a little late breaking, I don't know, but there have been reports in the last hour or so about concerns at Chernobyl with Russians leaving the nuclear plant because of some kind of exposure. Do you have any? Does the U.S. government have any information about what might be going on there and whether sort of how broad the danger is there?
I have not seen that since we came into this room, but I'm happy to go look into it and we can come back to you with answers. Yeah. Please.
Hey, on COVID, I wonder if you can comment on reports that there's an agreement in principle for $10 billion in additional COVID aid. I think Senator Romney talked about it earlier today.
So as we talked about yesterday, we are obviously very hopeful that Congress is making progress as we need to get this urgent funding that we need to fight COVID-19. The president has been very clear. There is a strong sense of urgency here. You heard him say yesterday that Congress's failure to act is already having severe consequences, including on our supply of monoclonal antibodies and treatments for the immunocompromised. So these are, as you note, ongoing active negotiations on this, and so we're certainly not going to negotiate from the podium, but I will say that the President has been very clear that there's an urgent need for this funding, and we're very hopeful that Congress is going to come to a solution on this.
One follow on that. I think the plan calls for slashing some of the foreign aid. Biden has said repeatedly that we can't just, take care of ourselves, that we have to, that the pandemic isn't going to stop. There's no wall we can build. Would he sign a bill, or would he veto a bill that doesn't include significant foreign aid?
Well, what I would say to this is we have been very clear, and the President has been very clear, both publicly and in private, about the acute need for funding of our global response for weeks, if not months. And in the past day, our position has been very clear about the importance here. Right now, countries, in fact, are declining our doses because they don't have the infrastructure in place to take our life-saving vaccines. Funding will obviously help solve this issue. And I actually want to read to you a letter to the President signed by 14 U.S. senators, half of whom are Republicans. Quote, "We urge you in the strongest possible terms to do more to lead global efforts to end this pandemic and increase global vaccine access." So we hope that these senators will follow their own advice and provide resources for the global response, because now is the time to act. And we're not going to be able to put this pandemic behind us until we stop the spread and proliferation of new variants globally. So the President has been very clear. He believes this funding is important. But again, we're going to let Congress work through, and we're very hopeful that they are going to come to a solution.
Okay, thanks, Kate. I want to ask you again about the President's comments today when he was asked about the information that Putin is being left in the dark by his advisors. He seemed much less confident in the intelligence than you were from the podium and other top officials here. When he was asked about it today, he said it's an open question. There's a lot of speculation. He seems to be self-isolating. He said, but we don't have hard evidence. You said from the podium, we have information that Putin felt misled by the Russian military. Why the disconnect?
I don't see a disconnect there. We were clear yesterday that we shared a piece of information that helps paint a picture about how this has been a strategic failure for Russia.
The President said there's a lot of speculation. He didn't say we have hard evidence, we're confident.
And there is plenty of discussion, and that's part of what we did yesterday, was put additional information into the public sphere, into the conversation. I don't think there's a disconnect between those two things. The President was making statement about where things currently stand, where he understands things to currently stand. I don't think that's in any way at odds with what we said yesterday.
So is the administration confident that Putin is being left in the dark by his top advisors? You stand by everything you said from the President.
We put forward information yesterday, and I think you can draw the appropriate conclusion from that. We would not put it forward if we didn't have confidence in it.
One more on Hunter Biden, who has been in the headlines again recently. During the last presidential debate, then Vice President Biden was asked if there was anything inappropriate or unethical about his son's relationships, business dealings in China and or Ukraine. The President said nothing was unethical. He went on to say, my son has not made money in terms of this thing about what you're talking about China. Does the White House stand by that comment that the then Vice President made?
We absolutely stand by the President's comment, and I would point you to the reporting on this, which referenced statements that we made at the time that we gave to the Washington Post, who worked on this story. But as you know, I don't speak for Hunter Biden, so there's not more I can say on that. Jack.
Thank you, Kate. On releasing barrels from the strategic reserve, this move does not resolve the structural deficit that we have. In the last 2 times the administration released barrels of oil, it didn't have a measurable impact on gas prices. So what makes this administration believe that this move is going to have an impact this time?
This is, as you heard Brian say, this is a historic and unprecedented release in terms of size. It is going to help meet the mismatch between supply and demand in the market. 1 million barrels a day is a significant addition to the marketplace, and is going to, as I say, is going to address some of the mismatch between supply and demand. And I think what Americans should take away from this announcement today is that President Biden is relentlessly focused on doing everything he can to ensure that Putin's price hike does not hit them at the gas pump. So what they've seen from him, I think, since the day he took office is a focus on doing what he can to address kitchen table issues, to address the things that people across the country are worried about, including gas prices. And so today, not only is it historic in scope, but as you heard Brian talk about, this has also been the president has led a global effort to galvanize a response to this because he knows that rising prices at the pump hurt families, and he's doing everything in his power to bring those prices down.
This is going to bring up the supply in the short term, but it's not, a long-term solution. And one analyst has said that if the market maintains a structural deficit for a long period of time, releasing reserves might actually keep prices higher. So if this does not work in the way that you think it's going to work, will the administration stop releasing 1 million barrels a day?
We will I won't speak to what we might do in the hypothetical depending on where the market goes. What I will say broadly is, of course, we would always adjust our strategy to do what is most effective to bring prices down. What I would say about the long term, to your question about the long term, is, and I think you heard Brian articulate this really well, and of course the president spoke to it very powerfully today too, which is this ultimately shows that dependence on fossil fuels, dependence on foreign oil is not in the sustainable, long-term best interest of the United States. And that's why the president has put forward a really aggressive plan to move us to clean energy sources of energy that we can make here in the United States. That's part of, as you heard Brian talk about, the Defense Production Act announcement that he made today to help us make electric vehicle batteries in the United States. The president feels very strongly that we need to make significant strides toward a clean energy economy. It's something he's been very focused on. You'll remember, for those of you who covered the campaign, it's something he ran on. And so he's very focused on ensuring that we're taking those strides, because that is actually the long-term solution here.
We've been listening in to the White House briefing as, of course, they're answering reporter questions on the major announcement from President Biden saying today that he has decided to have up to 180 million barrels of oil released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. They're saying that this should hopefully cause some of those energy prices to decrease, as there's still major pain at the pump for American consumers, although futures looking bleak even as they make this decision. Some saying that this is just a temporary fix and would cause sustained high prices in gas if they continue to do this. That is just kind of a Band-Aid fix here. So we're going to hear more from the White House about this and about other topics. After this commercial break, we'll also be speaking with an economist here on the show about increased mortgage rates as well as soaring inflation. We're hitting record highs here, so a lot more to get to at the top of the hour. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost the top of the hour here in Phoenix, Arizona, as we are taking you through the top stories of the day. And stay with us because we'll be bringing on an economist, David Ragland, to break down this update here as inflation is hitting levels not seen in nearly 4 decades. Annual inflation hitting 5.4. That's the highest level since 1983. We'll be talking about that if there is any relief in the near future. Also, the cost of buying homes, we all know, has jumped sharply in the last 2 years. Well, more about mortgage rates as they continue to grow as well, if there's any relief on that front, too. President Biden, speaking of relief, trying to provide some with a new plan that the White House has set out in releasing oil reserves. The White House answering some tough questions about that, if that's just a temporary fix and how long it's going to last. Let's listen in.
Sources of energy that we can make here in the United States. That's part of, as you heard Brian talk about, the Defense Production Act announcement that he made today to help us make electric vehicle batteries in the United States. The president feels very strongly that we need to make significant strides toward a clean energy economy. It's something he's been very focused on. You'll remember, for those of you who covered the campaign, it's something he ran on. And so he's very focused on ensuring that we're taking those strides, because that is actually the long-term solution here.
On sanctions, the Russian ruble has almost returned to its pre-war levels. So does the administration believe that the sanctions are still working?
Absolutely, yes. And what I would say about the ruble is, what we're seeing here is an artificial propping up of the ruble by the Russian central bank and by the Russian government. There are avenues are closed off to allow the sale of rubles. They are basically taking artificial measures to keep the ruble propped up. I would also say that in the first, in the first few days after the conflict began, the ruble was a reliable measure of where the Russian economy is, but it is not any longer, in part because of these artificial steps that are being taken. So if you look at things like dramatic inflation in Russia, you look at private investment pulling out of Russia, if you look at Putin himself saying that the sanctions have imposed unprecedented costs, I think that's a better metric of where the Russian economy is right now. Steve?
I want to follow up on Kristen's question about the president's summit. Is it your understanding it's the president's view that as he looks at all of Hunter Biden's business dealings with his uncle, that neither Hunter Biden nor James Biden committed any crimes or did anything that was unlawful?
So I don't have anything further to add from this podium. We addressed this with the Washington Post. We pointed to statements that were made in the fall of 2020 when we addressed these questions, and I don't have anything additional to add from this podium.
Can I ask you if you're aware, if there have been any discussions here inside this White House about whether the president might use his pardon or commutation power with respect to either his son or his brother?
That's not a hypothetical I'm going to entertain. I don't have anything to add from this podium. Justin?
Thanks, Kate. The president met with progressive lawmakers last night here at the White House, and afterwards they said that they pressed him on sort of a laundry list of executive orders and actions that they'd like him to take: canceling student debt, raising the overtime threshold, prescription drug costs. Are any of those sort of live here in the White House right now? Are they under consideration, especially, I think, relative to this negotiation that's going on about elements of Build Back Better and whether the push and pull of those executive actions might help or hurt that effort?
Well, I don't have any specific announcements on any of those specific pieces. What I would say more broadly is that from day one, the president has used the full array of tools at his disposal to achieve his objectives, and that's included legislative action, regulatory action, and executive orders, and he will certainly continue to do so. But I don't have any specific coming actions to preview for you right now.
Sorry, real quick. Jordan asked yesterday about the meeting in India with senior administration officials. Wondering, now that those have wrapped up, do you have any newfound confidence that India will decide against maintaining oil trade with Russia Russia or sense of what came out of the
So I don't have any specific. I knew you were going to ask this, and I need to follow up with specifics because I don't have any additional specifics to read out beyond the fact that they were productive conversations. Dept Singh, the Deputy National Security Advisor for International Economics, had really good discussions with his counterparts, and I know that the conversation was productive. I don't have additional specifics to read out, but I will. And by the way, I should be clear. I meant generically. I know you will ask, not you specifically. Shereen.
Thanks, Kate. So on the SPR, some Republicans, for example, Senator Cassidy, have said that the president, with his move today in terms of the unprecedented drawdown of the SPR, that he's risking long-term energy security to salvage coal numbers. Is that something that has played into the White House's calculus at all? And how would you respond to that?
Absolutely not. What the president is doing is using every tool available to him to bring prices down for the American people at the pump. He's been clear that his focus is working to relieve the pain and the burden that working families, middle-class families, are feeling as a result of price hikes. So every policy decision that he makes is driven by a desire to do everything he can to ease that burden on working families.
Just two quick ones, following up on Kristen's line of inquiry as well. I know Hunter Biden is not a government employee, you don't speak for him. Has the president read these reports? Do you guys take them to him when the inquiries come in, and what has been his reaction to them?
I don't have anything additional to add on this from the podium, but thank you. Caitlin?
And on Title 42, you're preparing to end this policy at some point soon here. There has been some concern expressed by Democrats as well as Republicans, but Democrats notably, about how the administration is preparing to wind that down and prepare for a surge. I believe some administration officials say they're anticipating a record surge. What is the administration doing to not only alleviate those concerns from moderate Democrats, some of whom may face voter ire for that, but then more broadly, how is the administration preparing for that surge, if you can sort of generally summarize?
Well, so thank you for the question. First, I would note, as I said yesterday, and we have said many, many times, obviously this is a decision that the CDC will make. That said, of course, we are preparing for contingencies. And so what I would say is, our goal is going to be to process migrants in a safe and orderly manner, but also, to be clear, most individuals who cross the border without legal authorization will be promptly placed into removal proceedings. And if they are unable to establish a legal basis to remain in the United States, they'll be expeditiously removed and returned to their country of origin. As a reminder, economic need and flight from generalized violence is not a basis for asylum, but rather asylum is for those with a well-founded fear of persecution on a protected ground. And so asylum and other legal migration pathways should remain available to those seeking protection. And we're working to expand legal pathways in the region so that people don't make this treacherous journey. Obviously, trying to enter the United States illegally carries consequences, and no one should try to make this dangerous journey or try to unlawfully enter the United States. The Department of Homeland Security, as I noted yesterday, put together a preparedness plan to address the number of people coming to our border and work with our partners in the region to provide safe options for people outside the United States. We are obviously working to deliver a more efficient and fair processing system through, for example, a dedicated docket to conduct speedier and fair immigration proceedings for families who arrive between ports of entry. So there is a significant
Well, we've been listening in to the White House briefing here as they go into Title 42 and the situation at the southern border. We'll touch on that later. I want to bring you back here to Live Now from Fox as we are following all of the top stories of the day, including, of course, inflation. I want to bring to you some new numbers that we are following. Inflation hitting levels we haven't seen in nearly 4 decades. Annual inflation hitting 5.4. That's the highest level since 1983. Unusually high consumer demand, widespread supply disruptions, and worker shortages, all adding fuel to the increasingly rising prices that I think everyone has been seeing, whether it be at the grocery store or at the pump. To talk more about this, I want to bring in economist David Ragland. David, thanks for being with us here. I wish I had better news, but still not great news. Is there relief in the future for Americans?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, inflation is one of those things that is driven, as we've talked about before, by two specific components. Number one is excessive demand, and number two is supply constraints. So the excessive demand was created by a lot of fiscal stimulus that was put into the economy through stimulus checks, rent abatement, extra unemployment, extra child care credit dollars. So those programs have now started to come off. So stimulus payments were early last year. Late last year, the unemployment benefits were terminated. At the beginning of the year, the rent abatement changed as well. So what's happened now is all that extra stimulus that's in the economy that was in people's pockets has now started to fade. Those programs usually take 6 to 12 months for that cash to be spent through the economy. So as we see that, we're starting to see people with less money in their pockets to buy merchandise, which reduces supply, number one. And number two is, as they have less in their pocket, what are they doing? They're going back to work slowly. We all want immediate gratification and say, hey, we want this inflation to stop right now, but it's something that's going to be with us probably a lot of 2022 from this standpoint. Later in the year, we'll probably start seeing a little bit better numbers simply because the way the year-on-year numbers are calculated.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask you. There continues to be major worker shortages, especially in specific industries, but you're saying that could vastly change by the end of the year when everyone really does run out of money.
Exactly. I mean, people go to work. Two things. Number one is when they need a paycheck because unemployment is gone or the extra unemployment is gone and their bank account is now down. And number two is when there are child care facilities. I mean, now that things are getting better with regards to child care, we can have that parent that was at home with children be able to enter the workforce. And as you know, you don't necessarily get a job tomorrow and start the next day. It's a process that you go through. It may take 2 weeks, it may take 2 months to find the job that you want. And so that's going to trickle in to the economy. Then that person, they start a new job, they don't immediately become productive. It's 2 weeks, it's 2 months before their productivity actually shows up in the actual supply chain.
Well, let's get into this next story here because we have new numbers on this front, too. The cost of buying homes jumping sharply in the last 2 years. Anyone who's been trying to buy a home could see that. Now mortgage rates are making it even more expensive to buy a home. The average rate for a 30-year mortgage jumped to 4.67% this week, which is up from the rate last week at 4.42%. That's according to mortgage loan company Freddie Mac. Increase obviously due to inflation, rising inflation, and then we're also attributing some of this to the war. And I want to ask you about that in general. Are we attributing too much of our economic issues to the situation underway in Ukraine, or is that just?
I think a part of it is certainly just because when you do have supply constraints that are related to, basic food, wheat. Ukraine is a massive producer of wheat and other raw materials. So that is going to impact the economy. But really, when you look at mortgage rates, they've jumped from the low 3% at the beginning of the year to, as you said, 4.64%. I've actually seen clients bring 30-year mortgage application to me where they're getting close to 5% in some circumstances. So obviously what that's going to do, again, goes back to our basic economics is that when the payment goes up enough, the buyer feels the pinch. And so that incremental buyer says, hey, I'm not going to go out and look for that home and buy that home or overbid for that home because economically I just can't afford it. That's number one. But one thing that people may not be considering is that the eventual supply constraints on resales. What do I mean by that? Hey, I've got my home. I'm in a 15-year mortgage and my mortgage rate is 2.15%. So now I have such a low loan interest rate that it acts as a constrictor to me. I'm not going to go sell my house and buy another house because the mortgage rate would be so much higher to pay. So you're all of a sudden going to see people staying in homes more than they did before, because before I could sell it at 2.15, get another rate at 2.25, let's say. Now, if I sell it at 2.15, I'm going to be paying close to 4%. That's going to put the brakes on me selling. So that's going to impact us, not today, but maybe 6 months from now, 24 months from now.
Do you see that changing anytime soon? Do you see inflation going down? Do you see these rates going down?
Well, I think that we are maybe past the period of time of ultra low interest rates. You know, for the last 20 years, we have been importing low inflation rates. You know, we've been importing goods from overseas. So we've been paying workers at very low hourly rates to produce goods. As we start to onshore manufacturing and bring supply chains back into the United States, you're going to be paying a higher wage. And so that higher wage is going to create a higher level of overall inflation. You may not get below the 2% where you were. You may be closer to a 2.5%, 3% on a standardized basis. So do I think inflation is going to come down? Yes, I do. Do I think it's going to go all the way back down? The rates are going to go all the way back down to where we were? I don't, because of onshoring of supply chains. And number two is we got to remember the Fed has been buying a lot of mortgage-backed securities, which has kept rates very low.
I want to talk more about the Fed's response to all of this. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year Treasury yields inverted on Tuesday for the first time since 2019. Some saying that the Federal Reserve's aggressive approach to fighting inflation is too aggressive and is actually causing a slowdown that is going to hurt us in the future. Would you agree with that?
Well, the inversion is something, certainly a warning sign for us. Most recessions have been preceded by an inversion in the 2 versus the 10-year. But I did read something over the weekend that was very interesting, that maybe the 10-year is a little bit artificially low from all the bond buying that was done during this period of time. So once the Fed stops buying treasuries, maybe the rates will inch up. And so I'm cautious to say, hey, we're going to have a recession simply because of the inversion of the 2 and 10 at this point in time. I'd rather get 3 months, 6 months out from now to see if that really sustains itself, that the inversion sustains itself, for me to feel more comfortable saying, hey, we've got a true inversion, and hey, that's a real warning sign for a recession. And typically the inversion happens 6 to 12 months before we actually enter into recession. So I think that's another thing that's worth noting, is just because we get an inversion today doesn't mean we're going to have a recession tomorrow.
Well, not to get too deep into the latest from President Biden, but he says that he is going to be releasing 1 million barrels of gas per day and calling this release unprecedented. Do you think it's going to have the effect that the Biden administration is hoping for? And do you think Americans are going to be seeing relief at the pump?
Well, I think certainly short term, you know, the release being on a consistent 1 million barrels per day for a substantial period of time will give the market the amount of extra oil that may slow the momentum of price increases. You know, we were over up to $130 per barrel, and oil was substantially below that today. So obviously part of it is a psychological factor as far as trying to tame the market's momentum on the upside. The other thing that I think is starting to happen too is people start to see increases in the price they pay. They start making decisions. They drive a little bit less. Maybe they carpool. Maybe the next car that they buy, when they obviously can buy a car, maybe won't be the very largest SUV that has the gas mileage that is the worst of all. Maybe they buy something a little bit smaller. I mean, we go through these long-term cycles, it seems like every 5 to 10 years for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. And obviously, you're dealing with people day in and day out who are dealing with these high prices and having to budget differently. When it comes to demographics, some say that low-income families are getting hit the hardest from this. Would you agree with that sentiment? And what kind of advice are you giving to your clients?
Excuse me.
You're fine. You're fine. We need a little coffee. It's midweek. We're almost to the weekend. And sometimes the economy is going to be tough on us. No problem there.
Well, certainly the lower income people pay out almost all of their income for food, for oil. They're always going to be impacted more than anyone else, unfortunately, when it comes to this. So that's why, the increases in payrolls for them, their wage increases, is even not enough already. I mean, so they may be getting a 4% raise, but we're seeing other gas prices and food prices go up dramatically. So unfortunately, they will be impacted more than middle class and upper income level people.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I'm going to let you go. Economist David Ragland, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. There's a lot to be talking about as we know things are switching. Sometimes we're in the green, sometimes we're in the red, and it's a volatile market, but it's good to be educated on everything that's contributing to these changes. So thanks so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
Great to be with you, too. We're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox as we've been showing you the latest from the White House about this, as they are having to deal with reporter questions about whether this is going to be a permanent fix for rising inflation. That's as, of course, President Biden's approval ratings are plummeting. So not good for the administration here. We'll be going back out to the White House briefing as we had to kind of head out of it. So we'll touch on that after the break.
I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today.
President Biden announced he will release 1 million barrels of oil from the strategic reserve per day for the next 6 months.
It's over 180 million barrels.
The U.S. uses about 21 million barrels of oil daily, so in total, the president's oil release totals less than 9 days' worth. And on average, Americans are paying $4.22 for a gallon of gas.
Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump.
The reserve is supposed to exist for giant unforeseen crises. It's not there so that anti-energy politicians whose policies have raised gas prices can try to hide that from the public.
The president also announced his administration will impose penalties on oil and gas companies that lease federal lands but are not producing energy.
It's a Band-Aid, but it's a good step forward.
The administration has blamed the war in Ukraine and corporate greed for sky-high prices.
This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits.
But Republicans say it's because of hostile policies by the administration toward oil producers and early administration moves to cut off pipeline projects.
I watched him sign the shutdown of the XL pipeline. It's foolish, the direction they've been going.
Next week, executives from 6 of the largest oil companies will testify to Congress about gas prices, why they're high, and how to bring them down. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Well, you heard briefly from Senator McConnell down on the floor. We'll be hearing from him and Senator Schumer about gas prices, about inflation, about this new plan under the Biden administration. But first, we want to finish up the White House briefing from earlier today. Reporter questions about not only gas prices, but also keeping Title 42, which many Republicans, specifically in Texas, are requesting the Biden administration do ahead of what some are saying could be another massive surge of migrants across the southern border.
Clean energy sources of energy that we can make here in the United States. That's part of, as you heard Brian talk about, the Defense Production Act announcement that he made today to help us make electric vehicle batteries in the United States. The president feels very strongly that we need to make significant strides toward a clean energy economy. It's something he's been very focused on. You'll remember, for those of you who covered the campaign, it's something he ran on. And so he's very focused on ensuring that we're taking those strides, because that is actually the long-term solution here.
On sanctions, the Russian ruble has almost returned to its pre-war levels. So does the administration believe that the sanctions are still working?
Absolutely, yes. And what I would say about the ruble is, what we're seeing here is an artificial propping up of the ruble by the Russian central bank and by the Russian government. There are avenues are closed off to allow the sale of rubles. They are basically taking artificial measures to keep the ruble propped up. I would also say that in the first, in the first few days after the conflict began, the ruble was a reliable measure of where the Russian economy is, but it is not any longer, in part because of these artificial steps that are being taken. So if you look at things like dramatic inflation in Russia, you look at private investment pulling out of Russia, if you look at Putin himself saying that the sanctions have imposed unprecedented costs, I think that's a better metric of where the Russian economy is right now. Steve?
I want to follow up on Kristen's question about the president's summit. Is it your understanding it's the president's view that as he looks at all of Hunter Biden's business dealings with his uncle, that neither Hunter Biden nor James Biden committed any crimes or did anything that was unlawful?
So I don't have anything further to add from this podium. We addressed this with the Washington Post. We pointed to statements that were made in the fall of 2020 when we addressed these questions, and I don't have anything additional to add from this podium.
Can I ask you if there have been, if you're aware, if there have been any discussions here inside this White House about whether the president might use his pardon or commutation power with respect to either his son or his brother?
That's not a hypothetical I'm going to entertain. I don't have anything to add from this podium. Justin?
Thanks, Kate. The president met with progressive lawmakers last night here at the White House, and afterwards they said that they pressed him on sort of a laundry list of executive orders and actions that they'd like him to take: canceling student debt, raising the overtime threshold, prescription drug costs. Are any of those sort of live here in the White House right now? Are they under consideration, especially, I think, relative to this negotiation that's going on about elements of Build Back Better and whether the push and pull of those executive actions might help or hurt that effort?
Well, I don't have any specific announcements on any of those specific pieces. What I would say more broadly is that from day one, the president has used the full array of tools at his disposal to achieve his objectives, and that's included legislative action, regulatory action, and executive orders, and he will certainly continue to do so. But I don't have any specific coming actions to preview for you right now.
Sorry, real quick. Jordan asked you yesterday about the meeting in India with senior administration officials. Wondering, now that those have wrapped up, do you have any newfound confidence that India will decide against maintaining oil trade with Russia, or sense of what came out of the
So I don't have any specific. I knew you were going to ask this, and I need to follow up with specifics because I don't have any. Additional specifics to read out beyond the fact that they were productive conversations. Dept Singh, the Deputy National Security Advisor for International Economics, had really good discussions with his counterparts, and I know that the conversation was productive. I don't have additional specifics to read out, but I will. And by the way, I should be clear. I meant generically. I know you will ask, not you specifically. Shereen.
Thanks, Kate. So on the SPR, some Republicans, for example, Senator Cassidy, have said that the president, with his move today in terms of the unprecedented drawdown of the SPR, that he's risking long-term energy security to salvage coal levers. Is that something that has played into the White House's calculus at all? And how would you respond to that?
Absolutely not. What the president is doing is using every tool available to him to bring prices down for the American people at the pump. He's been clear that his focus is working to relieve the pain and the burden that working families, middle-class families, are feeling as a result of price hikes. So every policy decision that he makes is driven by a desire to do everything he can to ease that burden on working families.
Just two quick ones, following up on Kristen's line of inquiry as well. I know Hunter Biden is not a government employee. You don't speak for him. Has the president read these reports? Do you guys take them to him when the inquiries come in, and what has been his reaction to them?
I don't have anything additional to add on this from the podium, but thank you. Caitlin?
And on Title 42, you're preparing to end this policy at some point soon here. There has been some concern expressed by Democrats as well as Republicans, but Democrats notably, about how the administration is preparing to wind that down and prepare for a surge. I believe some administration officials say they're anticipating a record surge. What is the administration doing to not only alleviate those concerns from moderate Democrats, some of whom may face voter ire for that, but then more broadly, how is the administration preparing for that surge, if you can sort of generally summarize it?
Well, so thank you for the question. First, I would note, as I said yesterday, and we have said many, many times, obviously this is a decision that the CDC will make. That said, of course, we are preparing for contingencies. And so what I would say is, our goal is going to be to process migrants in a safe and orderly manner, but also, to be clear, most individuals who cross the border without legal authorization will be promptly placed into removal proceedings. And if they are unable to establish a legal basis to remain in the United States, they'll be expeditiously removed and returned to their country of origin. As a reminder, economic need and flight from generalized violence is not a basis for asylum, but rather asylum is for those with a well-founded fear of persecution on a protected ground. And so asylum and other legal migration pathways should remain available to those seeking protection. And we're working to expand legal pathways in the region so that people don't make this treacherous journey. Obviously, trying to enter the United States illegally carries consequences, and no one should try to make this dangerous journey or try to unlawfully enter the United States. The Department of Homeland Security, as I noted yesterday, put together a preparedness plan to address the number of people coming to our border and work with our partners in the region to provide safe options for people outside the United States. We are obviously working to deliver a more efficient and fair processing system through, for example, a dedicated docket to conduct speedier and fair immigration proceedings for families who arrive between ports of entry. So there is a significant amount of work. We obviously inherited, when we came into this administration, we inherited an immigration system that had been systematically dismantled by the previous administration. There's been a tremendous amount of work from day one to rebuild that, and we are certainly focused on continuing to assert order at the border.
Thanks, Kate. One point of clarification. When the president says he believes Putin is firing or putting senior advisors on house arrest, he's talking about military advisors, right?
No, I have nothing additional I can add beyond the president's comments on this.
You can't say that he's referencing the Russian foreign minister.
I think his words speak for themselves. Thank you. Alex?
No, sorry, I've got one more. Sure. President Biden has not spoken to President Putin in quite some time. Are there any plans being made for the two of them to speak?
Not currently. We've been very clear that any re-engagement of diplomacy at that level would require significant demonstration from the Russians of serious de-escalation, and we have not seen that.
Oh, you need to see de-escalation before he'll speak to President Putin again?
We've been very clear about that.
Do you take any responsibility?
The White House has previously considered a gas tax holiday, but basically kind of ruled against it. I'm curious if this is still off the table, and what does the White House think about individual states that are considering or have already enacted their own gas tax holidays?
So it is not off the table. In fact, the president is looking at every option to provide relief to consumers around gas prices. Obviously, a lot of these conversations are happening in Congress, but again, the president is not taking anything off the table at this stage. So.
Alex, countries have rejected Putin's demand to pay for gas in rubles. Does the U.S. stand with them in rejecting that as well?
We do, and the German chancellor, I think, has been very clear that that the contracts exist as they exist, and there's going to be no change there.
My question is a question of a colleague who cannot be here. My question is, again, on allies and partners and the oil reserves. The president referred to 30 to 50 million barrels. Brian didn't want to name any countries, but where did he get this number? And Canada being the main exporter of oil to the U.S., has the country been solicited?
Well, I can't speak to specific bilateral engagements, but I would note that obviously the president discussed this, the G7, when he was in Europe last week. This is a continuing, ongoing conversation with our allies and partners. It is a key priority, maintaining stability in our energy markets. So, those conversations are ongoing, and we obviously consult very closely with our allies and partners.
From the colleague who cannot be here. It's about the Prime Minister of Pakistan accused the U.S. of working with the opposition to remove him from power. You just said that today. What's the White House reaction to this?
There is absolutely no truth to that allegation.
Thanks, Kate. To go back to the COVID deal, I know you say you're not going to negotiate from the podium, and the president has obviously warned about the severe consequences if there is no funding. But if there is a $10 billion deal, which some of the top negotiators say they're getting close to, what would the administration then be able to cover? That long list the president went through yesterday of everything that stops over the coming months, what is saved over the coming months, and what is still then at risk?
Well, obviously the specifics of this deal are continuing to be worked out, so I don't have a breakdown for you of exactly where that funding would go. This is a live negotiation, and again, obviously we're not going to negotiate from here, except to say broadly that this is an incredibly urgent need, and we really hope that the Congress is coming to a solution on this.
Is there a top priority that you say that is the must thing we have to fund over the next couple of months?
I'm not going to lay that out as the negotiation is happening. Obviously, this is being worked through on Capitol Hill, and we're hopeful that they are going to come to a solution soon.
Kate, I wanted to ask about the use it or lose it policy that the president has today. It requires congressional approval, and I know Brian was briefly asked about this, but I just wanted to clarify. I mean, has the White House prepared legislation on this? Does it have support lined up in Congress? And what is the timeline you're hoping to pass this measure? And is it really even realistic in an evenly divided Senate right now with midterms coming up in the fall?
Well, the proposal would actually build on the version that's in the House bill. So there's a version of this that is already, there's a version of this that's already been put forward. Obviously, the president looks forward to working with Congress on it. He believes it's a critically important piece of helping to move our energy dependence from overseas back home and to move us toward a clean energy economy. So we intend to work very closely with Congress. This will be a priority for the president. But in terms of a specific timeline, I don't have anything further on that.
With that House bill, or you say you're building on that? What does that look like?
That will be an ongoing negotiation. We will continue to build on it. That's a discussion that we'll have with Congress. Obviously, this announcement just came today, so that work will be ongoing. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, do you take any responsibility if the president by the approval numbers?
So that's going to do it for the White House briefing as we played it out for you in full. When we come back after the commercial break, we're going out to the latest from Capitol Hill with Senator Schumer, as well as Senator Mcconnell, as we like to play both sides of the aisle. Schumer talking about a bill that Senate has passed that is going to help improve jobs and competitiveness. He says that it's going to boost manufacturing jobs, address the critical chip shortage, and invest in American innovation. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, live, raw, and unfiltered, giving you all the top stories across the country, including from Capitol Hill. Want to bring you some news that we were getting out from the Senate floor earlier. Senator Lindsey Graham saying that he will not be voting for Supreme Court Justice nominee Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. The Republican senator from South Carolina saying this on the Senate floor today, expressing concerns about her sentencing record, especially in regards to her child pornography cases. A final confirmation vote is expected sometime next week. And remember, if confirmed, Judge Jackson will replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer and be the first black woman to serve on the Supreme Court. So we'll be watching for that vote on Capitol Hill there, as we've been watching Capitol Hill all day today. Senator Schumer speaking about new legislation moving forward on the Senate floor, as well as, of course, rising prices. That's the main story of today. Inflation continues to soar.
Okay, first on COVID negotiations. Yesterday, I met with a group of my colleagues, Senators Murray, Coons, Romney, Blunt, Burr, and Graham, for another round of talks as we work towards a bipartisan COVID agreement. We spoke throughout the day. We talked late into the night. Our staffs are continuing talks this morning. The gap has been narrowed greatly, and we're intent on working with Republicans to cross the finish line, because this is vital for our country. If, God forbid, a new variant arises in the future, and that's all too likely. We would like considerably more money than our Republican colleagues, but we need to reach 60 votes to get something passed through the Senate, and so we're going to push as hard as we can. When it comes to replenishing COVID response funding, we simply can't afford to kick the can down the road. The White House has been more than clear and more than transparent about the fact that public funds for COVID are at risk of running out. We all know that a possible future variant can quickly undo much of the progress we've made against the virus. So it makes no sense whatever to hold off on COVID funding that we know is very much needed right now. The more we wait, the bigger the problem will be later if, God forbid, a variant hits. The bottom line is this. Both sides should work to complete COVID funding soon, because that will mean more vaccines, more therapeutics, and more testing. So we can keep schools and communities open. We can stay back to normal, which we are doing right now. Woe is us if a future variant extends its nasty tentacles across the country and we don't have the resources in place to respond. Woe is us. So again, I'm pleading with my Republican colleagues, join us. We want more than you do, but we have to get something done. We have to get something done. We will keep working to arrive at a deal in good faith. And we hope our Republican colleagues ultimately join us in supporting a robust enough package to deal with this problem. As I said, we're making good progress. We're getting closer and closer. But the sooner we get this deal done, the better for the country. Cost cutting. It's been a productive few days here on the Senate floor as we pass legislation that will help reduce costs, relieve supply chains, and build on the incredible economic growth we've seen under President Biden. I'm glad to announce that the Senate's on track to pass bipartisan legislation by Senators Klobuchar and Thune to reform unfair shipping practices that are clogging up our ports, diminishing American exports and hurting our farmers, and ultimately hurting consumers. Hurts both ways. When shipping costs go way up as they have, the exports we send over, a lot of it agricultural goods, the imports that come back, a lot of it consumer goods, all are higher price, and Americans pay that higher price. So the bipartisan shipping bill is exactly the sort of thing the Senate should focus on, because it's when there's a logjam at the Port of Los Angeles. It hurts farmers and small businesses in Minnesota and North Dakota and across the country, and it hurts consumers in every corner of the country, from Portland, Maine to San Diego, from Seattle to Miami, New York, and everywhere in between. So I'm glad we're making progress to getting this legislation done. The sooner the better again. The legislation, of course, is not the only step we have taken this week to strengthen supply chains to help lower costs throughout the economy. Earlier this week, the Senate passed a strongly bipartisan jobs and competitive bill in the works for over a year, which will help increase our domestic manufacturing, help address the critical chip shortage, and grow our economy by investing in American innovation. Yesterday, the House passed a motion requesting a conference committee, and the Senate will soon do the same. We're on track to initiating a conference hopefully before the end of this work period. Off the floor, committees held numerous hearings zeroing in on the many dimensions of our lowering cost agenda. To name just a few examples, the Banking Committee held a hearing on Monday on the growing burden of medical debt. It's a problem that is facing so many Americans. The Small Business Committee also held a hearing yesterday exploring the supply chain crisis and its implications for smaller businesses, including struggling restaurants. And today, the Banking Committee is on the matter of seniors who struggle with affordable housing. These are just a few examples of how both off the floor and on, Democrats are continuing our focus on legislation that will lower costs, help American families, and solve the deep and difficult challenges that everyday Americans face to make ends meet. And we're going to keep pushing in the months ahead to translate these ideas into legislation we can consider here in the chamber, as we're doing with shipping right now. Thank you, Madam President, and I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin.
Senator Schumer earlier today on the Senate floor there talking everything COVID-19, talking inflation, rising prices, so much more. And we're going to talk about COVID-19 after this commercial break. As we know, the BA.2 variant, there's growing concern around it. But how concerned really should we be? We'll be speaking with our reporters out in the field after this break. Well, it's the story that we weren't hoping to have to report again, but yet another variant has come around. It's called the BA.2 variant, and it's the most dominant strain of the virus here in the United States. The CDC says that it caused more than half of all infections last week. With COVID-19 testing sites closing nationwide and restrictions, of course, being lifted, Fox's Mills Hayes shows us what this new variant means for many of us who were hoping that this pandemic was over. Mills.
Yeah. Daytona, I spoke with doctors here in Minnesota at the Mayo Clinic, infectious disease doctors, who say that it's now becoming a local problem more than it is becoming a national problem. So people are going to really need to focus on how the community spread is in their area that they're living in. And it's something you can actually easily track. If you head to CDC's website, you can put in your county and your state, and it'll pull up whether or not your area is seeing low, medium, or high community spread. And you can see that here in Minneapolis, it's low as of now. Lots of places across the country, we still are seeing low cases, so that's some good news there. Mayo Clinic doctors in Rochester say that the new variant, BA2, is actually more transmissible than the original Omicron variant that overtook the U.S. back in January. So far, the symptoms of this variant are milder than what Delta caused last year, and the Mayo Clinic believes that it's unlikely that we will see a spike in cases due to the new variant, but more of a gradual increase over time.
The significance of this is hard to say at this point because hospitalizations are not increasing yet. This isn't a one-way door where masking is something that ends once and forever. If levels increase, there may be local mandates for requirements to mask or even in specific settings.
Many state health departments have stopped their daily case counts, and the doctors here in the Mayo Clinic tell me that we really should be keeping track of those cases, whether it be through testing or through wastewater management. And they also tell me that even though all of us would really like for this pandemic to be over, we're not quite there yet. Daytona.
Yeah, that's the thing is there's just so much fatigue when it comes to COVID-19. You know, it's tough to keep bringing this up, but seems like good news on that front that it's not hospitalizing people as much as previous variants, because that's the main concern on this. How is it going to be affecting people health-wise? How substantial is it? And they said that it's less severe as of right now, even though it is very new. They're going to have to do more research.
Right. It's really a wait and see game right now. We just started to see that variant take over as that dominant strain. And again, we're about 3 weeks behind everything that's going on in Europe. So we could possibly see some hospitalizations and those numbers in the next few weeks.
So you're in Minnesota right now. Just explain to us what it's been like out there as far as COVID restrictions go. What is the status of COVID-19 and the pandemic out there?
Well, there are still some mask mandates in place for city buildings, but the entire mask mandate for the entire city of Minneapolis and St. Paul in restaurants and other public spaces, that's no longer in place. And I'm out here in the park. Of course, everyone's out in the open. No one's really wearing masks, but I was at the UPS store earlier today. I even went to a coffee shop and I didn't really see anyone wearing masks at all. So I definitely feel like people are starting to get back to what they feel like is normal.
Yeah, in some of the most restrictive states, even dropping their own mandates, including New York. So should be interesting to see what happens, hoping, fingers crossed, that this one kind of goes away and it does not become a larger issue than we want. Fox's Mills Hayes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So as she said, it's becoming more of just a local problem. How is your local community addressing the COVID-19, I don't even want to say surge right now because they're monitoring cases, but Fox in Detroit kind of giving a breakdown of what this new variant is doing in their community. Take a listen.
It's currently being reported as the most common cause of COVID around the country.
It's the COVID variant known as BA2.
So BA2 is the most transmissible form of Omicron.
And it's made its way to Michigan and other states that make up this region, which includes Chicago.
If you look at the CDC estimate for our region of the country, they're estimating it's 50.5% of all cases are BA2.
For weeks, the BA2 variant has caused a surge in COVID cases across Europe and Asia. Now, many are asking, could that surge also take place in the U.S.?
I do think it's possible we're going to have an increased number of cases. I do not think it's going to be as bad as the other surges we had.
Doctors say the symptoms for BA2 will mimic a cold.
A lot of headaches, sore throat, bad cold-like symptoms.
Doctors are also recognizing a trend with the BA.2 variant.
Hospitalization rates for BA.2 do seem higher in children compared to the other variants.
But overall, the number of people hospitalized for COVID across Metro Detroit is down.
Our total hospitalization numbers are actually looking pretty good. I believe we're in the low 30s today across the system.
Discussion about the BA.2 variant comes as the Food and Drug Administration expanded the emergency use authorization of the Pfizer and Moderna COVID-19 vaccines, so adults 50 and older can receive a second booster as early as 4 months after their first booster dose of any COVID-19 vaccine.
Booster doses are certainly helpful. I don't expect they would hurt. I plan on scheduling my second booster dose today now that it's allowed.
Doctors say many in Southeast Michigan who have received the COVID vaccine have not received the booster shot.
There's not a whole lot of people who have received booster doses in Michigan. I look at 4 counties since we have hospitals in those 4 counties. The number of people who are vaccinated with the booster dose is only 40 to 55%.
Doctors say the best way to fight COVID and all of its variants is through vaccination.
People may be tired of hearing about the vaccine. They may be tired about hearing COVID, but it's not gone away yet. Get the vaccine sooner than later.
In Southfield, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
We call it Your Take. We're taking your questions right to a doctor about the BA.2 Omicron variant. Joining us now is Dr. Justin Skrinsky, a familiar face here to Fox 2, a Beaumont doctor who is here to tell us that today at Royal Oaks, Beaumont, only 6 COVID patients. Obviously, a lot of relief right now. But Dr. Skrinsky, we understand that BA.2 is so contagious. How concerned are you? Are you concerned right now?
I'm not too concerned about BA.2. I think we might see a rise in cases, but I certainly don't see that we're going to have a big surge. If you think about how much Omicron penetrated our community, how many people were exposed, hopefully between that and vaccination, we should have enough protection. BA.2 is not so dissimilar from the original Omicron that you wouldn't have that overlap. So hopefully we wouldn't see a surge, maybe an uptick, however.
All right, so let's get right to the viewer questions right now. One of our questions coming to us from Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie is asking this question. When a wave happens out in Asia and Europe, will that definitely happen here? How long of a lag is expected based on previous waves? And how is Michigan doing compared to other states? Let's begin with that first part. When something happens in Asia and Europe, should we be concerned that it'll definitely happen here?
It does not definitely have to happen here. So typically we look to Asia, Europe, especially UK seems to sort of precede us by a few weeks or even a month or so in terms of caseloads. Lots of different factors. So for instance, right now we're seeing this BA.2, which is a subtype of Omicron. We already had this massive Omicron surge in the US. So we've had a tremendous number of people who were exposed. So it should have some immunity to Omicron.
All right, but Dr. Skrinsky, let me ask you this. We see all of these people in Asia who are in lockdown mode, and they have BA.2 going on there. Why that precaution? Why that level of fervor around BA.2 if it's not as dangerous as Delta and the original strain?
What we've learned with Omicron is that you can get overwhelmed just by sheer numbers. So even though it is fortunately less deadly, the fact that it's so much more contagious, and now we know the BA.2 variant is even more contagious than that, again, just based on sheer numbers alone, you can overwhelm hospital systems. I know places such as South Korea are really feeling that pressure right now.
All right, our next question coming to us from a Fox 2 viewer asking about boosters, specifically saying what implications this has for getting a potential second booster shot. So the question is there going to be another shot?
Unclear at this point. There's a lot of talk from the 2 major manufacturers still on the table, Moderna, Pfizer, about a 4th shot, so basically a second booster at this point. You know, in terms of how long the immunity lasts from that first booster shot, you know, it's at least several months. So if we're going to see another booster, we'd probably want to see an Omicron-specific booster, which would require a bit more development. My guess is that if we do see that additional shot, it's probably not going to be till later in the year.
Dr. Justin Skrinsky with Beaumont Health out there in Royal Oak. We thank you for your time today. By the way, if you have more questions, we have a lot more coming to us from Fox 2 viewers. If you have a question you'd like answered, join us on the Fox 2 YouTube channel Friday at 3 p.m. I'm going to be taking your questions live to Dr. Skrinsky for a full hour. So ask away coming up on the Fox 2 YouTube channel Friday at 3. United Airlines stepping back from its vaccine mandate. So what does this mean for other employers out there? We're talking to Deborah Brower, an employment attorney with Nemeth Law. And Deborah, it's good to see you. Thanks for joining us. First of all, talk about what happened here with United not too long ago.
United Airlines issued a vaccine mandate for all of its employees, top to bottom, a number of months ago. It was somewhat controversial, was challenged in court. But recently, with a 97% vaccination rate and changing guidelines from the CDC, they lifted their mandate. Everyone is welcome to come back to work for United Airlines, whether they're vaccinated or not.
So when you see something like that happen with United Airlines, Deborah, what does that mean for other employers? Do they follow suit?
Absolutely. I think companies keep an eye on what everyone else in the field or even what other employers are doing and gauge public reaction and employee reaction. And a big company like that, I think you'll see other companies perhaps follow their lead.
All right, interesting stuff. So Deborah, talk for a moment about what we've learned in the last year or two about the rights that employers have and that employees have when it comes to these mandates.
Well, I think what we've learned from the last year is that employers have a great deal of legal authority to issue mandates. They're required to keep their workers safe. That's a federal law, it's a state law, and there have been challenges, and the challenges, generally speaking, have not been successful as long as the company takes into account the exceptions for religious or disability or medical reasons.
Yeah, and the onus is on the employee to prove some kind of religious foundation for this, and it's an interesting one when you see cases like that. Deborah, talk about the future. What does the workforce look like moving forward when it comes to these mandates?
I would be very surprised to see many employers reinstituting a vaccination mandate. I think encouragement to get a booster, maybe a fourth booster at this time. You may remember that employers for years required flu vaccines, particularly in healthcare or public-facing industries. If we start talking about having the COVID booster as equivalent to the flu vaccine, I think we'll see employers doing that.
All right, employment attorney Deborah Brower with Nemeth Law. Always good perspective. Thanks for joining us today.
So that was Fox 2 in the Detroit area with all those breakdowns and a lot of those experts saying it's not too much of a concern right now. We'll, of course, keep you updated as we get more research in about that variant, the BA2 variant. Well, we want to head back out to Capitol Hill, a live look out there as we're coming up on the top of the hour, 3 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast. We appreciate all of you joining us here. We're going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we're going to go out to Senator Mcconnell as we, of course, want to play both sides of the aisle. That's how we do it here. And he's going to be speaking mostly about inflation, about rising gas prices, and, of course, that plan that was laid out by the Biden administration, 1 million barrels of oil reserves to be released a day to hopefully fight these rising prices. What does that mean for Americans? Senator McConnell says it's not good. Coming up. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. 3 o'clock here in Phoenix, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast as we take you through the top stories of the day, including one that you're not going to want to miss. A shocking discovery inside of a D.C. home, 5 frozen fetuses. We'll tell you what led investigators to that home and what comes next for that woman, as we'll have a live report from D.C. coming up in just about 5 minutes. Before that, we're going to go out to Senator Mcconnell on the floor today talking about new plans from the Biden administration to release oil reserves in hopes of decreasing gas prices for Americans. Take a listen.
Well, the Biden administration is on track for another record-shattering year on our southern border in all the wrong ways. The Department of Homeland Security is reportedly preparing for up to 18,000 attempted border crossings per day. 18,000 per day. President Biden's border crisis is a symptom of the modern Democratic Party's inability to support any remotely reasonable policy of border enforcement. Now, thus far, the Biden administration has kept the chaos at least somewhat in check by leaning on emergency authorities that are specific to the COVID pandemic. To be clear, even with these Title 42 authorities in place, our border's still been in crisis. Last month was the worst February in more than 20 years. We just saw the worst 12-month period for illegal crossings since at least, listen to this, 1960. This is with Title 42 in place. Just imagine if President Biden kills it. But the open borders far left doesn't like Title 42. So now, according to public reports, the Biden administration is preparing to cave to the radicals in Title 42 and effectively throw our borders completely wide open. Ending Title 42 without any real border security plan in place would spark a humanitarian and security crisis like we've never seen before. But it's pretty obvious the far left doesn't care. Open borders are their objective. So at the very same time that Washington Democrats are pushing for more federal spending on the pandemic, they want to declare the pandemic is finished at our southern border. This doesn't add up. Throwing the floodgates open for a historic spring and summer of illegal immigration would be an unforced error of historic proportions. It would be right up there with the administration's $2 trillion in inflationary spending and their botched retreat from Afghanistan. But this goes deeper than just Title 42 and COVID. The fundamental point is this. Today's Democrats need the pretext of the pandemic to justify having national borders at all. The left feels they need the pretext of COVID to have any border enforcement whatsoever. This is absolutely mind-boggling. Republicans and the American people reject this false choice between permanent COVID versus open borders. We can't only be a sovereign nation during pandemics. Americans deserve secure borders all the time. Functional open borders have pervaded the Biden agenda at literally every level. The president chose the Supreme Court nominee, Judge Jackson, who's displayed a major streak of judicial activism on this very subject, illegal immigration. In 2019, the judge sided with the left-wing activists and overlooked plain statutory language that gave DHS sole and unreviewable discretion over speedy removal of illegal immigrants. Judge Jackson literally just brushed aside the plain text of the law to reach the policy outcome she wanted. And she went even further. She issued a nationwide injunction to impose her radical policy view on our entire country. This was a blatant case of judicial activism. The ruling read like it belonged on the opinion pages of the Washington Post. Even the very liberal D.C. Circuit completely disagreed and overturned Judge Jackson with an Obama appointee writing the opinion. It should not be this hard for an administration to understand that a nation actually needs borders. I strongly urge the President to keep Title 42 in place and quickly produce an actual strategy to do his job and secure our border. Now, on another matter, the American people know our country is hurting. One national survey just found that only 22% say our country is headed in the right direction. 7 in 10 Americans just told another poll that our nation's economy is, quote, in poor shape, end quote. The worst inflation in 40 years is fleecing American consumers. From the gas pump to the grocery store, American workers are earning raises, but prices are climbing faster than their pay. The Biden administration has tried to pass the buck for this mess. They've tried to blame everything but their own radical policies. They've claimed that a year of runaway inflation was actually, listen to this, Putin's price hike because of a war in Europe that's barely a month old. They've claimed the problem is evil profiteering CEOs because apparently the private sector was not seeking profits back when Republicans had the economy humming with low inflation just a few years ago. American families aren't buying the spin for 1 second. When asked by another poll what they think is the main reason for rising gas prices, listen to this, America's top answer was, quote, the Biden administration's economic policies, end quote. An outright majority of the country agree the president has made inflation worse. But the administration isn't changing course. They're actually doubling down. The Biden administration began the week by proposing a budget that would skyrocket domestic discretionary spending on liberal wish list items and smack the country with the biggest tax hike in American history. Just last night, Democrats tried to ram through another radical nominee who would have only compounded the economic pain. President Biden's choice of David Weil for a senior post at the Department of Labor was a naked attempt to achieve through bureaucracy what the far left cannot achieve through legislation. This nominee is famous in Washington for hostility to small business. He's received tens of thousands of dollars from big labor to do their bidding. He openly sought to end both the franchise system and the gig economy as we know them. Fortunately, last night, a bipartisan majority of senators rallied together. We saved the president and the Democratic leader from digging themselves into an even deeper hole with this nominee. Also overnight, we learned President Biden is going to try to slap another Band-Aid on gas prices by draining more oil out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The reserve is supposed to exist for giant unforeseen crises, such as a war between great powers. It's not there so that anti-energy politicians whose policies have raised gas prices can try to hide that from the public. It's also worth remembering that back in 2020, as oil prices were cratering, Republicans tried to seize the opportunity to refill the strategic reserve. It would have been a win-win-win. Helped stabilize our energy industry in the early days of the crisis, gotten American taxpayers an incredible deal with oil at bargain basement prices, and enhanced our readiness going forward. But you know what happened? Senate Democrats blocked it. They said buying oil at rock bottom prices and building up our reserve would have been, quote, listen to this, a bailout for big oil, end quote. So the Democratic leader bragged about killing that proposal. You can't make this stuff up. Our colleagues misunderstand basic economics and basic national security every chance they get. Taxing, spending, radical nominations, and gimmicky half measures. The American people already blame the Democrats for the fix we're in, and every week our colleagues seek new ways to prove them right. This is just that.
The clerk will call the roll. Ms. Baldwin.
So once again, we were just listening in to Senator McConnell there on the floor talking about rising gas prices, even amid this proposal from the Biden administration to, of course, bring out those oil reserves. And we'll be speaking about that later, as well as the situation underway with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, this is a story you definitely do not want to miss. 5 frozen fetuses found inside of a woman's home in Washington, D.C. You heard that right. We'll have details after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. New tonight, Metropolitan Police making a horrific discovery yesterday. 5 fetuses inside of a southeast D.C. home where an anti-abortion activist was staying. Police saying it's very early in this investigation as they figure out how they got there. Fox 5's David Kaplan staying on top of this one for us tonight, joining us live from MPD about this. David, what are we learning and what do police have to say about this really, really disgusting discovery?
Well, Daytona, good evening to you. In order to talk about what happened today, we need to give you some context about what happened yesterday. Lauren Handy is the name of an anti-abortion activist who lives here in Washington, D.C. She and 8 others were indicted yesterday on federal charges stemming from an October 2020 incident where authorities alleged that they essentially blocked access to an abortion facility and by taking it over. That leads us to yesterday. Take a listen to Metropolitan Police here in D.C. about sort of the order of operations. We'll talk on the other side of the soundbite. Go ahead.
Ms. Handy has been indicted in a federal investigation led by the FBI that MPD was not a part of. So that's number one. The second piece is that we were led to that house that you mentioned.
So the FBI investigation, then DC police led there, saying that they got a tip that there was biohazardous material at the house. This is on the 400 block of 6th Street in the southeast quadrant of DC. Now today, police confirms the medical examiner determined they were fetuses, 5 of them. MPD has determined the fetuses have been aborted in accordance with DC law and indicated that the real focus of their investigation is how they got there. Lauren Handy has been on Fox 5's air before here advocating against abortion. She spoke with us in 2017 while protesting a clinic in Montgomery County, Maryland, just outside of D.C. Now, Handy is listed as the director of activism with a group called Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising Group. That group telling me tonight that they'll have more to say about all of this in a press release that might come today, but they also announced they might have a press conference next week. The only charges that Handy faces tonight, we have to emphasize, are from that federal case. Nothing with the discovery of these fetuses today. Certainly will continue following this investigation.
David, I know this is a kind of tough question to answer, but is there a reason that she was keeping them? Are we learning more about that? I think that's the main question that everyone is wondering as they watch this.
Yeah, still have to emphasize, very early on in this investigation, we do not have any indication of why they were in the home. So certainly MPD here in DC says that's something they're going to continue to investigate. I did get a chance to exchange a couple of messages with her, asking her if she had any comment. She said, quote, "I can't comment publicly right now. Sorry, it's not exactly what you want, but it's the best I can do. God bless," she said, end quote. So certainly we have a lot more questions that we hope to get answers to in the coming days and weeks.
And no arrests at this time, but in speaking with experts, do they say that there is probable cause for charges to come up against her?
Well, at this point, we have not confirmed that. Again, the only thing that D.C. police has said is that the fetuses that were in the home were aborted in accordance with D.C. law. The real focus of the investigation right now is really how they got into her home. And it's unclear exactly sort of what the order of operations from that perspective was, but DC police have emphasized that it's very early in this investigation, so they certainly have a lot more that they want to find out as well.
All right, Fox 5's David Kaplan live for us tonight in DC. We appreciate it. And so, as we said, we'll be tracking that story along with all of the other top stories of the day. Definitely a bizarre one coming out of Southeast D.C. Well, we want to move into some of the other stories of the day, including the latest between Russia and Ukraine as war continues to escalate, and opportunities for aid also continue to escalate right here in the U.S. As we'll be speaking with our reporters out in Houston, many of those communities preparing for a wave of refugees from Ukraine to come and seek refuge in Texas. But first, the latest, an update on the war underway from Fox 13 in Tampa.
As Russia continues to attack Ukraine, the war and the sanctions continue to drive up gas prices. President Biden now is taking action to boost oil supply and try to keep those prices in check. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is tracking the war and the new strategy now in Washington. Craig, what's happening?
Well, of course, they're linked because all these hopes for a ceasefire that were developing on Tuesday of this week, the past couple of days have dampened significantly because Russia's not true to its word after saying that it would step back its operation through northern Ukraine and instead has stepped up shelling of Kyiv and Chernihiv and other parts of Ukraine where it said it would ease up. And with that, that's an indication that the war will continue to grind on for some time. And that's why the president is taking additional action to release much more oil from our nation's strategic reserve and do it on a continuing basis. And at the same time, pressing more oil companies to expand drilling on the 23 million acres of public land that have already been approved for drilling. Gas prices shot up because the pandemic eased. There's a lot of pent-up demand. People were eager to get out and travel, and that drove up demand for oil while the oil companies had cut way back on supply. And then Vladimir Putin drove up prices much more by invading Ukraine. And in response, we banned Russian oil, and many other nations cut back on it as well. That's how gas prices shot up about $1 this year.
As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising.
Now, some American oil companies are ramping up production to replace Russian oil, but that takes time.
And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall.
And in the meantime, President Biden is releasing 1 million barrels a day from our strategic reserve. That's 1 million barrels a day each day for the next 6 months.
This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall.
And while some American oil producers are increasing production, Biden scolded others that are not. And he called on Congress to push them to drill on public land that's already approved for drilling by charging them if they don't.
Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production.
Now, the president went on to say there's a long-term strategy as well to wean us off of fossil fuel permanently so we don't rely on Russia and instead turn to renewables that can also address the climate crisis as well. But that strategy in itself can be a challenge for getting the oil producers to drill on those 23 million acres that have already been approved, because one of the big challenges is to obtain the financing needed in order to maintain those operations. And as long as U.S. policy is to move away from fossil fuel over the course of time, it can depress interest in investing to get those oil operations up and running, which is one of the challenges the administration is dealing with. And by the way, 1 million barrels a day from the strategic reserve certainly is significant in the sense that it represents around 5% of U.S. demand, around 1% of global demand. Again, that is not insignificant, but it also is just a small part of what needs to be done to ramp up supply to address the crisis.
Yeah, the world burns through about 100 million barrels every day. Craig, let's talk about the war itself. Are we seeing any significant changes in Russia's strategy, its invasion, and after 36 days now of this, any positive developments?
Not much. There is one in the Chernobyl nuclear waste site, because Ukraine is reporting that the Russian invaders have finally moved away from that. Now, that could be in response to the international atomic scientists who have arrived and warned Russia that they're putting all of Europe at risk of a radiological disaster. So there's movement away from that particular site. But Vladimir Putin also doubled down, saying there would be no stop to the attacks on Mariupol to the south until the resistance surrenders. And based on a NATO analysis, they are seeing stepped up shelling on the major cities, including Kharkiv and Crude. And they also are seeing a repositioning, suggesting that another major offensive may be in the works.
All right. Thanks for staying on top of it for us, Craig Patrick.
So Fox 13, of course, saying not a lot of positives when it comes to the war front of the situation in Ukraine, but there are positives when it comes to people lending a hand when it comes to the humanitarian crisis underway. We've been telling you stories of companies and organizations getting donations together and sending them out to Ukraine, sending them to Poland. Well, there's a woman out in Houston who's taking it into her own hands and literally flying over to Warsaw to help out. Fox 26's Natalie He actually was able to speak with her one-on-one. Natalie, what's she have to say, and why is she doing this?
Well, Daytona, she is actually flying out tomorrow afternoon, and not just by herself. She's packed her bags with 250 pounds of supplies, essential supplies, medical supplies, and she's also raised more than $10,000 to provide additional relief aid. She's working with several different organizations, and she took time off work. She's leaving her kid behind. She's going to be over there for the next 3 weeks, and she tells us she's really doing this because her family was once former refugees themselves. So she considers this paying homage to that.
I'm leaving to Warsaw tomorrow.
Now Lukosavic's bags are packed, and she's ready for what's likely to be an emotional journey back to Poland to help with the refugee crisis.
That this right here means you are loved in Ukrainian.
Over the last 2 weeks, Nell has collected essential supplies and donations with the help of social media.
I raised about $10,000. I'm flying over. It's exactly the 250-pound excess baggage limit. Baby formula, diapers, feminine products, different items for kids, Band-Aids, things like that.
Fluent in Polish and proficient in Ukrainian, Nell's multilingual skills makes her the perfect volunteer, not to mention her soft spot for refugees.
My family has survived World War II and Soviet occupation and all the things that Poland went through for all these decades. And my family's been in that same position before of having to flee and be refugees in other areas. And they always found kindness in people that would take them in and help. So I figure this is kind of the 40 years later, you know, my turn to really kind of pay it back and pay it forward.
This is our double spilled Slava Ukraini. It is a pineapple, tangerine, and banana spilled. Spilled is actually our most popular series of beers.
Joining Houston's ongoing fundraising efforts is Urban South Brewery in the Heights, with the launch of their latest beer honoring Ukraine starting Thursday evening.
100% of the proceeds, we're not keeping anything in-house. We're sending it all to the International Rescue Committee to support their humanitarian efforts in Ukraine.
Now those beers go on pre-sale starting tonight in just about an hour or less than that, and they'll be starting to be served in that tap room starting at noon tomorrow. Daytona.
Fox 26's Natalie He live for us in Houston tonight. We appreciate it, and safe travels to her as she makes her way to Poland. Do we know how long she plans on staying for?
Right now, her current plan is to be there for at least 3 weeks. She's been training with certain volunteer organizations for the last several weeks and really been preparing for this. As you heard in the story, she is multilingual, so she does have a certain skill set that is going to be really helpful to helping out with those refugees over there at Daytona.
Yeah, that is just amazing to hear. Thank you so much. And the stories like that continue to be flooding in here as we take you through the latest updates from Ukraine. The humanitarian crisis is a problem, and there's lots of pastors who are being deployed out there. Many of the organizations we've spoken with in the past are sending people out too. So there's a continued need for resources, for help. There's a food shortage for all of the refugees that are flying into Poland and everything that you can imagine, medical resources, supplies. So hopefully we'll be hearing more about the successes of her work along with many of these organizations and companies who are lending hand too. Well, one of the runoffs of the war is inflation. We've heard that word once or twice in our time here. Fox 13 in Tampa with more about this record inflation we're seeing right here at home.
Hi, everyone. Let's start with cars. New car prices, they continue to soar. A record 82% of buyers paid above sticker prices in January, compared to 2.8% paying higher than sticker a year ago. Now, across all makes, new car buyers paid an average of about $728 above the manufacturer's suggested retail price. The average price was roughly $45,000. The highest makes on markup included Cadillac, Land Rover, Kia, Honda, Toyota, and GMC. Now, nearly 1.7 million homes, they're sitting empty here in Florida. That's more than anywhere else in the country. That's all according to a new Lending Tree study of home vacancies across the United States. Of the more than 16 million homes left empty of residents in the U.S., the largest number is here in Florida, with almost 1.7 million houses in the Sunshine State sitting vacant. Here are the other top 5 states for home vacancies across the country. In case you are curious, after Florida, it's California, Texas, New York, and Michigan. The high number of vacant homes in the U.S., of course, comes as home prices continue to rise alongside rental price increases that have continued now for more than a year. People just can't afford the homes that are available. And speaking of that, running out of money before payday, it's reality for 1 in 5 Americans. A new survey from Salary Finance says 20% of workers are out of cash in between paychecks. The elimination of COVID programs such as student loan forgiveness and the enhanced child tax credit, the high cost of property, and a record high inflation worsened by the escalating war in Ukraine are likely the root causes for the highest percentage of financial stress in the 4 years that this particular company has been conducting their survey. So could the whole semiconductor, the chip shortage, microchip shortage be easing? Could that help at least with car prices? What's the solution? And will it actually be a light at the end of the tunnel? That's all coming your way at 5. See you then.
Well, it may not be 5 o'clock, but we do have all of those answers for you once again with Fox 13. So, Rabani, breaking it all down, as we know, chip shortages have been a problem not just since the war started, but also before that, too. Take a listen.
Hi, everyone. Before the pandemic and the supply chain crisis, you might not have been all that familiar with semiconductors, or microchips as they're more commonly called, but now we talk about it a lot. They are a critical component to efficiently powering countless objects, things we use every day: cell phones, computers, cars, washing machines. They can't function without them. The plants that manufacture semiconductors and the material necessary to make them have really been upended by pandemic restrictions, which have created worker and supply shortages, resulting in fewer chips being made over the last 2 years. And that has really put a strain on electronic and automotive companies because they have fewer products to sell. And that in turn causes the price to skyrocket for all of us. But simply ramping up semiconductor production, it's not easy because the process to make them is pretty intensive.
1,000 process steps long, 90 days to create the fully featured semiconductors that we sell.
U.S. semiconductor manufacturing has taken a nosedive over the last 2 decades, creating a large dependence on foreign-made parts. In the 90s, it used to be that the U.S. manufactured 37% of the world's chips. Today, that's down to 12%. But there is a possibility that that could change. Here's why. The Senate on Monday approved a bill that would invest $52 billion in semiconductor manufacturing and research here in the U.S. The House will now mull over that, decide whether to pass or amend it. And the car industry could certainly use the help, right? Well, semiconductor company Intel, they're also looking to help solve this chip shortage, investing more than $20 billion to build a couple new factories in Ohio. They're expected to start producing chips by 2025, so we're going to have to wait a little bit longer. I'm Sorbani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
And coming up after the break, we speak with our own economists about what's next for American consumers when it comes to buying homes and when it comes to even going to the grocery store, rising prices. That conversation after the break. Inflation hitting levels we haven't seen in nearly 4 decades. Annual inflation hitting 5.4. That's the highest level since 1983. Unusually high consumer demand, widespread supply disruptions, and worker shortages, all adding fuel to the increasingly rising prices that I think everyone has been seeing, whether it be at the grocery store or at the pump. To talk more about this, I want to bring in economist David Ragland. David, thanks for being with us here. I wish I had better news, but still not great news. Is there relief in the future for Americans?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, inflation is one of those things that
is driven, as we've talked about before, by two specific components. Number one is excessive demand, and number two is supply constraints. So the demand, excessive demand, was created by a lot of fiscal stimulus that was put into the economy through stimulus checks, rent abatement, extra unemployment, extra child care credit dollars. So those programs have now started to come off. So stimulus payments were early last year. Late last year, the unemployment benefits were terminated. At the beginning of the year, the rent abatement changed as well. So what's happened now is all that extra stimulus that's in the economy that was in people's pockets has now started to fade. Those programs usually take 6 to 12 months for that cash to be spent through the economy. So as we see that, we're starting to see people with less money in their pockets to buy merchandise, which reduces supply, number one. And number two is, as they have less in their pocket, what are they doing? They're going back to work slowly. We all want immediate gratification and say, hey, we want this inflation to stop right now, but it's something that's going to be with us probably a lot of 2022 from this standpoint. Later in the year, we'll probably start seeing a little bit better numbers simply because the way the year-on-year numbers are calculated.
Okay, so that's what I was going to ask you. There continues to be major worker shortages, especially in specific industries, but you're saying that could vastly change by the end of the year when everyone really does run out of money.
Exactly. I mean, people go to work. Two things. Number one is when they need a paycheck because unemployment is gone or the extra unemployment is gone and their bank account is now down. And number two is when there are child care facilities. I mean, now that things are getting better with regards to child care, we can have that parent that was at home with children be able to enter the workforce. And as you know, you don't necessarily get a job tomorrow and start the next day. It's a process that you go through. It may take 2 weeks, it may take 2 months to find the job that you want. And so that's going to trickle in to the economy. Then that person, they start a new job, they don't immediately become productive. It's 2 weeks, it's 2 months before their productivity actually shows up in the actual supply chain.
Well, let's get into this next story here because we have new numbers on this front, too. The cost of buying homes jumping sharply in the last 2 years. Anyone who's been trying to buy a home could see that. Now mortgage rates are making it even more expensive to buy a home. The average rate for a 30-year mortgage jumped to 4.67% this week, which is up from the rate last week at 4.42%. That's according to mortgage loan company Freddie Mac. Increase obviously due to inflation, rising inflation, and then we're also attributing some of this to the war. And I want to ask you about that in general. Are we attributing too much of our economic issues to the situation underway in Ukraine, or is that just?
I think a part of it is certainly just because when you do have supply constraints that are related to, basic food, wheat. Ukraine is a massive producer of wheat and other raw materials. So that is going to impact the economy. But really, when you look at mortgage rates, they've jumped from the low 3% at the beginning of the year to, as you said, 4.64%. I've actually seen clients bring 30-year mortgage application to me where they're getting close to 5% in some circumstances. So obviously what that's going to do, again, goes back to our basic economics is that when the payment goes up enough, the buyer feels the pinch. And so that incremental buyer says, hey, I'm not going to go out and look for that home and buy that home or overbid for that home because economically I just can't afford it. That's number one. But one thing that people may not be considering is that the eventual supply constraints on resales. What do I mean by that? Hey, I've got my home. I'm in a 15-year mortgage and my mortgage rate is 2.15%. So now I have such a low loan interest rate that it acts as a constrictor to me. I'm not going to go sell my house and buy another house because the mortgage rate would be so much higher to pay. So you're all of a sudden going to see people staying in homes more than they did before, because before I could sell it at 2.15, get another rate at 2.25, let's say. Now, if I sell it at 2.15, I'm going to be paying close to 4%. That's going to put the brakes on me selling. So that's going to impact us, not today, but maybe 6 months from now, 24 months from now.
Do you see that changing anytime soon? Do you see inflation going down? Do you see these rates going down?
Well, I think that we are maybe past the period of time of ultra low interest rates. You know, for the last 20 years, we have been importing low inflation rates. You know, we've been importing goods from overseas. So we've been paying workers at very low hourly rates to produce goods. As we start to onshore manufacturing and bring supply chains back into the United States, you're going to be paying a higher wage. And so that higher wage is going to create a higher level of overall inflation. You may not get below the 2% where you were, and you may be closer to a 2.5%, 3% on a standardized basis. So do I think inflation is going to come down? Yes, I do. Do I think it's going to go all the way back down? The rates are going to go all the way back down to where we were? I don't, because of onshoring of supply chains. And number two is we got to remember the Fed has been buying a lot of mortgage-backed securities, which has kept rates very low.
I want to talk more about the Fed's response to all of this. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year Treasury yields inverted on Tuesday for the first time since 2019. Some saying that the Federal Reserve's aggressive approach to fighting inflation is too aggressive and is actually causing a slowdown that is going to hurt us in the future. Would you agree with that?
Well, the inversion is certainly a warning sign for us. Most recessions have been preceded by an inversion in the 2 versus the 10-year. But I did read something over the weekend that was very interesting, that maybe the 10-year is a little bit artificially low from all the bond buying that was done during this period of time. So once the Fed stops buying treasuries, maybe the rates will inch up. And so I'm cautious to say, hey, we're going to have a recession simply because of the inversion of the 2 and 10 at this point in time. I'd rather get 3 months, 6 months out from now to see if that really sustains itself, if the inversion sustains itself, for me to feel more comfortable saying, hey, we've got a true inversion, and hey, that's a real warning sign for a recession. And typically the inversion happens 6 to 12 months before we actually enter into recession. So I think that's another thing that's worth noting, is just because we get an inversion today doesn't mean we're going to have a recession tomorrow.
Well, not to get too deep into the latest from President Biden, but he says that he is going to be releasing 1 million barrels of gas per day and calling this release unprecedented. Do you think it's going to have the effect that the Biden administration is hoping for? And do you think Americans are going to be seeing relief at the pump?
Well, I think certainly short term, you know, the release being on a consistent 1 million barrels per day for a substantial period of time will give the market the amount of extra oil that may slow the momentum of price increases. You know, we were over up to $130 per barrel, and oil was substantially below that today. So obviously part of it is a psychological factor as far as trying to tame them.
Okay, great conversation there. We're going to break in, though. We'll talk about a lot of economic news a little bit later on. We do have some breaking news, though, out of the Los Angeles area, specifically in Whittier. Whittier police are now saying they are pursuing this stolen vehicle right here. We're also learning California Highway Patrol is in pursuit. So that black SUV there, and we've been kind of monitoring it before we took it live off camera, but it has been going very, very fast. We're learning that this is a stolen vehicle there in the Los Angeles area, and so Fox 11 is overhead in the chopper as we continue to follow this. You can see it's going very, very fast. Look how fast it's going there. Basically in the other lane, in oncoming traffic, blowing through stop signs, red lights, and the like. This is very dangerous, these chases. put a lot of other drivers in harm's way. This is in the Pasadena area, to be more specific. We can't necessarily see many of the police cruisers who are responding, but you can see how fast this black SUV is going, weaving in and out of traffic. And I know we cover a lot of police chases here on Live Now from Fox, but this one seems to be quite erratic, quite fast. It's not abiding by any traffic laws. Of course, we're learning, though, that this is possibly a suspect who stole this vehicle and potentially assaulted a sheriff's deputy. That's what we're learning from local reporting. We're going to keep on this here. We're going to see if our affiliate in Los Angeles, Fox 11, is also on this as well. But we're going to keep it here as we watch this black SUV weave in and out of traffic, go over the double yellow line into oncoming traffic, which is very, very dangerous, blow by red lights and stop signs that we have already seen as well. So hopefully we could get kind of a better view as they zoom back in. There we see finally a police cruiser in pursuit. We know they are pursuing both California Highway Patrol and Whittier PD. All right, we have an officer out of the vehicle with his weapon drawn. This has escalated very, very fast. More police cruisers pulling up and getting out of their vehicle. That black SUV now in this driveway here. Viewer discretion is advised as now police are pursuing the suspect on foot. We're going to keep over this, but just remember things are very kind of volatile in these types of situations. You never know what is going to happen, so viewer discretion is advised. But it does look like Fox 11 in Los Angeles is also tracking this as well. We kind of lost sight of those officers chasing the suspect on foot. Actually, there, the suspect now in custody. So we didn't necessarily get to see the initial takedown of the suspect, but now 3 officers have him cuffed. So a pretty quick resolution to this, but you saw, and we saw as well, just how fast this driver was going through the streets near Pasadena, near Whittier, and so there they will take him into custody. A pretty quick resolution to this police chase. More officers on the scene, and they will no doubt book him. But police chases are always different. Each and every one has their own hallmarks and characteristics. This one, we watched just the very, very fast speeds, weaving in and out of traffic, pulling into that driveway, getting out of the vehicle, police pursuing on foot, and now being taken into custody there. All right, we are going to be moving on to some of these other top headlines on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, there was a big launch from Blue Origin today down in Texas. We'll have the latest on what this launch means, who went up in the launch, and so much more in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, earlier today in Van Horn, Texas, that's in West Texas, Blue Origin launched yet another space capsule. More participants went into orbit there. We're going to show you the launch, then we're going to get an update live from down on the ground about what this means for Blue Origin and for passenger space travel. Here's this launch from earlier.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Command engine start. 2, 1, 0. And liftoff. Shepard cleared the tower.
And liftoff. Mission Control has confirmed New Shepard has cleared the tower and is on its way to space with our 4th human flight crew.
Godspeed, New Shepard. Godspeed, the Roaring 20s. Enjoy this ride.
You can see on the lower left-hand side of your screen, we are gaining speed as New Shepard lifts off towards space. That beautiful burn on that BE-3 engine lifting New Shepard towards space.
As we hit T plus 55 seconds, we will enter max Q, the point where aerodynamic stress on the vehicle is at its maximum. We just confirmed max Q, and that BE-3 engine doing some work, 8,000 horsepower equivalent of it to produce 110,000 pounds of thrust on its way to space. We have a beautiful shot of the BE-3 engine there and its colorless exhaust. That's what happens when you mix liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. That is steam powering the rocket all the way up to the top. Here in 20 seconds, the BE-3 will throttle back, shut down, and will reach main engine cutoff. Stay tuned. There it is. Miko, way to go, BE-3. Thank you for powering our astronauts to space.
That was our main engine cutoff. Shortly here, we'll see separation of the crew capsule and the booster. At this point, our Capcom Kevin Sprogg will momentarily cue the astronauts to unbuckle their harnesses and start floating around the capsule. Welcome to Zero Gravity, Gary Lai and crew of the Roaring 20s.
Okay, so we just wanted to show you the launch there from Van Horn earlier. Of course, that leads us into our next live report from down on the ground in West Texas, right outside of the launch site, because, of course, Jeff Bezos leading Blue Origin in the space race. It continues among private companies. 6 passengers there today on the New Shepard capsule successfully flew to space and returned to Earth this morning. Joining me now to discuss all of that, she was there, saw it live, Fox's Ashley Soriano. Ashley, good to see you. What do we know about this particular launch, and what does it portend for the future?
good afternoon, Andrew. Well, I was just a few miles away from the rocket launch itself, just over that way, and it was a beautiful morning. You could hear a sonic boom, and if you weren't expecting it, it could really catch you off guard. Now, as you mentioned, 6 passengers were on board, one of them Blue Origin's one of their engineers, along with 5 paying passengers. The flight carried the crew 62 miles above Earth, lasting about 11 minutes. Saturday Night Live comedian Pete Davidson was supposed to join them, but he dropped out because of a scheduling conflict. The flight was rescheduled a couple of times, but ended up successful, and it sure seems like the passengers enjoyed it.
Going up, I was thinking it was going to be 50% weightlessness and 50% the view. When we got up there, it became 5% the weightlessness and 95% the view. All of America's got to get caught up to this, and we need a lot of people up here. I'm still stunned for words.
These missions require a lot of planning and plenty of engineers behind the scenes, but this time one of them got to be on the inside.
I felt my skin pulling taut, and I think more dramatic than even the 0G was the throttle back from 3G. So it was intense, and I did get a little bit of a feeling of vertigo.
Blue Origin hasn't said how much tickets cost, but its rival Virgin Galactic charges nearly $500,000 for a seat on one of its flights. Andrew.
You know, Ashley, you were there today. Give us a sense of who else did you talk to? Were there a lot of people who just came to watch, residents of Van Horn, other people from out of town just to catch a glimpse of this?
Well, you know what? I attended the very first Blue Origin launch last summer, and the entire road leading up to the site where I'm at right now, there were probably hundreds of people in cars lined along. Well, this time looked very different. This is the 4th launch, so I counted maybe about 20 people who were here lined along the road, and I spoke to them, asked them, where are you guys coming in from? There were a handful from the Van Horn area or El Paso, which isn't too far within driving distance, but I did speak to a few others who were from Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, and get this, Holland and Poland. Now, they were heading to other destinations, but they heard about the launch and figured they would just stop by.
Oh, that's so cool. Ashley Soriano there live for us in West Texas. Thanks for bringing us that story. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to just hear from those 6 astronauts, 6 passengers on the launch today, talking about their experience. Reporters got to ask them questions in this new era of passenger space travel. Let's have a listen.
With Club for the Future as well. Thank you so much.
It's an incredible relationship.
You've set a very new high bar for anniversary presents, I'm afraid, for everyone here listening. So next up is Katie Donworth from Purdue University. Katie.
Hi, Mark and Sharon, another question for you. Mark, what does it mean for you to be a Purdue Boilermaker as you made this giant leap into space?
Oh my
and
gosh.
Sharon, how will today's experience change your Space Kids curriculum?
I'm so proud of Purdue University, the cradle of astronauts. I was told that I'm now number 29 astronauts that have graduated from Purdue University. It gave me a background, not so much in the field that I majored in, but it taught me how to think. It taught me how to be a person. It taught me how to grow up and to solve problems. Purdue is an incredible university with incredible history.
Sharon?
Well, I think with Space Kids Global, we had an opportunity to speak with people for your STEAM Day, Space Day at Purdue, and this is just going to put another layer on top of it. And if I thought the kids were excited before, they're going to be blown away today.
Thanks, Sharon. Next up is Mike Wall from Space.com. Mike?
Thank you all. Yeah, this is just a quick one. Jim, you took a Ukrainian flag with you, and you said it was close to your heart. Could you just kind of expand on that a little bit? And you have been to that country, and what are your thoughts looking down? I mean, you can't see all the details from up there, obviously, but just sort of knowing what's going on down there, could you just talk about what was going through your head a little bit?
Yeah, I took all of my passports with me, represented all 193 countries, and I did get to spend some time in Ukraine about 5 years ago. So in my passport, I brought both the Ukrainian and the American flags, and I released them, just paying my respects to the situation that's occurring there now, and just to let them know that our hearts collectively are with them. And this, you know, what you saw from the edge of space was a big, beautiful, borderless planet. We're all just people. The 6 of us are people. The people that are watching this are just people. We're governed by different, you know, leadership structures and different governments and different borders, but we're all just human. And so I just wanted to express some humanity on this flight and let them know that we were mindful of what's occurring around us.
Very well said.
Thank you, Jim. Next up is Jeff Chamber from Worcester Telegram. Jeff?
Hi, thanks for taking questions. I appreciate it. Marty, I was listening to the live stream today and they mentioned something about you not having issues with allergies. I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit.
Allergies?
Yeah, you're
No, I've had more allergies being in the desert of Texas, I guess. No allergies up in space. At least none that I'm aware of.
We're glad the allergies didn't hold you back, those West Texas allergies. Next up is Marcia Smith again with one more question. Marcia?
Thanks so much for letting me ask a second question. And I'm wondering, Jackie, if you or Gary can talk about why there was such a long delay. And is there a limit on how long you can wait? I mean, are there consumables in the capsule, like air, that, you know, like an hour is the maximum? What is the maximum that you can have one of these delays? And I'm curious whether or not the crew, I gather you didn't know exactly what was going on, but did you know that they had put the crew access arm back in place? Can you feel that? You know, it's a touched capsule and you feel it. So did you know they put it back in place? Because we thought you were going to scrub.
Yeah, I can answer that. So Capcom was keeping us informed of some of the details, and our understanding is that they just needed some additional time to investigate the performance of the radio system that downlinks data from the vehicle. There was never any danger. It was just needed a little bit more time to look at the performance. And in terms of your question on holds, it really depends on when the hold occurs. The vehicle can hold indefinitely early in the count. As you get later and later in the count, the amount of hold time decreases, but we still had margin with the amount of time, about 45 minutes that we held. And it's really about managing temperatures. We could have stayed in the cabin for hours, but it's really the temperatures in the booster.
Great. Thank you, Gary. Irene Klotz, again from Aviation Week. Hi, Irene.
This may be a question for you, actually. It looked just from the video that there was quite a bit more dust kicked up at the capsule landing. Just wanted to check if there was anything out of family at all, anything that's going to need to be looked at from that, or was it just you guys just picked a really dry patch to come home to?
Well, it's the desert, so there is always a lot of dust, and the retro rocket system does kick up a lot of dust. I have not heard anything that was unusual about this flight. I never experienced it myself, and it was you know, the retro rocket system certainly didn't cause any pain. It was sudden. But like with every flight, the Blue Origin, the New Shepard staff pour over the data exhaustively. They spend over a week looking at every single measurement from every single sensor. So if there was something unusual, we definitely find it very soon.
Oh, next up is Issam Ahmed from AFP.
Issam? Hi, this is for Gary. Thank you for doing this and congratulations to everyone. For Gary, we were just actually wondering, you just mentioned the temperatures in the capsule when you were on hold. Is there a cooling system inside the capsule for such situations? Because you know, out there in the desert, it does get a little hot. And the other thing I was wondering was, you did sort of allude to potential improvements. Can you give us a hint about specifics that you might think about moving forward? Thanks.
Sure. The cabin has the cabin has a full environmental control system that cools it down, that takes out moisture, so controls relative humidity, and then also takes out carbon dioxide. So we could have been in there for hours. That is not an issue. In terms of the improvements, so we have a long string of improvements planned. Most of them are around what you'll see from New Shepard in the future are under the hood. There will not be a lot of very obvious improvements that most of our customers will notice, but we will get increasingly faster and faster in turning around the vehicle at lower and lower cost in the future, so that more and more people can experience what we experience today. And that is really the entire purpose of the New Shepard program. It is to learn how to make spaceflight incredibly safe, low cost, and routine, and to take those lessons to put them into the other programs, New Glenn, and to build the road to space. And so someday you're going to see us launching every single week.
Thanks, Gary. Thank you all so much for your questions. That's all the time that our illustrious astronauts have today. But huge congratulations to you all. Thank you all so much. And until next time.
Thank you.
Okay, there, members of the launch today, 6 of them, including one couple who were treating themselves on their anniversary. Could you even imagine going up into space today, coming back down with this Blue Origin launch? We'll hopefully have more space stories when the era of passenger spaceflight is upon us. Of course, we're going to take just a quick commercial break. I just want to tell you what we're kind of tracking at this hour. It's a little bit after 4 o'clock here. There is some severe weather in the Northeast, specifically near parts of Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey, also central New York there as well. This is a live now look out of Frederick, Maryland at the moment. You can see some of the storm clouds with the sunset in the distance. It's a pretty beautiful shot, although a storm probably coming that way. If we do get any reports of severe weather in the Northeast or any live looks from there, we'll bring them to you here on Live Now. We're going to take a quick commercial break. Lots more stories left to get to on this Thursday. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're still tracking some of this nasty weather up in the northeast parts of Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and Maryland getting some of the brunt of this severe weather. You can see it's kind of moving through Frederick, Maryland at the moment. Take a look at that. Storm clouds there. We were taking a look at the sunset now being obscured by some of these storm clouds. So we'll be monitoring this here on Live Now from Fox throughout the evening. It's been a couple of busy days with a lot of severe weather in the country. Right now, though, let's hear from President Biden taking the time today, posting a video on his Twitter account talking about transgender Americans on Transgender Visibility Day. Here are those remarks.
Visibility. I want you to know that your president sees you. Jill, Kamala, Doug, our entire administration sees you for who you are, made in the image of God and deserving of dignity, respect, and support. But we know it's hard when there are those out there who don't see you and don't respect you. For example, the onslaught of anti-transgender state laws attacking you and your families is simply wrong. This administration is standing up for you against all these hateful bills. And we're committed to advancing transgender equality in the classroom, on the playing field, at work, in our military, in our housing and healthcare systems, everywhere, simply everywhere. Today, we're announcing even more steps, but there's always more work to do to end the epidemic of violence against transgender women of color and girls of color, to ensure transgender seniors can age with dignity, and to finally pass a bipartisan Equality Act, to help transgender persons around the world live free from discrimination and violence. Above all, to be there with you. To parents of transgender children, affirming your child's identity is one of the most powerful things you can do to keep them safe and healthy. To any transgender American who's struggling, please know that you're not alone. To parents and children alike, please ask for help and know this: you're so brave, you belong, and we have your back. God bless you all. Be brave.
President Biden there with a message to transgender Americans. And we all know, especially here at Live Now, the hot button issue that transgender politics has taken the country by storm, especially regarding women's sports, transgender discrimination in the workplace, and so much more. Well, earlier today in Florida, Education Secretary Miguel Cardona going to a school, meeting with transgender students, their parents, and so much more, talking about what the priorities are at the Education Department to make their experience in the classroom more equitable. Let's have a listen.
Hi, my name is Dempsey Jara. I am 10 years old and I use she, her pronouns.
And go ahead, tell them a little bit about what the sports ban means to you, the Don't Say Gay bill.
Okay, so the sports ban is really getting to me now because I am a transgender girl and I'm the fastest girl in my whole school. And when I go into 6th grade, I might have to play on the boys' team, which I think is not okay at all because I just want to be who I am and I just want to run. I just want to run on the team I want to be on. And, you know, it's very sad that this already passed. I don't understand why people, like, especially adults, are trying to erase my identity. It feels like I'm not even here. I just want to play on the sports team I want to because that's who I am and I want to be on that team. And it's not okay.
Thank you, Dempsey. Good job. That was awesome.
Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much, Secretary Cardona, for being here. Thank you so much for that amazing testimony. We do say gay here in Central Florida. We do understand and include all of our LGBTQ communities. Our schools need to be open and inclusive. And sadly, we saw Governor DeSantis in the legislature really attack that identity. When I think back to this was the site of one of the worst hate crimes in the history of our nation with the Pulse nightclub shooting and then with our community coming together, fundamentally changing for the better to be an open, inclusive, that this is a slap in the face to so many. But we're not going to stand down as we see hate coming from Tallahassee. We're going to fight. We're going to fight from Washington with our elected representatives and with our ability through civil rights to push back on the attack on so many LGBTQ families. We heard from parents. We heard from students. We heard from teachers. And I am so proud of our U.S. Education Secretary, Miguel Cardona, for being here to stand with these families. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, and welcome to Central Florida.
Glad to be here.
Oh, sure, sure. I'm here as a parent and as a mother to a beautiful child, and also as a public school teacher. This bill is not about indoctrinating children to become transgender. This is about pretending that LGBTQ students do not exist. They do exist, they're here, and for many of my students, the only safe space they have is my classroom. And this bill takes that away. And I won't stand for it as a parent, and I won't stand for it as a teacher. So.
Thank you.
Thank you so
much.
much.
Thank you, Dempsey. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Happy Transgender Day of Visibility. Thank you for the invitation, Representative Soto. To the students and the parents, I hear you, I see you, and we've got your back. At the end of the day, as a father myself, all we want is for our children to go to school safe, be recognized for who they are, and not have to pretend. You know, for some people who are so against masks, why are we asking our children to mask who they are? We need to support all children for who they are. We need to create learning environments where all students, all educators feel valued. I've heard from Florida teachers who are gay who say they can't even put pictures of their family up in their classroom. This is unacceptable. All students deserve to be seen. All families deserve to be seen and recognized as special in who they are. So I'm here today not only to acknowledge Transgender Day of Visibility, but also to show support loudly and proudly to all the students and families who are feeling a little bit marginalized today, a little bit more marginalized than they were before. At a time where this country needs healing and coming together, unfortunately we have policy that's aimed to divide our country, and we're not going to stand for it. I want the students to know, on behalf of the Biden-Harris team, we've got your back, and we're happy to take questions. Thank you.
How is the department going to monitor the situation, as you said would be?
Sure. So, you know, we have the Office for Civil Rights, and you know, at this point, that office is designed to make sure that the civil rights of students is being protected. So, if in the implementation we received requests for investigations, we will thoroughly investigate.
What's the next step? So I know that you're monitoring the situation. We've heard advocacy groups say that they plan to file lawsuits. Gathering this information from the discussions today, where do we take this? What's next?
You know, it's really premature for me to talk about a lawsuit that might be filed in the future. What I want to do today, my visit today, is to let students like Dempsey know, and Dempsey's mom know, we hear you, we see you, and you matter. You know, if in the implementation of this, there are concerns that are expressed to us, we'll look at those. But I'm not going to be here judging prematurely. I've met so many amazing educators here in Florida who care about children, leaders who care about the environment, the school environment, the culture, and the climate of the environment. So, you know, we're going to announce today that we stand behind our students and our families, and that they deserve to be respected, just like any other parent wants for their children. So that's what the announcement is today. Obviously, we have the Office for Civil Rights, who's prepared, not only in Florida, wherever. I mean, unfortunately, this is a disturbing trend across the country. And what we want to do is say that we stand behind our students, our families. All students deserve an opportunity to learn in an environment free of discrimination.
We have time for one more question.
Señor secretario, ¿cuál es su opinión acerca de la firma del gobernador?
Secretary of Education there, Miguel Cardona, speaking at this Florida school today, and he was joined by teachers, a transgender student, and the congressman who represents that district. He also took part in a roundtable at the school, talking with school administrators as well about what it means to be transgender in the classroom, especially at such a young age, and what the education department is doing about that. Let's have a listen to some of that roundtable right now.
We know our students need. We know they need additional support after hours. We know their social emotional well-being needs to be cared for, right? So the funds that are being used to make sure they're okay. You know, they're smiling, but they've seen a lot, they've experienced a lot in the last 2 years. So what you've done to provide that support, and I know with Title I funds, you're doubling down on that support that their students need to be successful. So, you know, it's visits like this that keep me going, that keep me inspired, and make me want to fight even more, not only for education funding, but for the respect that our schools deserve in this country. So thank you for having me, and I know I want to thank Congressman Soto also for, you know, being a partner from day one, and really being a strong advocate for students and for schools, and especially at a time where it seems like schools are under attack. It's good to know we have colleagues that not only support American Rescue Plan funds, but also are willing to put their neck out and say, no, we need to support our schools and support our educators. So thank you for the invite.
And thank you, Mr. Secretary. Go Ventura Tigers. Obviously, not only is this my home county, but this is a very special place for us. We're very appreciative of the leadership of Dr. Pace, who has been a wartime general over the last 2 years, helping us through. Thank you, Principal Graham, for your leadership, and to my loving wife. Thank you. An extra special love you. The kids have been through a lot, and the teachers have been through a lot, and so, Mr. Secretary, you said it right. You know what, our partnership between the federal and state governments to make sure the funding is here to empower all of you to help our kids get back on track. I believe in the resiliency of our county, of our students, of our teachers, and so we're here to listen, and we're here to thank you for all the work that you've done so far, and thank you so much for being here as a teacher, then as a principal, then as a state secretary, now as the highest ranking education official in the nation. It is of unending pride that we have you here. And we also have School Board Member Melendez here as well, who has been a great champion. So thank you, School Board Member, for being here too.
Thank you. And Superintendent, would you like to say a few words also?
Well, we just certainly appreciate the leadership that you bring to this work, and also Congressman Soto has been a tremendous partner in this. We have a great group of very dedicated teachers in our community. And so, you know, even in June and July of 2020, it wasn't if we're going back to school, it was how do we do it safely. And our teachers rose to the occasion. They've shown up through it all to do what's best for kids. And I couldn't be more proud of them. The one thing that I do believe that we've lost since that spring of 2020 is that appreciation and respect for the great work that our educators are doing. So I applaud you for your efforts to start to raise that back up. That's our best bet for getting more talented individuals to consider the profession of education, and there's just couldn't be a greater need today than ever before.
Thank you, thank you. And of course, the best job in the business, the principalship, right? Did you want to say a few words before I start with some of the questions?
Of course. Well, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
This is an amazing opportunity, especially as a brand new principal. I'm learning the ropes and learning the ways, and I'm very appreciative of Dr. Pace and Dr. Reyes, who have been guiding me along the path. It has been hard. It has been challenging. I was an assistant principal at a K-8 school, and so I saw families in need and during the pandemic. And the school that I was at, a lot of them lived in hotels. And so I understand being not only a teacher, but a mentor, and their sister, their brother. It's been a challenge, but even coming here, I'm so proud of the teachers, and I'm so blessed to have you here to see the work that we put in, because it's bouncing back has been a challenge, but they've risen to the occasion.
Thank you. So thank you for your leadership, and Soto, thank you for your leadership as well. You know, this is unlike any other time we've had in the past. You know, for those of you that have been in education for a while, we've experienced challenges, but nothing like this. So we have to hit reset. We have to hit reset. And part of the reason why I'm here is because the way you've used American Rescue Plan funds is really getting at what our kids need. They need more intense academic support. They need mental health supports. I know you're doing after-school programming here, expanded summer programming for our students. As educators, what are you finding? How are the kids? Let's start with that. How are the kids? You know, they're smiling, they're happy, but we know that there's greater need. So unpack that a little bit for me. How did you see the kids when they came back, or as they go through the pandemic?
Our guidance counselor, Dr. Ricky Pierre, so I think he can start the conversation.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I would say stressed.
Yeah.
I think the kids in general, they've developed that resiliency, and they find ways to keep it going. So often there are motivators. They've gone through a lot, and you can see it in their faces. So applying the educational stuff, it helps keep their mind going. However, the social emotional part of it is so important, so important. So a hello, how are you? A hug in the morning, a smile, a check-in, it helps tremendously. So I know from experience that the kids have reported that the relational approach is what they value the most.
Probably now more than ever, right?
Oh yeah, now more than ever. And again, we know that at home is difficult. There are certain things that are not, they don't have access to anymore. And we have a Title, we're in a Title I school, so we know a lot of kids are from lower SES homes, and they face some struggles that are unspeakable.
Yeah.
So when they come here, it's like they're safe haven. And I think our teachers have been wonderful at, and they've tried their best to put their own problems aside to welcome the kids and make it a safe place for them to not only learn but grow.
Right.
So I think I'm appreciative of that part, because we do have resilient teachers that are able to open the door and welcome them.
Resiliency is something that stands out. I know when talking to Congressman Soto, the word resiliency came up a lot. And you brought up something that's important. Not only did the kids go through the pandemic, but we all did. Yes. The teachers did. The leaders did, and the parents. So we're all kind of healing together, right? Other experiences, educators, how the students or how your colleagues, impacts of the pandemic.
We have 2 classroom teachers here, kindergarten Ms. Barber and 4th grade Mr. Rearick, so they can give you some insights of that.
Yeah, thank you.
I found that I had to change my mindset at the beginning of the school year, because I think I spent all year prepping, like, what am I going to teach? What am I going to do? What standards are important? And after and during the pandemic, I've taught year-round, even all of the summer programs. And when I came back, I had to rethink, because I had to put the academics to the side and develop those relationships and figure out those needs in my families. Like, I find myself responding to families at 9 o'clock at night, 5 o'clock in the morning, because it's what they need. They need to know that I'm going to be here. They need to know that this is what's happening with our family. Like, my child needs extra love. Like, if I didn't spend the majority of the beginning of the school year developing those relationships with my kids and their families, that helped me understand the bigger picture, so then I could teach their child better and make sure that the growth or the lack of growth that they don't have, that I can figure out how to make that up in a short amount of time that I have, to make sure that I have their child, any child, ready for where they need to be going forward.
You got to meet them where they are, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that like teaching 101? Meet them where they are. You got to start with where they are. And what I heard from you is, like, we'll get to the academics, but if your emotional bandwidth is diminished, you're not going to be able to learn.
Yeah.
So, a good teacher says, let me connect. I was once told, when I was student teaching, I had a special education teacher tell me, Miguel, you teach kids, not curriculum. And that stuck with me, because it's about relationships, and you just, now more than ever, right, you're finding that. How about you?
It's a tricky thing. So the relationship part is key, and we can talk a lot about that. And the sad part is that they need it so much post-pandemic, when they've gotten to spend so much time with their families, and they still have this deep need for external comfort from their teachers and external.
Okay, Miguel Cardona is the Secretary of Education. He's participating in this roundtable at this Florida school earlier today on Transgender Day of Visibility, talking about the needs that transgender students have in the classroom. He was speaking with teachers there, school administrators. We know transgender Americans and the issues they face are quite the hot button issue right now. You see it in so many different headlines and parts of society, especially when it comes to trans women participating in female sports. That has become a hot button issue as well. We're going to move away from this right now. We're still tracking some of the nasty weather out of Frederick, Maryland there, and the larger Northeast. They're getting some severe weather, parts of Pennsylvania, New Jersey, central New York as well. We also have some beautiful LiveNOW looks. This one in New York City, the Manhattan skyline. You can't get enough of that. The Empire State Building, smack dab in the middle. Of course, we have the Bay Area as well. You can see this is another breathtaking view. And of course, the White House looks pretty good at this hour. It's 7:30 there in the nation's capital. That's where we're going to focus our next story. When we come back from the break, we're going to be talking about what the House of Representatives did today. They passed legislation that would limit cost sharing for insulin under private health insurance and Medicare. This Affordable Insulin Now Act, it would cap insulin prices at either $35 a month or 25% of an insurance plan's negotiated price. So remember, we've been hearing so many efforts to bring down the cost of insulin. It seems like the House moved on efforts for that today. We'll hear from lawmakers after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. That is a Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol at this hour. We're learning today the House of Representatives voted to approve legislation that would limit cost sharing for insulin under private health insurance and Medicare. The vote was 232 to 193, and 12 Republicans joined their Democratic colleagues to pass the measure. It's known as the Affordable Insulin Now Act. It would cap insulin prices at either $35 a month or 25% of an insurance plan's negotiated price. This has been something Congress has been talking about for a long time. It seems like in the House they were quite successful. We'll see what happens in the Senate. Lawmakers today standing outside the Capitol, talking about this in a press conference, taking questions from reporters about what this means going forward.
Can't afford it. And unfortunately, my daughter's experience isn't unique. Millions of other Americans worry about the cost of this life-saving medication. Sometimes it is just across the pharmacy counter, out of reach to them, life-saving therapy, out of reach to them, not because it's not available, but because it's not affordable. That's criminal. We have to change that, and that's what we're doing here. In my home state of Michigan, 1 in 10 people have some form of diabetes. Nationally, depending on the nature of someone's type 1 diabetes, the average sticker price for a month's supply is about $375. For some, it's $1,000. That's just not right. In fact, Jill Verdier, a diabetic from my district, was my guest at this year's State of the Union, virtually. And she told me that insulin is like air. Air people need to breathe. People with diabetes need it just to survive. At a time when Big Pharma is making record profits, Congress can do more, and that's what we're here to do. And that's why we have fought to bring this bill to the floor today. And that's why Representative Craig and McBath, with support of leaders like Whip Clyburn, are pushing this and will pass this legislation in the House today. And we're holding this news conference to highlight that. Capping prescription drugs, out-of-pocket costs at $35 a month. So I hope some of our Republican colleagues will join us in standing up to Big Pharma and standing for those people out there, people who are diabetic and need insulin but can't afford it. That's what we can do. Well, some of us would like to do more, but this is what we can do, and that's why we're here today. So I want to turn this over to a real champion on this issue and ask Congresswoman Craig and thank her on behalf of myself and my constituents and on behalf of my 29-year-old daughter for all your great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Dan, Representative Kildee, and thank you to my good friend and colleague Lucy McBath for your leadership on this issue as well. Today we're here to discuss this absolutely critical life-sustaining drug and legislation. Discovered more than a century ago, insulin hasn't changed much over the years. And yet, despite that, Americans with diabetes have seen their medications skyrocket, with an average American paying anywhere from 5 to 10 times more for their insulin than other developed countries around the world. Right now, there are more than 350,000 Minnesotans suffering from diabetes, with the average patient paying anywhere from $1,200 to $20,000 a year for their insulin, a drug they literally cannot live without. Unsurprisingly, for the vast majority of working families, these high prices simply aren't sustainable. In fact, due to these soaring prices, many Americans risk their own lives by rationing doses or skipping treatments altogether. Especially in this, the most powerful and wealthy nation on the planet, this is simply unacceptable. That's why my colleagues and I are standing before you today, advocating for the Affordable Insulin Now Act. Today, Congress has an opportunity to come together, and I hope my Republican colleagues will do just that, to make a real difference in the lives of our constituents by saving families across this nation hundreds, if not thousands of dollars annually. Our bill would accomplish that by capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month, extending countless support to families who desperately need relief from rising prices in their budgets. This is an issue that I've focused on since the day I arrived in Congress. It's an issue that I am proud to have led the charge on over the past several months by demanding action on drug pricing reform from leadership in Congress. And Mr. Clyburn, thank you so much for your leadership on this issue. I recognize that this is not the finish line. Far from it. We have got to close the coverage gap in our nation. We have got to allow the largest purchaser of health care in America, Medicare, to be able to negotiate its drug pricing. We need to cap senior drug costs at $2,000 per year. But this is what we can do today. And make no mistake about it, this will save lives. I'm incredibly proud to stand on the cusp today of significant prescription drug pricing reforms in the Congress. And I'm so proud to have led this effort with my great colleagues, Representative Lucy McBath, as well as Dan Kildee. And with that, thank you for being here today, and I'll turn the remarks over to Representative McBath.
Well, thank you so much to Representative Angie Craig, who also happens to be not only my colleague, but my classmate in the wonderful class of 2018, and my wonderful colleague and friend, Representative Dan Kildee. And of course, Representative Clyburn, Jim Clyburn is our whip. I'm really grateful to be standing with all of these champions of health care for Congress. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so very much for being here with us today. There is no time off when you live with diabetes. It's a constant, ever-present disease that influences every aspect of your life. Those born with diabetes live their entire lives checking their blood sugar every other hour. And they must constantly be wary of what they eat, what they drink, and what they must monitor to survive. Parents of diabetics often spend their days concerned about their children's health or worried that their kindergartner who is off to school and must, for the very first time ever, ensure that they are checking themselves and their levels all on their own. Almost 40 million Americans live with diabetes. Over 1 million of those Americans are in my district, in my state of Georgia, alone. Many of those who live with this chronic disease must take insulin every single day of their lives just to survive. And even still, it remains the 7th leading cause of death in our country. In 1920, before insulin was discovered, it would have been exceptional for a diabetic person to live longer than really a year or two. But for over 100 years, the discovery of insulin has saved lives and has remained the most effective treatment for all those that are living with this chronic disease. So why then, after 100 years, is this life-saving medication farther and farther out of reach for those families who need it? Why is it that a child born with this disease must spend around $6,000 a year for life on a drug that has been around for over a century? Why is it that a quarter of diabetics are forced to skip or ration their life-saving medication? Why is it that in the richest country in the history of the world, parents must still stand at the pharmacy counter, devastated by the prices that they see on the screen, knowing that the cost of keeping their child alive may cost a month's worth of hot meals at the kitchen table? That is why this bill is so critically important and why its passage today is so vitally necessary. This legislation will lower the costs of drugs and save lives for those millions of individuals in this country that are diabetic. By capping out-of-pocket costs for insulin at just $35 a month, we can keep a life-saving drug, a drug that existed for over 100 years, affordable to all the families in America that need it. President Biden made it pretty clear during the State of the Union address. Now, we must do what is needed to lower drug costs for American families. And I am so proud to have worked with my colleagues here today, my champions for health care, to pass the Affordable Insulin Now Act out of the House today.
Okay, members of Congress there, you recognize Jim Clyburn behind that Congresswoman. Also, we heard from Democrat Dan Kildee of Michigan. His daughter has type 1 diabetes, and so this bill today that was passed in the House would cap insulin prices for Americans. Now, it remains to be seen what the likelihood of this going and moving through the Senate is. Critics of the bill argue the cap alone doesn't do enough to solve the underlying problem of rising prescription drug prices, although 12 House Republicans did vote in favor of this today. So we'll be tracking that piece of legislation. We know many lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want to bring down the cost of prescription drugs, including President Biden. He mentioned it in his State of the Union. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hitting some more of these business headlines. There's a great migration going on. Businesses flocking to the South, cutting costs. We'll have more on that from Houston after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Our next story takes us to Houston because there's a housing boom going on in Texas. It's fueled by what some are calling the great business migration. Companies in the north, the west, and on the East Coast are cutting costs by moving their operations down south. Companies across America are cutting those costs, and Fox's Joy Addison is joining me live from Houston with this story. Joy, good to see you. What have you learned?
Hi, Andrew. We're seeing more and more people relocate here to Texas every day. Over the past year, there's been an increase of over 300,000 people in the Texas population just in 1 year. And included in that number is businesses relocating here to Texas. I spoke with one CEO, and he says for his company, the move saved them millions.
I would say that on a per foot basis, per employee, we pay about 60% down here in Dallas, where I am today, based or compared to what we would pay in New Jersey. And it's even less if we were comparing to our New York City, Manhattan offices.
From Arizona to Texas to North Carolina, the Sun Belt is becoming a hotspot for business relocation.
The prices are more affordable, the talent is around and is seeking opportunity.
Jeff Holzman and his partners relocated their real estate investment company from New York to Dallas. He says a few things fueled the move, including the pandemic.
The comeback to work was so much quicker down in Dallas, down south.
Employees say for them, it was a win.
So it's a little bit cheaper here, and I'm making better money.
Tesla, Apple, and Hewlett-Packard Enterprise are a few of the tech giants also making their way down south.
There's been 146 companies that have relocated to the Dallas-Fort Worth area alone.
They're also helping make Texas one of the fastest growing states in the country, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, and driving that boom in the housing market.
Seeing great migration, and as a result of that, we see demand far exceeding supply in all markets. The demand and the growth that we're seeing in Texas and in the Southeast in general, it'll more than offset those inflationary pressures.
Samsung is another major company moving part of its operations here to Texas. That move alone will open about 2,000 positions for employees near the Austin area, which is also a hotspot for real estate developers looking to hop on board with this booming real estate market here in Texas. Back to you, Andrew.
All right, Fox's Joy Addison there live for us in Houston with this story. Joy, we'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to move on to some other economic news. A major announcement today by President Biden having to do with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, announcing they'll release 1 million barrels a day for the next 6 months to hopefully offset the price of gas for so many American consumers. Let's hear President Biden make the announcement today. Then we're going to bring on some representatives from the American Petroleum Institute to talk about, would this make a dent at all? So first, President Biden.
Good afternoon. As I said in my State of the Union address, I'm going to always be honest with the American people. Today, I want to talk with you about the cost here at home of Putin's decision to brutally and savagely invade a sovereign nation. The fact is, he's causing thousands of deaths and untold destruction. Working with our NATO allies and our European partners and beyond that, we're responding. We're aiding the Ukrainian people, both economically and militarily, while leaving the most punishing economic sanctions against Russia ever used against another nation in place and increasing them. Thus far, these actions are crippling Russia's economy, isolating Putin from the world, and helping Ukrainians fight for their country and ease their suffering. But as I've said from the start, Putin's war is imposing a cost on America and our allies and democracies around the world. Today, I want to talk about one aspect of Putin's war that affects and has real effects on American people. Putin's price hike that Americans and our allies are feeling at the pump. I know how much it hurts. As you've heard me say before, I grew up in a family like many of you where the price of a gallon of gasoline went up. It was discussion at the kitchen table. Our family budgets, your family budgets, to fill a tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war. So today I'm laying out a two-part plan, not only to ease the pain that families are feeling right now, but to end this era of dependence and uncertainty, and to lay a new foundation for true and lasting American energy independence. Parenthetically, just imagine if, in fact, Europe didn't have to count on Russian oil. If they were energy independent, it would change the nature of so much. The problem we're facing with gas prices has two roots. First, the pandemic. When COVID struck, demand for oil plummeted, so production slowed down worldwide. Because of the strength and the speed of our recovery, demand for oil shot back up much faster than the supply. That's why the cost of gas began to rise last year. The second route is Vladimir Putin. The start of this year, gas was about $3.30 a gallon. Today, it's about averaging $4.20, $4.22. It's higher in many states. Nearly $1 more in less than 3 months. And the reason for that is because of Putin's war. And now many people are no longer buying Russian oil around the world. I banned the Russian import of oil here in America. Republicans and Democrats in Congress called for it and supported it. It was the right thing to do. But I said at the time, it's going to come with a cost. As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising. Now Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump, which brings me to the first part of my plan. To immediately increase the supply of oil, our prices are rising because of Putin's action. There isn't enough supply. And the bottom line is, if we want lower gas prices, we need to have a more oil supply right now. For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they have a choice. One, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing, giving the American people a break by passing some of the savings on to their customers and lowering the price at the pump. Or they can, as some of them are doing, exploit the situation, sit back, ship those profits to the investors, and while American families struggle to make ends meet. Look, this is a moment of consequence and peril for the world and pain at the pump for American families. It's also a moment of patriotism. I want to acknowledge those companies that have already announced they're increasing immediate production. They're investing money to produce more oil and also clean technology we need to reduce our dependence on oil in the future. They have everything they need, nothing standing in their way. And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall. That's progress. But some companies have been pretty blunt. They don't want to increase supply because Putin's price hike means higher profits. One CEO even acknowledged that they don't care if the price of a barrel of oil goes to $200 a barrel. They're not going to step up the production. I say enough. Enough of lavishing excessive profits on investors and payouts and buybacks when the American people are watching. The world is watching. U.S. oil companies made nearly $80 billion in profit last year, and this year those profits are expected to continue to soar. This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits. It's time to step up for the good of your country, the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin, to provide some relief for your customers, not investors and executives. Look, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with corporations turning a good profit. But companies have an obligation that goes beyond just their shareholders, to their customers, their communities, and their country. No American company should take advantage of a pandemic or Vladimir Putin's actions to enrich themselves at the expense of American families. Investing those profits in production and innovation. That's what they should do. Invest in your customers. And it isn't just like, it's not the patriotic thing. It is good for your business as well. Right now, oil and gas industry is sitting on nearly 9,000 unused but approved permits for production on federal lands, or more than 1 million unused acres they have a right to pump on. Families can't afford that companies sit on their hands. So, to help execute this first part of my plan, I'm calling for a use it or lose it policy. Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production. Companies that are already producing from these wells won't be affected, but those sitting on unused leases and idle wells will either have to start producing or pay the price for their inaction. Look, the action I'm calling for will make a real difference over time. But the truth is, it takes months, not days, for companies to increase production. That's why the next part of my plan is so important. Today, I'm authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months, over 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. And it is by far the largest release of our national reserve in our history. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall. And we'll use the revenue from selling the oil now to restock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when prices are lower. So, we'll be ready. We'll be ready for future emergencies. Folks, I've coordinated this release with allies and partners around the world. Already, we have commitments from other countries to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. Together, our combined efforts will supply well over 1 million barrels a day. Nations coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families and families and democracies around the world. Now, for the first part of my plan is about meeting an immediate crisis. The second part is about declaring real American energy independence in the long term so that we never have to deal with this problem again. Ultimately, we and the whole world need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels altogether. We need to choose long-term security over energy and climate vulnerability. We need to double down on our commitment to clean energy and tackling the climate crisis with our partners and allies around the world. And we can do that by passing my plan that's literally before the Senate right now. The United States Congress right now has been there for well over a month to speed the transition to a clean energy future that's made in America with American products and American values. We need to embrace all the tools and technologies that can help us free us from our dependence on fossil fuels, move us toward a more homegrown clean energy. Technologies made by American companies and American workers, so we can bolster domestic supply chains here at home and export those technologies around the world to reduce greenhouse gases. That's why today I'm issuing a directive to strengthen our clean energy economy. I'm going to use the Defense Production Act to secure American supply chains for the critical materials that go into batteries for electric vehicles and the storage of renewable energy, lithium, graphite, nickel, and so much more. We need to end our long-term reliance on China and other countries for inputs that will power the future. And I'll use every tool I have to make that happen. Yes, building a made-in-America clean energy future will help safeguard our national security. Yes, it will help us tackle climate change. Yes, it's going to help us ensure that Americans create millions of good-paying jobs for generations to come. But the most important thing my plan will do right away is save your family money. And here's what I mean. Under my plan, which is before the Congress now, we can take advantage of the next generation of electric vehicles that a typical driver will save about $80 a month from not having to pay gas at the pump. If your home is powered by safer, cheaper, cleaner electricity like solar or heat pumps, you can save about $500 a month on average. Don't take my word for it. The CEOs of 11 of America's largest utility companies came to see me at the White House several weeks ago. They told me if we pass my plans before the Congress now, typical families will see savings show up in their utility bills immediately. And costs will come down even more as we innovate and develop cutting-edge energy storage technologies, clean hydrogen technologies, advanced nuclear technology, carbon capture and sequestration technologies. And by the way, this week's the benefit I included in the bipartisan infrastructure law to help families weatherize their homes are being delivered. My administration is making $3.2 billion available from this legislation to provide up to $6,500 direct payment for working class families to be able to weatherize their homes, to save them money, to keep them warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's a direct grant. This program has been around for a while, and in the past, it's delivered to families, average families, another $327 in savings when they weatherize. But now we have the ability to reach 10 times as many families because of the legislation that we already passed in the legislation. In addition to that, we're also setting new standards to boost fuel economies for new vehicles sold in America. Within 5 years, we're going to travel 10 miles more on every single gallon we have, because the average fuel economy of 49 miles of the gallon is going to be required. That means hundreds of dollars in savings for families at the pump. We're also setting similar standards for appliances, from your air conditioner to your microwave, your refrigerator, washers, dryers. It's just one of 100 actions we're taking to save the average family $100 per year in utility bills. Look, the bottom line is this. Between ramping up production in the short term and driving down demand in the long term, we can free ourselves from our dependence on imported oil from across the world. Look, I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today and safeguard against tomorrow. I'm open to ideas to strengthen the plan, but I will not be put off and put it on hold. It's time to deliver true long-term energy independence in America once and for all. And I'm going to continue to use every tool at my disposal to protect you from Putin's price hike.
Okay, President Biden there with the announcement today that they will release 1 million barrels of oil daily for the next 6 months. And you heard from President Biden there saying that this will help reduce gas prices for so many Americans. But we want to kind of break through that, see if it will actually make a dent. Joining me now, Senior Vice President at the American Petroleum Institute, Frank Macchiarola. Frank, good to see you, and thanks for being with us right now. But I think that is what is on so many Americans' minds. We can't really conceptualize how many gallons are even in one barrel, but 1 million barrels. Give us a sense of what that will mean for American consumers. Will it make a dent?
Sure. Thank you for having me on. Just to put it into context, we use about 21 million barrels a day in the United States. So, it's the right thing to do for the administration to recognize that there's a short-term imbalance between supply and demand right now. And this is one short-term way to address it. But we'd also hope that the administration would focus on the longer-term issue, which is establishing an energy policy that promotes American energy development and American energy leadership. And that was missing from today's announcement.
Frank, also, are you worried, your folks at API, about kind of the long-term viability of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? Because already twice in the last several weeks, the administration has announced, releasing some of these barrels. 50 million barrels first was released, and then this agreement along with European allies to do 20 million more right at the outset of the war. What does this do to the reserve itself? Is it dwindling? Are you concerned by that?
Well, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was designed for severe supply disruptions. And we are seeing significant disruptions as a result of the volatility from the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. But again, this is the short term. And so there's only a little over 700 million barrels in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. So we need a longer term approach that starts with incentivizing production of oil and gas development right here in the United States by opening up federal leasing. It also starts with incentivizing or promoting pipeline development. We need pipeline infrastructure in this country. And first and foremost, perhaps the administration needs to step back from proposing increases in taxes and costs on American producers. Look, the oil markets are global markets, and we're competing globally in the oil and gas space. And so it makes no sense for American leadership to promote, to impose taxes and additional costs on American producers. That's the wrong way to go.
Frank, we've heard, time and again, especially from the White House, that, the Biden administration has approved and, essentially permitted some of these requests to drill, to kind of explore on lands here domestically. But I know this doesn't happen overnight. How do we ramp up oil production domestically here at home? The administration says they have given the green light 1,000 times over. What does that look like on the ground, though?
Well, to put it into context, they keep talking about leasing. 2/3 of the leases on federal lands are currently in production. That's the highest levels they've been in 20 years. With respect to the permit question, there are nearly 100,000 wells in production on federal lands. So this 9,000 number, they don't put into context when they talk about that. What the administration really needs to do is to approve a 5-year plan, which is required by law for production on the Outer Continental Shelf in the Gulf of Mexico. We did a study recently that showed that if they continue to delay that could cost more than 50,000 jobs. And it could mean the difference between producing 500,000 additional barrels of oil per day. Putting that into context, that's the same amount that we used to import from Russia. So it really can make the difference between domestic energy and importing energy from hostile regimes like Russia.
Frank, also, let's talk about supply elsewhere. Is OPEC going to move? Are they going to increase supply at all? We know a couple of weeks ago, the Biden administration was kind of exploring other avenues to kind of offset this energy import ban by Russia, imposed by us on Russia, rather. Do you think OPEC should increase supply, and are they anywhere near agreeing to do so?
It's difficult to say what OPEC is going to do, but it's really in our long-term strategic interest not to be at the whim of OPEC and OPEC plus nations. If you think about it, in 2019, for the first time in 67 years, America became a net exporter of energy. That had tremendous benefits for our national security and our energy security. That's the direction we should head in. And the way that we do that is to produce more of the energy that we have right here at home. It's not just oil, it's natural gas as well. We have 100 years worth of natural gas. Right now, we're supporting our European allies by sending more liquefied natural gas over to Europe to provide them with the energy that they need and to enable them to get off of the reliance that they have currently on Putin. So, you know, the U.S. needs to step back, take a strategic look at this and say, it's in our national interest to produce more of the oil and gas that we have right here at home and not have to rely on OPEC.
Right. You know, you heard President Biden there. The administration is still kind of referring to this dramatic increase in gas prices as Putin's price hike. You know, I don't want to sound like a political cynic, but do you think this is just the way for the administration to essentially look like it's doing something with regard to gas prices, because it won't have an immediate effect and we don't even know the long-term effect?
Well, look, every time gas prices go up, politicians try to find a quick fix, but there isn't a quick fix. What's needed is a long-term strategy. What's needed is an energy policy solution that looks out into decades, not days. And again, the way that you do that is by promoting development right here in the United States. We have strengthened our energy security over the past decade. We can continue to make progress on that. And I'm hopeful that the administration takes this opportunity to do that. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is designed for periods like this, but we do have to recognize that it's only a short-term fix. And we ought to be also focused on the long-term solutions that'll help us get through this and will ultimately help the American people and consumers at the pump.
Yeah, we know now that the national daily average for a price of a gallon of gas is $4.22. I guess just from your folks over there, API, do they see that coming down anytime soon?
You know, prices are a function of supply and demand.
Right.
There are certainly labor costs that are involved in it, labor constraints that are involved, supply chain. I can't predict when they'll come back, but you are seeing supplies ramp back up in the United States. EIA is estimating an additional 1 million barrels of production in the U.S. The Permian Basin is at record high levels. The oil rigs in the United States have gone up significantly year over year. So you are seeing supply creep back up, but it's going to take some time and it's going to take some commitment on the part of policymakers to promote that development here in the United States.
All right, Frank Macchiarola, the Senior Vice President at the American Petroleum Institute. We appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again. We know this issue is sticking around.
Sure, thank you very much.
Okay, right now we do want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more headlines, top stories on this Thursday afternoon. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Cloudy night there in the Windy City. That's the skyline of Chicago at this hour. We have a lot of beautiful Live Now looks from across the country. This one in Midtown Manhattan. It also was kind of a cloudy, gloomy day there in New York City. And then, of course, the weather looks a little bit nicer out in the Bay Area there, you can see in California. Well, right now we do want to focus more of our efforts on the latest with the Russia war in Ukraine. Let's head out now to Fox 13 in Tampa. They have a great look back and summary about the day's headlines there in Ukraine.
As Russia continues to attack Ukraine, the war and the sanctions continue to drive up gas prices. President Biden now is taking action to boost oil supply and try to keep those prices in check. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is tracking the war and the new strategy now in Washington. Craig, what's happening?
Well, of course, they're linked because all these hopes for a ceasefire that were developing on Tuesday of this week, the past couple of days have dampened significantly because Russia's not true to its word after saying that it would step back its operation through northern Ukraine. It instead has stepped up shelling of Kyiv and Chernihiv and other parts of Ukraine where it said it would ease up. And with that, that's an indication that the war will continue to grind on for some time. And that's why the president is taking additional action to release much more oil from our nation's strategic reserve and do it on a continuing basis. And at the same time, pressing more oil companies to expand drilling on the 23 million acres of public land that have already been approved for drilling. Gas prices shot up because the pandemic eased. There was a lot of pent-up demand. People were eager to get out and travel, and that drove up demand for oil, while the oil companies had cut way back on supply. And then Vladimir Putin drove up prices much more by invading Ukraine. And in response, we banned Russian oil, and many other nations cut back on it as well. That's how gas prices shot up about $1 this year.
As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising.
Now, some American oil companies are ramping up production to replace Russian oil, but that takes time.
And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall.
And in the meantime, President Biden is releasing 1 million barrels a day from our strategic reserve. That's 1 million barrels a day each day for the next 6 months.
This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. It'll provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall.
And while some American oil producers are increasing production, Biden scolded others that are not. And he called on Congress to push them to drill on public land that's already approved for drilling by charging them if they don't.
Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production.
Now, the president went on to say there's a long-term strategy as well to wean us off of fossil fuel permanently so we don't rely on Russia and instead turn to renewables that can also address the climate crisis as well. But that strategy in itself can be a challenge for getting the oil producers to drill on those 23 million acres that have already been approved, because one of the big challenges is to obtain the financing needed in order to maintain those operations. And as long as U.S. policy is to move away from fossil fuel over the course of time, it can depress interest in investing to get those oil operations up and running, which is one of the challenges the administration is dealing with. And by the way, 1 million barrels a day from the Strategic Reserve certainly is significant in the sense that it represents around 5% of U.S. demand, around 1% of global demand. Again, that is not insignificant, but it also is just a small part of what needs to be done to ramp up supply to address the crisis.
Yeah, the world burns through about 100 million barrels every day. Craig, let's talk about the war itself. Are we seeing any significant changes in Russia's strategy, its invasion, and after 36 days now of this, any positive developments?
Not much. There is one in the Chernobyl nuclear waste site because Ukraine is reporting that the Russian invaders have finally moved away from that. Now, that could be in response to the international atomic scientists who have arrived and warned Russia that they're putting all of Europe at risk of a radiological disaster. So there's movement away from that particular site. But Vladimir Putin also doubled down, saying there would be no stop to the attacks on Mariupol to the south until the resistance surrenders. And based on a NATO analysis, they are seeing stepped up shelling on the major cities, including Kharkiv and Crude. And they also are seeing a repositioning, suggesting that another major offensive may be in the works.
All right. Thanks for staying on top of it for us, Craig Patrick.
All right, great kind of summary there from Fox 13 in Tampa. We always appreciate their stories, especially on these big national items of the day. Speaking of that, let's head out to the Pentagon. Press Secretary John Kirby taking questions from reporters about the status of the war in Ukraine. Also, an update on the military aid to Ukraine from the U.S. and from other European allies as well. Let's hear from the Pentagon right now.
My goodness, the sarcasm is just dripping in here. You'd think it was a Friday. Okay, a couple of things to get to at the top here. I think today you saw the department release the 2021 on-site installation evaluation report. I want to remind that on his very first full day in office, Secretary Austin made a very strong commitment about sexual assault and sexual harassment and how he was going to prioritize on it. And that set into motion an independent review commission, which set into motion a series of findings and recommendations. And among those recommendations was that we take a look at sites around the country and around the world to make sure that we're properly examining the kinds of conditions that exist to help prevent these harmful behaviors. And it's not just sexual assault and sexual harassment, but domestic abuse, suicide, and what kind of conditions are there to help prevent? What's the command climate like? What sort of resources are available to our folks and to their families? Anyway, so all that led to this very first on-site installation evaluation report. The Secretary believes that the findings in this report of those site visits is going to be critical to helping us better prevent a range of harmful behaviors. And I said that includes sexual assault, harassment, suicide, domestic violence, and child abuse. How to better prevent it, and what's it take to do prevention well. So a key objective of the process here is to better understand where the gaps and the seams are and provide leaders at these installations as well as across the force with the necessary tools to enhance prevention. So again, this was a first in what will be a series of additional installation visits and installation reports, as it should be. We'll learn from each one. We'll share those lessons broadly, and we'll be as transparent with you as we can, and we have done that today. Also today, the department authorized for public release the RAND report, which was titled Understanding Civilian Harm in Raqqa and Its Implication for Future Conflicts. I think you may have seen RAND's already spoken to this and posted their report. It provides insights into the causes of civilian harm during the U.S.-led campaign to liberate Raqqa from the Islamic State from June to October 2017. The report provides recommendations related to U.S. strategic choices, operational approaches and capabilities, information collection, approaches to adversary tactics, and force development. It was sponsored by the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and this report will be one of the key resources considered in developing our own civilian harm mitigation and response action plan that the Secretary also recently directed the department to develop. Safeguarding civilian life is a strategic and moral imperative. You've heard Secretary Austin say that many times. The department appreciates the insights that this report offers. He appreciates all the work that RAND put into it, and we know it'll help inform our own work as we continue to try to improve our approach to civilian harm mitigation and response going forward. Let's see. Lastly, earlier today, I had the great privilege of launching a new community engagement, strategic and community engagement initiative that we're calling Beyond the Battlefield. It's aimed at scholars and students at the collegiate level to try to help inform them. Obviously, we want to encourage them to consider jobs in national security and here at the department, of course, but it's really about helping inform them about how the policymaking process works at the Pentagon. I mean, so much of what the military does is available for everybody to see and to read about. I mean, we just released a budget on Monday that lays out what we're going to be spending and what we're spending it on and why. But we felt like we needed to do a better job explaining what working inside the Defense Department actually felt like, and how those decisions got made. And so we did our inaugural session today. I'm very proud of that, and we'll keep it going. It's going to be an interactive virtual dialogue to the degree that we need to right now with COVID. We hope to do more in-person stuff, and so I was very pleased to kick that off today. Finally, I know I'm kind of rattling on here, but an apology to all the press corps. We had some technical difficulties today, so we won't be able to take calls through Zoom. So basically, you guys here with butts in seats, you're going to be the only ones asking questions today, and that's not on purpose. We do apologize. We try, as you know, very hard to make this as inclusive as we can because of COVID restrictions, but unfortunately, technology got the better of us today, so we're going to just stick to what's in the room. So, Bob, you're lucky. You didn't call in today. You're here. So,
I'm here.
First question.
Thank you. On Ukraine, can you give an update on the size and the scope of the movement of Russian forces north from Kyiv, what you've called repositioning? Does that include Chernobyl, or is that kind of a separate situation because of some health problems there that you could talk about? And lastly, by popular demand, can you give us an update on the convoy that you talked about?
Haven't gotten a convoy question in a long time. That did not merit applause, whoever did that. On the repositioning, we continue to see indications that they are moving a small number. I don't have an update for you in terms of what that equates to. I think yesterday we said it was about 20%, maybe a little less. I don't think we would change that estimation much over the last 24 hours. It has not been wholesale by any means, or has it been rapid? We do believe that, again, that a small number are beginning to reposition. It's not exactly clear, Bob, where they're going to go, for how long, and for what purpose. But we don't see any indication that they're going to be sent home. The best assessment we have, and it's an assessment at this early stage, is that they're going to be repositioned probably into Belarus to be refit and resupplied and used elsewhere in Ukraine. Again, where is that elsewhere? We don't exactly know. All I can tell you is what we've said now for several days. It's clear the Russians want to reprioritize their operations in the Donbass area. That could be one destination, but again, too soon to know. We don't really have a good sense of it. You were asking about Chernobyl. We have seen indications that some Russian forces are departing the Chernobyl plant facility. Again, we gather that they are leaving to the north to go back again towards Belarus. But again, indications are not completely clear at this time. I think you were asking, is that of a piece or is it something separate? We would assess at this early stage that it's of a piece of this larger effort to refit and resupply, and not necessarily done because of health hazards or some sort of emergency or a crisis at Chernobyl. That would be our assessment. And I honestly don't have an update for you on the vaunted convoy. I don't have anything for you on that. I don't even know if it still exists at this point. I mean, it's been now so long. They never really accomplished their mission. They never really provided resupply of any value to Russian forces that were assembling around Kyiv. Never really came to their aid. The Ukrainians put a stop to that convoy pretty quickly by being very nimble, knocking out bridges, hitting lead vehicles, stopping their movement. but we've not seen an update on what where those vehicles are or what they're doing at this point. And at this point, I mean, again, even if take our skepticism about the repositioning and just put that to the side for a minute. Over the last several days, we've talked about that the Russians had pretty much, even before this repositioning, had basically established defensive positions, and they were digging in. They weren't making any effort to advance on Kyiv. So it's questionable whether that resupply convoy would have been of much use anyway, because they weren't on the move anymore. Again, how much of the material they were able to get from it, I don't know.
So would that be an example of Russian planning failures or shortcomings, the convoy that didn't seem to connect with what they were doing?
I think it's a function of a lot of things. I think that's one of them. I mean, we don't think that they properly planned for logistics and sustainment of a force that size in the field under combat conditions. Clearly, they didn't execute. If they did plan for logistics and sustainment, they didn't execute very well, because even before that, before the convoy became a news story, I mean, we were talking about they were running out of fuel, they were running out of food, they were running out of ammunition. So it's not clear to us whether this convoy was a reaction to problems they were experiencing or that it was them trying to be proactive. Doesn't matter, obviously didn't get there. I think it's also a function of Ukrainian resistance and agility and frankly, just battlefield smarts by knowing where these vehicles were coming from, knowing where they were trying to get to, and getting between where they were going and where they were, which is what they did, knocking out bridges, for instance, making it hard for them to move on paved roads. And these were not vehicles that were built for off-roading either. I think you have to, when you talk about this resupply effort, you have to credit the Ukrainians for some real dexterity.
Thank you.
Jen.
John, can you rule out that the U.S. is training Ukrainian military on Polish soil?
We are not in a training environment in Poland with Ukrainians. What we've said in the past is that obviously, as there are transshipments being coordinated in some countries around Ukraine, there's interactions with Ukrainian armed forces. Some of those interactions are with members of the U.S. military. There's some liaison going on, but we wouldn't call it classic training.
And how do you explain that certain Ukrainian parliament members are still telling Congress that they are not getting not only the weapons they need, but the shipments have slowed? Can you give us a sense of the pace of the shipments and what is in those shipments? Are you sending medical supplies, for instance, or is it only lethal aid that you're sending?
No, it's so we would not agree that it's being slowed. Quite the contrary. We completed the $350 million that President Biden authorized a month or so ago. That was completed in a record 3 weeks or so, which is unheard of. The $200 million that he approved not long after, that's pretty much all in now. I think there may be one shipment or so left. I don't know. And then the $800 million that the president approved, more than just over, I don't know, week 10 days ago. I mean, those shipments are already arriving. In fact, from the time he signed the order to the first shipment going on its way was like 4 days, Jen. And there's already been about a half a dozen shipments that have flowed into the region. And they're not, I'm not going to talk about the ground routes and how things are getting into Ukraine, as you can understand, but I would tell you that things aren't sitting long at these intermediate staging shipment sites before they're getting picked up by convoys and taken into Ukraine. So 4 days is pretty quick. And like I said, there's already been a half a dozen or so on the way. And we expect, again, without getting too predictive, we're gonna get these materials in as fast as we can. It's happening as you and I are actually talking right now. We don't think it's going to take very long to complete the $800 package, getting it all filled out. We really don't think that's going to take long at all, a couple of weeks probably. And the other question you had was on what's in there. So every shipment is a mixture of weapon systems and then support and sustainment items, whether that's food, body armor, helmets, small arms and ammunition, medical and first aid kits, all of that. Every shipment's different. I couldn't tell you, and I'm not going to tell you that every single shipment has all of those things in, but typically there's a mixture of what goes in with every shipment. It's not just it's not all javelins and nothing else. But in these first half a dozen or so, there have been weapon systems, there have been javelins, there have been Stingers that have gone in, as well as medical supplies and body armor and small arms and ammunition. So, look, Jen, we appreciate and respect that the Ukrainians want this stuff and they want it like yesterday. We understand that. We know time is not on their side. We don't think it's on our side either, which is why we're working really, really hard. And I've been dealing with security assistance issues since when I had this podium under a previous administration. I've never seen the Department of Defense be able to move with this sense of alacrity and speed as I have in just the last few weeks.
And do you have any estimate of how many javelins or Stingers have ended up in Russian or Chechen hands?
I don't think we have any indication that's happened. Yeah, Megan.
On the on-site evaluation report,
yes,
there's a line in some of the materials that were distributed to reporters that says that the department basically considers its prevention program for sexual assault in the early development stage. Was that shocking to the secretary or anybody else to learn that 17 years since the SAPR office was first set up, that the prevention infrastructure and understanding in the military is still considered in early development?
What I would tell you is the secretary's not comfortable that we haven't done as good a job on prevention as we should have done. And what he really appreciated about this report was how candid it was about how much more work we have to do. I think he would absolutely espouse that line, the fact that we don't have prevention organized and resourced the way it needs to be. Clearly we don't, Megan, because you know for yourself how high the numbers now still are. 20,000 incidents in 2020, I think, was the number. That's just way too high. So one of the reasons we wanted to do this, this was a recommendation by the IRC, and a good one, was to give us a more tactile feel of what it's like. Because you can have the best prevention program at the corporate level here, at the headquarters level, but unless it's being acted on and executed and locally adopted, then it's much no better than the paper it's written on. And so clearly we learned a lot from these first 20 sites. I think we're going to learn a lot from the ones that come. But the secretary's not resting on any laurels. He's not happy that we haven't gotten prevention better organized and better resourced, and he's committed to doing that. Tom.
Hi, John. Good afternoon. I'd like to follow up Jen's question and have a second question. My second question deals with the RAND report specifically, but more generally, is there a central lessons learned area of the Pentagon? We always hear, after like the Kabul incident and other incidents, that there's a lessons learned done. Is there actually a repository for these lessons learned so somebody can go and read the lessons learned?
Well, the way it's typically done is by geographic region or combatant command, or sometimes service specific. There have been lessons learned. There have been after action reports done. Now that we've just wrapped up 20 years of war, so there are plenty of documents for us to consult and look at. And some of them reside here in D.C. Some of them are down in Tampa. They're scattered around depending on what level they were written. But Tom. As I said at the opening, he has now put into place a civilian harm and mitigation response program here at the corporate level, at the headquarters level, to be led by the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict, Chris Mayer. So, no, I know. So So Chris is going to take a hard look at, obviously, he's going to learn from this RAND report. He's already gone through it. But he's leading up a team that's going to come up with a more thoughtful approach to civilian harm and mitigation based on the lessons learned from even just this year's events.
Well, I was thinking of that. Yeah, and the successful mission in Syria that we talked about. You told us, how President Biden wanted to make sure there was no civilians harmed, et cetera. That's part of the lessons learned that you indicated from the podium. And that's so when Chris and his team go to do the study, they know where to go to get these quote unquote lessons learned.
He absolutely does. And if it's not something he can get his hands on, believe me, he can get his hands on it. We're gonna be, as the Secretary has directed us to be, as open-minded and as curious as we can be to try to get better at this. We still, no other military works as hard as we do to mitigate civilian harm, and yet we still cause it. And we're going to be nothing but honest about that, and we're going to continue to try to learn from past issues.
To follow up on Jen's question about the training, she asked you to specifically rule it out, and you said earlier this week it's not training in the classic sense that what people would think. This is you speaking from the podium when we were asking about the possible training of Ukrainians by U.S. forces, and you also referred to this word liaison, which I found is an interesting word to use. The classic definitions of liaison are communications between people, or in a culinary sense, thickening of a product, which I don't think you're referring to. So could you drill down a little bit on, is there no outright training, and what do you mean in training in the classical sense that people think? Is there something else going on people wouldn't think about?
No, I mean, I don't know that I can improve upon my answer to Jen. We are having interactions on occasion with Ukrainian troops that momentarily temporarily have to come into Poland for the purpose of transshipment of this security assistance, and there's some liaison going on there. But it's not, as I said to her, it's not, and to you, it's not the classic training in the sense that that I think you and I think about it. But these liaisons are happening, and they're happening at a fairly frequent level. I would remind, and I know why the question's coming up, but I mean, we did have a training mission in Ukraine that we had to suspend because of the invasion. We had Florida National Guard troops that were there not far from Lviv that were doing training, and we would love nothing better than to get back to that, but clearly that's not an option right now. You didn't ask this, but I'm going to take the opportunity anyway. That as we talk about security assistance, and we're doing a lot, and we're doing a lot faster. And I understand the focus and the interest in the actual items being sent and being used. I totally get that. But I just hope we don't forget that it's not just the stuff that matters, it's their ability to use this stuff. And that didn't happen by accident. 8 years of training of Ukrainian armed forces has made an enormous difference in their battlefield competency, in their capability. And that wasn't just the United States. UK, the Canadians, and other allies were also involved in that. So that when these things are arriving, they're able to get into the hands of Ukrainian armed forces, and they're able to use them in fairly short order. Again, that's not an accident. That prowess, that agility that we were talking about earlier, that very much was by design because of 8 years of very quality training that they've received.
Those statements that you just made there is probably what fuels the idea that there's some training going on, only because some of these weapons and supplies are relatively new to the Ukrainians. And your testimony up there, as you would say, 8 years of training by the United States and other countries gives them this prowess, gives them the ability to stun the Russians. Yet on newer weapons they may not be so familiar with, how could they achieve that same? I'm just saying that suggests the fact that somewhere along the line.
I can't improve upon my answer. There's no training right now in the classic sense.
Okay. Thank you, John. With everything that you mentioned about the Russian troops movement around Kyiv, did the department detect any de-escalation on the side of the Russian troops and around Kyiv, but in Ukraine in general? And then,
All right, we've been listening in to this briefing from Press Secretary John Kirby out of the Pentagon here. We're going to step away from it for a moment to go out to some breaking news that we are tracking out in Lebanon, Pennsylvania, where one officer was killed. The suspect also dead in a shootout. There's 2 officers who are now suffering from injuries. We just got the latest from law enforcement and officials down on the ground in Pennsylvania. We want to listen in.
At 3:36 this afternoon, city police officers were called to 1108 Forest Street in the city for a domestic disturbance. At 4:24 p.m., shots were exchanged with a report that officers were down. In a moment that will be remembered as a sad day in the city of Lebanon, a Lebanon city officer was fatally injured. The officer's immediate family has been informed, but out of respect for extended family, the officer's name is being withheld at this very difficult time. In addition, 2 other officers have been injured by gunfire. One is in critical but stable condition, and one is in stable condition. Obviously, the incident is still under investigation, and details will be forthcoming as that investigation concludes. At this time, we are focused on the tragic loss of the officer and the well-being of the other members of our police department. This is an extremely difficult moment for everyone. At this time, Chief Todd Briner will provide some additional information about the incident. Thank you.
Again, my name is Chief Todd Briner with the Lebanon City Police Department. And today we had 3 officers injured, actually shot during this incident. 1 officer is in stable condition, the other officer is in critical but stable condition, and 1 officer lost his life, as previously stated by the mayor. The subject of the domestic call that we were originally dispatched for is deceased, and he is a 34-year-old white male from Lebanon. The Lebanon County District Attorney's Office is conducting this investigation, and I want to thank, most importantly, or not to forget, the amount of officers that responded to assist us today and continue to assist us during this time of need.
So that is all we'll be providing tonight. Tomorrow we will schedule another press conference, and that time will be determined. So thank you.
You're not taking any questions? No questions?
No questions tonight, guys.
Okay, can you even respond, as the chief here, give us an idea of the emotions right now in your police department?
Listen, as one can only imagine, it's clearly a traumatic event. Our guys are strong, but we're human. And we have families, and people were injured today. We're all affected by this, and with the help of our families and every other law enforcement officer around this country, we'll get through it. Thank you.
Can you tell us about the injuries of the officers? What does stable mean?
No, thank you.
So once again, 1 officer dead, the suspect dead, and 2 other officers suffering from injuries in this shootout. If we get any more information on the status of those injuries, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also a follow-up from a story we were following earlier, a student 12 years old dying after being shot in a South Carolina middle school. That middle school called Tanglewood Middle School. A community activist releasing a statement on behalf of the family of the student, saying, "We're all devastated by today's tragedy. We love Jamari dearly, and we would ask that our privacy be respected as we grieve during this difficult time." Again, that student being identified as Jamari Cortez Bonaparte Jackson, and he died at the hospital earlier today. So that investigation is still underway. We had a bit of an update earlier from officials down on the scene as they are rehashing what led up to the shooting itself and the investigation underway. We're going to listen in briefly here.
They locked down the school. Again, can't comment enough about the staff at Tanglewood Middle School. when they isolated those kids, everybody went to where they're supposed to be. We've conducted lockdown drills with the school district in the past several months, and people kind of call and question and complain why we do those things. Unfortunately, we had to use that, and the students and the staff, it worked seamlessly. When we arrived at the school, again, we didn't have to deal with kids running everywhere, and staff, everybody was where they were supposed to be. Our priority was obviously rendering aid to the victim and looking for the suspect. It started right away.
Are there any metal detectors at that school? Any other security issues or devices that the school uses to utilize on the?
There is some security features in place at the school, but not metal detectors, and we won't go too deep into what each school has.
What can you let children and their families know tonight so they can hopefully sleep peacefully and come into school tomorrow and be safe and learn?
Again, the suspect's in custody. We can't elaborate a whole lot on that, so there's not a danger to the community at all. Unfortunately, these are two young men that attended school here. We don't really know the specifics of why it occurred and why so many young people resort to violence, especially with firearms. Again, tragic situation, but certainly I would not hesitate if my child went to school here to send them to school here in the morning. Again, everybody was very well prepared at the school. The district's done a great job with that, and you would really have to see that how that worked out to really appreciate it. My hat's off again to the folks at Tanglewood. They did a great job protecting people's kids.
Can you tell us where it happened in the school?
It was in the front part of the school.
Was it in a classroom? Was it in a hallway cafeteria?
It was in the front part of the school.
Will there be school tomorrow?
We haven't made any decision about school for Tanglewood tomorrow. We made that decision later this afternoon, and we'll announce it at the time we make it.
Are any of your security policies going to be in review? He asked about metal detectors. Is that something you would consider in the future?
Any time, not only when we have an incident in one of our schools, but when the incidents occur throughout the country, we immediately, following the incident, when we have a point where we've got enough information to do so, we debrief on what procedures we have, or the procedures followed. In this case, it appears that cursory review, seeing how everything came together and as quickly as it came together, the situation that was in place when I got there, appears to me they followed every procedure we have in place. That doesn't mean we won't look at that, see if something could have been done better, or if something needs to be changed. And again, we do that even when incidents occur in other places. And we do that as a group. So it would be school level personnel, district administration, district security personnel, law enforcement personnel. We're extremely fortunate in Greenville, have an excellent relationship with all of our law enforcement agencies, but especially the sheriff's office, where there is a unit of the sheriff's office assigned directly to the school district. They will all be involved in debriefing this incident to see what might we learn from it that could cause us to increase or enhance our safety protocols.
For these students,
study these in other places. What's unique about America that brings these a lot more common than other countries?
I don't know that anybody has the answer to how we've arrived at a point where all of us tend to say, the media, the people involved in it, I think people in law enforcement as well, that this is happening all too often. I don't think that any one person seems to hold the solution to that. I would imagine if they did, we'd be working on that solution. I think there are an awful lot of factors that may be at play here.
Sheriff, are you able to say, is there a relationship between the two students, friends, or were they just in the same school?
We don't know anything other than the fact they go to school together. We don't have any information that would lead us to believe otherwise.
What grade, do you know?
I don't, no ma'am.
Are you able to say how close to the school the suspected shooter was found? Was it right outside or far?
He's very close proximity to the school.
Can you say the condition at all of the victim? Any idea?
I don't know right now, to be honest. I'm sure we'll be releasing something shortly to all of you, but I know my phone's went off several times talking to y'all, but I hadn't looked at it yet. So.
Did the suspect surrender?
No, deputies found him, located him. I mean, he certainly at that point gave himself up. He was hiding. Again, he's a young man. Probably didn't understand the consequences of what had just occurred and the severity of it, and certainly didn't know the status of the victim. I don't think he knew what to do, honestly, except leave the school, the area where it happened. So he was apprehended. We have not questioned him at all yet. He's a juvenile, so there's some protocol that has to be followed there. And again, like Dr. Royster said, there's a wide search going on inside the school to make sure there's no weapons there. There's still a crime scene there that has to be protected. So it's still a very active investigation. We just wanted to give y'all some information to give to the public.
Will you be talking to the parents of the shooter about
All right, so we were just getting the latest update on this shooting again at Tanglewood Middle School in Greenville, South Carolina, where one 12-year-old student is now dead after a fellow student shot him. This is obviously just a tragic story, and the community mourning the loss of this 12-year-old here as all of these students had to be evacuated, the shooting happening inside of the middle school. We hear anything else about it, we'll of course bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. As we are tracking all of the top stories here on Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. Well, a major conversation for most people right now is gas prices, and many states are trying to take initiatives to alleviate some of that pain, including Illinois, specifically in Chicago. Mayor Lori Lightfoot introducing a new program that's going to help motorists with that pain at the pump. To explain that program to us, Fox 32's Tia Ewing joining us live now from Chicago. Tia, how's it all going to work?
So this is a very interesting plan introduced by Lori Lightfoot today. It's worth $12.5 million. It is dedicated solely to Chicagoans. They would have to log on to a website and basically highlight why they're applying. One of the requirements, you have to be a Chicago resident. You also have to have a valid city sticker. Now, how it will work is 50,000 $150 gas cards would be handed out through a lottery system, and then there would be 100,000 prepaid public transit cards worth $50 each, also a part of this lottery system. Now, all of this has to be approved by the city council. The program would not roll out until May and would go over the course of 5 months throughout the summer. Now, what's interesting about this plan, and in some ways why the mayor's catching a little bit of heat about it, is because her political opponent, who ran in 2019, just conducted a gas giveaway of his own a couple of weeks ago. His name is Willie Wilson, and it's believed that he's going to be running for the same seat that the mayor has right now. What's interesting about his gas giveaway, it was open to anyone. These gas stations weren't just in the city of Chicago, they were in the suburbs. People could come from everywhere, and he used over $1 million of his own dollars to fund this gas giveaway. But as of right now, the city council still has to approve Mayor Lori Lightfoot's plan.
So is Mayor Lightfoot speaking out about these allegations that this is more of a political stunt rather than a help to Chicagoans?
So I will say this, in her press conference today, she did kind of take a jab at the person that held that gas giveaway a couple of weeks ago. She mentioned, you won't have to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. You won't have to line up in a slew of lines with other cars. That was to the extent that she mentioned it. But of course, it's something that can't be ignored. You know, the mayor earlier this month talked about kind of getting rid of 3 cents of the city's 8-cent gas tax. That was a proposal that was on the table that the mayor discussed. But now she's kind of turning the corner on that, saying that this new program will be more impactful and more immediate. Now, that previous proposal of slashing that gas tax a little bit, that would have lasted until 2023. But it sounds like she's backtracking on that, at least for now.
Tia, explain how gas prices look for Chicago residents right now. How bad is it out in Illinois?
Well, it all depends. You know, there's so many different taxes. You have the city tax in the city of Chicago. You have the state tax. And in some cases, you have the county tax. So you add all of those taxes up. And especially in a place like the city of Chicago, the gas prices are higher maybe than they may be, you know, on the outskirts in the suburban areas of Chicago. It just really depends. But there's a definite, obvious sticker shock when you're driving in the city of Chicago for gas prices versus some of the other areas. Now, gas prices have slowly come down. They're not as high maybe as they were a couple of weeks ago. But in the city of Chicago right now, the average price for a gallon of unleaded gas right now is $4.58. The mayor's plan is to hopefully curb some of that, give people relief throughout the summer, expecting that these gas prices aren't going down dramatically anytime soon.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, if you would have told me a year ago there was going to be lotteries for cards to be able to pay for your gas, I wouldn't have believed you, but that is the situation right now. How's the community reacting to this strategy from the city?
Well, it sounds like people are open to it. There's still a lot of details that need to be worked out. How the lottery will work. Is this coming to your home by mail? Do you have a designated spot where you have to pick up these cards? All of that still has to be sorted out. And so a lot of people have those questions yet. The mayor didn't release all of that information at once, but she did say you have to be a resident of the city of Chicago. Now, one of the questions from the press was, do you have to be in a bind in terms of your finances? You know, is this for low income? And the mayor said, no, she's just really looking to help out the city of Chicago residents. So we'll see how it works out, you know, once it's all approved by the city council April 27th.
Yeah, as always with these programs, there are some growing pains and there's going to be some miscommunication. So we appreciate you breaking all down for us. Fox 32's Tia Ewing, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. Well, we want to move into, of course, that press conference. We'll be talking about that later on and showing you the entire thing, because that's the opportunity that we have that makes us different than other outlets. We get to show you full press conferences from beginning to end. But when there is breaking news, you know we have it as well, as there's tornado warnings underway in the Washington, D.C. area. This is a live look from our radar. We have been speaking with some of our friends and people who are out in D.C. They say they haven't seen anything too wild, but from live looks, I mean, even from the Capitol here, typically we can see precipitation, we can see rain when it comes down, but the wind, you can see the flags moving pretty dramatically, is pushing through the D.C. area. Luckily, we have full coverage from our Fox Weather team, who's been tracking severe weather all week, and they're keeping on with the tornado warnings underway as well. Let's listen in to what they have to say.
Severe weather here as we get you into your Thursday evening as we wind down the day. I'm Nick Koser.
And I'm Marissa Torres. Thank you for joining us here at Fox Weather. It's obviously been a very busy day. I want to say we're on day 3, so busy days. We're going to get right to what's happening on the radar, but do you want to start off with the good news?
Yeah, no tornado warnings.
Yeah.
So boom, that last one was set to expire, and it did. So we've only got severe thunderstorm warnings as of now. I don't want to say that too loud. Don't want to jinx anything and have another tornado warning pop up. But in the last 15 minutes, we've had over 1,600 lightning strikes, and we've had decent amount of hail out there in a few spots across PA and West Virginia, some quarter-sized hail out there. Hey, we've got severe storm watches going until 10 o'clock, so another hour here local time for places like D.C. and Baltimore and Harrisburg, and then it's going till midnight for Philly and New York, as we've got those severe thunderstorm warnings that I mentioned, and you can see them there moving towards Philadelphia. There still is a little bit of water vapor here showing up for some of these storms to work with. And so there you go. They're stacked on top of each other, those 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. And it's all along this line right here. And we've got some Boeing features showing up in portions of that line of storms. And so that indicates here Boeing is showing up here and then here, as we've got some gusty winds blowing those forward from behind, and so that's why those are pushing outward. So there's likely some gusty winds that are actually also mixing down to the Earth's surface out ahead of those storms. All right, Pottstown at 9:07, so in 5 minutes, here comes the storm. West Milford at 9:10. We've got Montville at 9:30, New City at 9:36, and then Wayne at 9:37. So this is a pretty big area of storms as it spans, across several states here. As you can see, Lancaster, Reading, Allentown, Pennsylvania getting this as well. And then as you get up into parts of New York, there are some spots also underneath this. And we're still waiting for this to get towards and into Philadelphia. It's getting real close here. The storm system is moving at about 50 miles per hour, and it's just shy of about 35 miles out of Philadelphia. Now, the thing is, there you go, about 40 miles. The thing is, this thing is moving kind of not just perfectly east. There's a little, I would say, northeasterly component to the way that this is traveling, and so it might take a little bit longer for it to get to Philadelphia, but certainly here this evening, the folks there will see the skies turn a bit angry. And then getting further north, here's New York City, 8 million people in and around this area. And so this storm system is about 45, 50 miles away from New York here, Union City. So, yeah, we're going to watch out as this thing really is moving into some of the biggest cities here that we have on the East Coast, Marissa.
Yeah, and Nick, a good time to remind everybody, I'm also sitting here using my Fox Weather app. You can use the radar and really time it ahead with the future track as well to see when it'll be overhead. Take it with you on the go. A live look into Philadelphia right now. We're talking about the threat of damaging winds as well as flash floods looming over the Northeast. And of course, many preparing for what's about to be a little noisy hour or so coming up. So this is a live look into Philly, which is in the path of severe weather. We'll take it over to Fox Weather's Katie Byrne, who is live in Old City, Philadelphia. And Katie, I was using the app as well to follow the radar of where you are. So you still have a little bit of ways to go because, as Nick showed, that front's it's just taking its time in a way to get to you.
It feels that way, Marissa. It's been on and off, and I know it doesn't look like it right now. The only proof I have that it has rained here is I started out with straight hair today, so that gives it away right then and there. But listen, we are watching it as it moves towards us. I was telling you guys about some severe thunderstorm warnings that were popping up nearby me. Now there's a new one in Pottstown, Norristown, King of Prussia. That one's going to be until 9:45. But here where we're at in Philly, and also some of our neighboring states, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland as well, and other parts of Pennsylvania are under this severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. So the biggest threats we're keeping our eye out for are damaging winds, flash flooding, and even tornadoes, which we've already seen some tornado warnings pop up in the western central part of the state today, over in Jefferson County, Indiana County, and Armstrong County, where someone sent us these photos of damage to their barn. This was between Dayton and Belknap, Pennsylvania. You could definitely tell some significant damage there, but they're okay. They say their animals there at the barn are okay as well. We've been talking to people out and about in Philly today because it really hasn't been raining too badly, so it has been quite busy, I would say, in the city. And I met someone from all places. She was from Minnesota, but she was spending the week here working from home. She decided to mix it up, and she was telling me it's funny to her because when it rains in Minnesota, it just rains. But here in the Northeast, you get teased a little bit.
Oh, it almost blew me across the street. It's been really windy, like really, really windy. I felt a few drops, so it does seem like it's gonna rain, but it hasn't yet. So earlier today, it was like, I don't know, little sprinkles. That's all I felt, and then it just went back hot.
So now we wait for the severe weather to move towards us. I wish I had more action to show you guys here right now, but in about an hour, like you said, I bet it'll be rainy here, guys.
Yeah, that'll be when that main line comes through. You've seen a lot of the action, like the hors d'oeuvres that come out before. But I will say, Katie, as well, it's been muggy, right? Muggy and just kind of sticky out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Because it is really warm today, one of our warmest days in a really long time.
Right? You can't just get a warm day in the Northeast. It's got to come with a catch. So, Katie, thank you. Stay dry. I hope you have your spot picked out that you're going to run to when those downpours start.
Will do.
We do want to continue tracking it out, though. So Katie was in Philly. So that's where we're going to start. The city of brotherly love. All right. So you had the storms, I think by 10:15, you're starting to see that main line come through. Notice by 1 o'clock in the morning, maybe some lingering light showers. That'll take you in towards about 4 a.m. That'll be scattered. It's not widespread. And noticing for tomorrow morning, getting your day started, it's actually going to be a pretty decent Saturday. Not as warm as it was today, but it's going to still be in the 50s. So we'll take what we can get. Noticing from the Storm Prediction Center, they're starting to trim down the severe storm threats. So that's where we're going to go further into the mid-Atlantic and the Delmarva and up to New York City. So you do still have some areas that are highlighted in that likely risk as well as possible risk. But it just means that some of these storms could become severe, and we'll look out for that threat of rotation. But more widespread, I think, would be that threat of damaging winds, where in Philly, New York, all the way down towards Washington, D.C., which we're kind of seeing play out now, are those winds that could be as much as 60 miles per hour with those gusts. So that's still quite strong. That could bring down a branch or two, and maybe just have some batteries on hand with a flashlight just in case you should lose power. It happens a lot in some of these old neighborhoods. This is Look at the Future track. So 10 o'clock right now, we're jumping ahead by about an hour. Notice it's breaking in through New Jersey. It's over Philadelphia. It's flirting with the boroughs in New York City, and it's over in parts of central Connecticut in towards Massachusetts, and it's actually not quite in Boston yet, probably in Boston closer to 11 o'clock midnight. This is still 10 o'clock. As we advance it towards midnight, though, it's really heading out of the way. If you're in the Delmarva, if you're in D.C., you're already quieting down. If you're in New York City, maybe some lingering showers, especially out over Long Island, and then over the Cape, you could still have some of those thunderstorms there. But by the time most of you head to bed, this is going to be out of the way and taking all of that intensity with it. We'll talk about the snow on the back end for tomorrow, because that is a concern in itself. Noticing the severe weather threats if you're in New York, if you're in the 5 boroughs, damaging winds, lightning, as well as that tornado that's still possible. It's not so common for the boroughs, but we do every now and again get these tornado warnings, and we have seen tornadoes touch down in parts of the city. So keep that in mind, plan accordingly. Here's a look at your day planner. And Nick, take it away.
All right, so
Okay, so we wanted to just check in really briefly there with Fox Weather as the tornado warnings have expired for now in the D.C. area. Pulling up our radar here as we're tracking tonight's storms through the rest of the evening. As always, you can see kind of centered toward Allentown, which is where we just found Katie Byrne, Fox Weather's Katie Byrne, saying that it's just been hot and muggy today. It hasn't really been too rainy, but should pick up probably in the next hour or so. You can see the lightning and expectations for thunderstorms. There's a thunderstorm warning that was issued around 6 o'clock local time there and should be expiring around 6:45. The motion of this storm definitely moving up closer to the New York City area. So major cities could possibly be hit by this storm, the severe weather moving through. Yesterday was mostly more in the southern part of the country. Tornado warnings out there. New Orleans being hit by a lot of rain. So we'll be moving through that, and we'll be giving you the best coverage that we can here on Live Now from Fox. All the top stories, including weather. That is how we do it. Well, we want to move back into some of the other stories of the day, including out in Chicago, where we told you Mayor Lori Lightfoot making a new program to help out motorists who are struggling to pay for gas. It is just frustrating how high these prices are. So $12.5 million going to be lobbied out to Chicago residents in order to utilize that for credits to be able to pay at the pump. Here's that from earlier.
All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. Today, I'm pleased to say that we are announcing a first-of-its-kind financial assistance program to combat the spiking costs of gas prices and rising inflation. Joining me today are a number of people. I'll highlight City Clerk Anna Valencia, Chairman Wagasback, and Chairman Brookins from City Council, CTA President Dorval Carter, representatives from Fifth Third Bank and ONBE, and we'll talk about their importance in a moment, and YMCA's General Counsel, Chief of Strategy, Swathy Staley. Thank you all for being here. I also want to acknowledge and thank Chairwoman Pat Dow, who could not be with us this morning, but she too has been a strong proponent of bringing relief to our residents, given the significant spike in gas prices that we've seen. As we've all seen and experienced, there has been a shocking rise in gas prices across our city and really across our region and the country. Chicago residents are paying on average $4.87 per gallon for regular at the pump, compared to $3.30 per gallon a year ago. And according to the AAA, Americans are now spending nearly $70 each time they fill up their tank. And I know for many of you, $70 is what you would hope to spend, and in many instances, it's much more. And that equates to a significant portion of the annual income that's now being consumed by these rising gas prices. I know from talking to many residents that they are feeling the strain. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And many are unable to fill their tank as much as they normally would because their dollars just don't stretch that far. So my administration has been working through a variety of options to see how we can provide the greatest relief to as many residents as we can. And through that effort and dialogue, I'm pleased to announce our Chicago Moves initiative. This is a $12.5 million financial assistance program providing relief to tens of thousands of drivers and transit riders. Chicago Moves will issue up to 50,000 preloaded gas cards of $150 each to be distributed to eligible residents through a lottery system that can be used at any local Chicago filling station. The city will distribute or add value also to 100,000 cards for public transit use in the amount of $50 each. 75,000 of these cards will be earmarked for commuting residents, prioritizing high CTA utilizing residents from low-income neighborhoods, and another 25,000 for public transit use, which will be distributed citywide through the aldermanic offices. Coupled together, we will work to ease residents' pain at the pump and reduce household expenses as much as we possibly can. And I'm proud to say that we are the first and largest major city in the country to provide this kind of relief to our commuters. Chicago Moves builds upon other relief programs that we provided to drivers from the early days of this administration, again, working in conjunction with Madam Clerk Valencia and her office, such as our ongoing fines and fees reforms and city sticker debt relief program. These assistance programs have truly made an impact in the lives of residents who carry significant financial burden. And I will just say as an aside, I truly appreciate the number of residents who've come to me at various times and talked about how they've been able to get their life on track because of the work that we've done to give them relief. So by subsidizing the cost of gas and transit, we're helping residents get to work, school, the grocery store, the medical office, or wherever they need to get to. Enabling physical mobility directly ties into economic mobility. And I'm committed to making sure that residents in their cars and on our roads are able to move about so that they can commute to work and support their families and earn a meaningful living. This is one of the many tools in the city's toolbox to eradicate poverty and build generational wealth across Chicago. Additionally, boosting CTA ridership is not only good for our recovering transit system, but a step in the right direction to reduce carbon emissions. And as we know, ride-sharing and public transit are valuable ways to conserve energy and ease our reliance on fossil fuels. Residents who would like to apply for gas and transit cards will be able to do so starting April 27, pending City Council approval. Again, I'm grateful to the clerk, to President Carter of the CTA and his team, aldermen for collaboration on what I think is going to be a very helpful relief package for our drivers and transit riders. And I'm especially grateful to ONB and to Fifth Third Bank. Fifth Third Bank has stood up in a number of ways to support our residents and a lot of the initiatives that we've done, particularly through the pandemic, to support small businesses. I'm grateful to be introduced to ONB, who will be the entity facilitating the distribution of the gas cards. And again, thank you, one and all, for your partnership. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to President Dorval Carter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. For the last 2 years of the pandemic, the CTA has been there for all of those who need it. While other U.S. transit agencies cut back service or eliminated it altogether, We kept running as many of our trains as buses as we could possibly run, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Why? Because we knew that essential workers and residents without cars depended on us. We knew that for many, public transit was their only option to get to work and to make the necessary trips to see their doctor, to pick up their prescriptions, and to stay connected with family and friends. As the city fully reopens, CTA ridership continues to grow. Every day, more and more people are returning to our trains and buses. The mayor's Chicago Moves program we're announcing today is the perfect way to support that resurgence. Through Chicago Moves, 100,000 Chicagoans in low-income communities will receive $50 in transit dollars to pay for CTA rides on CTA buses and trains. It will benefit CTA riders across the city, but especially on the south and west sides, areas that saw the lowest ridership declines during the pandemic, areas where public transit is the best and sometimes the only option. We are excited to support the city as they take on an innovative, equity-based approach to ensure that transit is a part of the mayor's plan for relief, especially for riders relying on CTA on the south and west sides. There is no question that CTA is the most affordable transportation choice in Chicago. For the price of a gallon of gas, you can ride a whole CTA system across the entire city all day long. A 30
pull from a lottery, and then we'll start rolling this out. And the thing that to also keep in mind is not going to happen all at once. We want to make sure, because we, unfortunately, we think that these escalated gas prices are going to continue into the summer months. So we want to make sure that we're giving people relief through the course of the summer. But we're going to try to make it as painless as possible. You not have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. You're not going to sit in a long line. We want to give this, bring these cards directly to you.
Okay, and then the off-topic one, because you've given us plenty to talk about today.
Okay.
Talk about why Deborah Witzberg is the right choice for this job, given what she's had to be doing for the last several months.
Yeah, I mean, look, the thing that I think is really critically important to stress is the importance of the IG's office and the importance of the independence of the office. In my view, if it's working right, the IG helps city government get better and stronger. The audit function that they perform, I think, is critically important. Obviously, the investigatory process is also important, but really that audit function where they're looking at programs, they're seeing weaknesses, ways in which we can improve the functions of city government, that's essential. And as I expressed to her, the work needs to speak for itself. And I think she gets that. I think she's got a lot of good ideas on how to improve efficiency within the IG's office itself. We're going to be working with the City Council, I think, to make some tweaks to the IG ordinance to make it stronger and better. But I feel confident, given the level of experience that she's had, that she's the right person for this. Now, she's going to have to answer some questions because she's a tough cookie. And I know from having performed similar roles throughout the course of my my career that you don't always make friends when you're trying to do the right thing and you're telling people you've got to do better. So I'm sure she'll have a robust discussion when she comes before City Council, but I have every confidence in her ability to lead the office in this time.
Thanks, Mayor. Becky, WBZ.
Hi, Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yesterday, some news broke about the Democratic National Convention coming here in 2024. You, the governor, and Senator Duckworth leading that effort. Could you talk more about bringing the convention here and where you might want it to be held?
Well, I just want to clarify a couple things. The DNC has not issued any formal request for proposal or anything along that line. So we don't know where it's going to go, what the process is. But having said that, look, of course I think Chicago is ideally situated to be able to showcase our city at a time of really international interest in the United States, no less through the Democratic Convention. We haven't had the convention here since 1996. If you think about the strengths in our bona fides, there are many. We have lots of hotel space. We've got a great world-class restaurant community. We've got tons of entertainment, arts and culture, really bar none in the world. So I think that if the opportunity presents itself, we're going to go all in, and we'll be well situated to hopefully persuade the decision makers that they ought to bring the Democratic Convention here in 2024. But as I said before, I don't want to get ahead of the DNC. They have not put out anything formal, but I'm confident working together with our business community as well as our political community will be well situated to put together a very robust and compelling case that the 2024 convention should be headquartered here in our great city of Chicago.
I have an on topic as well, but do you have any thoughts on where that convention would be held?
Well, look, I think we've got a number of options to choose from. It's really going to depend upon what the DNC's specifications are, but we've got a lot of great opportunities to host the convention itself. There's going to be, I think, looking at past practices, there's going to be a necessity for other venues, for state delegations to be able to hold their meetings and other side events, parties and things, and other convenings. We've got it all here.
All right, and we are here on Live Now from Fox, giving you the latest, walking you through everything when it comes to weather, when it comes to everything across the board. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with more of the top stories here. We're going to head into a quick commercial break. I'll try Castro.
Is it frozen? Is it going to
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from Capitol Hill as we are heading into the 10 o'clock hour out there. It is 6:30 here in Phoenix, 9:30 out on the East Coast. We are also tracking all of your weather news across the country. This is in Frederick, Maryland, as there's been tornado warnings, EF3 tornado ripping through Arkansas just yesterday. But now the focus is really on the D.C. area. So we'll be bringing you any updates out of there that we have. But we'll go back into Capitol Hill news, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's press conference from earlier.
Good morning. My apology for running a little bit late. We have an intense legislative schedule as usual, but some of it is more so today. We have the insulin bill coming up on the floor. We're very proud of that. We have more legislation. But at the same time, we're preparing for the Competes Act. And last night we took our first our most recent step. Today we'll have the Republican motion to instruct, which is the right of the minority. At the same time, we're preparing for actually taking up the Competes Act. So there are all kinds of things happening at once. At the same time, though, I have to say it's with great sadness that we said goodbye to Don Young, our dean, a member served 49 years in the Congress. 49 years in the 49th state, so beautifully acclaimed at his service the other day. And then it was shocking to learn that he had passed. He wasn't sick. He just went to heaven. And then Madeleine Albright, she had been sick the last few months, and that was a terrible loss for her. A great patriot, the first woman Secretary of State. She made us all so proud about her commitment to the national security of our country, especially now learning from her right up until the end about her experience coming to the United States as a refugee and seeing what's happening in Ukraine and all these refugees coming. So for us, one staunch Republican leaving us, someone we beloved in our Congress, she wasn't really a partisan person, but she was a Democrat, Madeleine, and we'll miss her terribly. So in terms of the insulin bill, we're really very, very excited about that. Americans pay over 10 times for insulin than people in other countries. This is an essential to people with diabetes, and it is it's going to cap the cost of insulin at $35 per month, making a very big difference to America's families. This is a kitchen table issue. Are people going to be able to pay their bills? And it is for us a step in the direction of the Secretary being able to negotiate for lower drug prices beyond insulin. But the insulin is 1 in 4 Americans is forced to skip or ration doses of insulin, and that's life-threatening. Our bill requires Medicare and insurers to cover insulin on their plans and cap the cost to families on the private side to $35 per month. Again, it paves the way to further action on prescription drugs. The MORE Act that is on the floor today, more of it on the floor today. It's a major criminal reform bill that helps end the racial and economic injustice of marijuana criminalization. We're very proud of the work that has gone into it, and we would hope that it has support in the Senate. It's something that Senator Booker has been working on their version for a while. It's some of what is in this bill stood in the way of our getting the George Floyd, because there were some in the Senate who wanted the aspects of this bill to be in the George Floyd bill. So in any event, it's about justice. And that's what our president is. He's about justice. He's about equity. Whether we're talking about health care, whether we're talking about justice in the criminal justice system, whether we're talking about environmental justice, any subject that you can name, this president has been very, very committed to justice in the system. Right now, and again, part of that justice is lowering cost. Right now, of course, we have the Putin price hike at the pump, and it is something that has to be addressed. The price of oil and gasoline, gas at the pump started going up when he started circling Ukraine and Kiev, and it is well, even before he went in, but as he showed his intentions. But it's beyond that, too. There is very interest in our caucus in stopping price gouging on the part of the industry. It's about passing on whatever we might pass to alleviate the price at the pump to the consumer. It's about use it or lose it in terms of the about 9,000 licenses that are permits that are there for the private sector to produce more oil domestically. So there are an array of issues. The president will be making his statement later, consistent with many of the things that I've been hearing from our members. You know that the SPRO is already in the public domain, and he'll be making others. But again, it is it comes back to the subject of lowering cost. So lowering costs at a time of inflation is a reality that must be faced and must be addressed and must be lowered. One place is at the pump. Another place is just the fact that the president, with the increase of 1 million jobs, I don't think any president would say that he himself made that happen. Of course, the public policy that we're engaged in made it happen, but the private sector made it happen too. 1 million jobs, which means that unemployment went down, practically cut in half. And when that happens, inflation increases. I've told you before when I was a new member of Congress and the chairman of the Fed said unemployment is dangerously low, is going to increase inflation. It's the way it is. But nonetheless, we have to recognize that. Another cause, of course, is COVID. And COVID. We have many reasons to address COVID, but one of them is to recognize the shortage of supply, the supply challenge that we have in so many respects. And one of the things we're doing in that regard is passing the Competes Act, increase supply to lower cost. It's pretty exciting. You've heard me talk about it before. We'll have over $50 billion committed to manufacturing chips, 1,000 chips in a car, 2,000 chips in an electric car. It's pretty exciting, chips and semiconductors. Another over $40 billion to address the supply chain challenges that we have, bringing supply back to our shore or near-shoring them, and the research and education pieces of it. Again, justice, to have many more people participate in the new aspects of our independence, of this president declaring our independence, our self-sufficiency, because we are making more in the USA. And so that's pretty exciting. But it's a very extensive bill. We have much in common with the Senate, some not, and we are preparing to go to conference with that. And again, as I mentioned, the motion to instruct will be on the floor later today on the Republican side, and then next week we'll start appointing conferees to that. So for these and other reasons, it's an exciting time. I just closed by saying yesterday I had the honor of a visit from to the Speaker's office, but 5 members of Parliament, women members of Parliament from the Ukraine, accompanied by Ambassador Mcconnell, whom you all know her. I mean, many of you have seen her here, but she brought 5 members of the Parliament who are women. These women are young. They have children. One child was 2, another 8 years old, small children, their husbands in large measure on the battlefield fighting there, but they thought it was important to come to the United States to tell the American people how they see it from there. They're going on to Canada. After that, I had them in with the member of our members, women members, but also the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. It was factual, inspiring, emotional, a sense of urgency that you all are aware of. The president of Ukraine has made it clear. But to hear the stories of the children, children are my reason to be here. When some of these parents are killed by the Russians, the children are sent to Russia. How about that? And I think we should get more evidence and documentation about that crime against humanity that the Russians are committing to the children. In some cases with a parent, in some cases not. So again, we pray for the people of Ukraine. We're inspired by their courage, instructed by their president. And I say in closing, once, I'm so proud of our president. The leadership he has provided, not in calling the shots, but working together with our allies in NATO and others outside of NATO for unity against the Russian unlawful assault on a sovereign country, not respecting its borders and harming its people. Any questions?
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. On COVID relief, some Senate Republicans have suggested that the package could drop down to $10 billion, putting billions of dollars for global COVID vaccines on the chopping block. Would that compromise be acceptable to you, and are you confident that this could get done by Easter recess?
I think what the Republicans are doing is either they don't care or they don't know, but it is wrong. We must honor our response. Of course, we had a bigger package, and it's cut back to 15. That 5 that they said, so what? Stop the world, I want to get off. That's who they are. You don't know that, but that used to be a play. And so how can we say? We have said, we have pronounced, everyone knows, none of us safe unless all of us are safe. By the way, this is not enough money. We're going to even need more money. But because of I'm an appropriator, as you know, so that's my orientation, appropriations and intelligence. And the appropriators left to their own devices can get this done. And they have ways of doing it. That is paid for. We agree. What should be paid for. But they will not accept the pay-fors that have been traditional in using budget outlays and the rest. This is shameful. And we have to get the money. It's not going to last this past probably June 1st. So for them to they're making statements saying, well, we don't see this as a problem. It's a problem. It's a shame.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Chad.
Good morning. Thank you. We're going to have this bill on the floor soon about cannabis, legalization of cannabis.
Yeah.
As a mother and a grandmother,
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel about that? What are the concerns that other parents might have about this bill? I understand the merits of this, but what are the potential problems when some medical experts talk about the issues and the social issues that could contribute?
Well, this is the decriminalization of it. It's the decriminalization of it. And the fact is many states have already done that. And so this is consistent with what is happening in many states across the country. And it also addresses the injustices of it because of what penalties had been before some of this decriminalization took place. So I'm all for it. Look, there's so many discussions that have gone on over the years about the use of marijuana or cannabis or whatever. The fact is, it exists. It's being used. We've got to address how it is treated legally, and not in a way that mistreats people on the lower income scale. Not says if you're wealthy you can be engaged in all of this, but if you're not, there are barriers to you getting banking services in order to do it. So it's a fact of life that needed appropriate public policy to address it. Yes. Let me just see one of our regulars. Any regulars here? No. Yeah, okay.
You laid out some solutions that would have a long-term impact to bring gas prices down, but in terms of immediate relief for Americans in the short term, would you support the idea of something like gas checks, rebates, vouchers to Americans? And in that same vein, do you have concerns that if that were to happen, that would cause inflation to go even higher?
Well, let's just say, first of all, the main question had been, do you support a gas tax holiday? And that is immediate, and it has appeal. People understand it. There's going to be a reduction in the gas tax. That's the pro. The con is that the oil companies do not necessarily pass that on to the consumer. They haven't in the past. And so we're losing the money in the Highway Trust Fund because we've just taken that out. It goes to the oil companies. You cannot write a law. You cannot write a law that requires them to pass it on. That's just the way it is. We've tried every which way. You can have moral suasion, you could encourage, you can incentivize. You cannot require it. So we have a situation where there's money coming out of the Highway Trust Fund. It's going to the oil companies. They may not give it to the consumer, and it has to be paid for. So we're paying for something to give a break to the oil companies that isn't even going to the consumer. So that's the con. The pro is very showbiz. Okay, let's just do something, there it is. But it is not necessarily landing in the pocket of the consumer. It's taken out of the trust fund. We have to pay for that to return it. So that takes us to something else. How do you do that? Do you do it with a tax on production? Or, do you have the consumers pay for that? That is, so people are saying, well, how do we put the tax at the doorstep of the tax industry? So you took it to the right place. How do we help people directly? If you're going to have to pay for it, and you don't want it to come out of the trust fund, something could be a rebate card or a direct payment, and those are the things that are being considered. But some of the things that looked appealing in the beginning to some, if this were my caucus, one half the room would say, let's go with that, and the other half would say, well, wait a minute, it's not going, did you know it's not going to the consumer? So there are a number of approaches that are on the table. You're going to have let's hear what the president has to say today. That will be very important to us. What he has to say. He's going to talk about the SPRO to reduce it. He's going to talk about, well, we'll just hear what he has to say. Yes, ma'am.
On gas prices and what the president is going to say today. One of the things he's supposed to recommend is that Congress put fees on oil companies that don't utilize permits that already own. Is that something that you would support and implement here? And also, You're calling it the Putin gas hike, but gas prices started rising a year ago. So is all of this to blame on Putin, or are there other issues?
No, partially. I don't say it's all Putin, but it's partially. That's not what I'm talking about. But anyway, here's the thing. When the president makes his statement, I will comment on his statement. Okay, so thank you very much for your advanced knowledge of it, but I don't have that, and so I won't comment on it. But I do. Putin definitely contributed to this gas hike. So I'm not saying it's all his, no, but it's largely his. So when we talk about this, price of oil went down from what, 140 to 105. Have you seen it go down at the pump? Seems like it goes up when the price of oil goes up. It doesn't necessarily come down when it goes down. So to your first part of your question, we have always said use it or lose it. 9,000 permits exist for them to drill on land, on shore. And one of the things that I would say is that we want to fight inflation. The price of oil is an indicator, or the price of gas at the pump is an indicator. Putin has exacerbated it. But we cannot allow the fossil fuel industry to use this as an excuse to reverse everything we're doing to save the planet. One of the things I think that the president may say, I don't have this as a fact, is that we will use the Defense Production Act to speed up diversification so that we're not so dependent.
So we've been listening in to this briefing with House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. She's outlining that proposal from President Biden. As he said, he is going to have up to 100 million barrels of oil released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And he says that will help energy prices decrease, the release of the oil at a rate of 1 million barrels per day, being called unprecedented. And we've spoken with our experts on oil here, if this is going to make a change long term, or if this is just kind of a temporary Band-Aid. And we'll be playing out those conversations for you a little bit later into the evening. I'm Daytona Everett. This is Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. As always, bringing you to the top stories of the day, and the top stories really of the month, as we're getting new video in of Tyree Sampson. You'll remember he was that teenager who fell off of a ride in Orlando, Florida. Now his family is suing. So we have that new video. We also have the latest update from the investigation underway in Orlando. We'll also be talking about a pretty disturbing story out of the D.C. area where a woman had 5 frozen fetuses in her house. Why and what comes next in that story after the break. tonight. Metropolitan Police making a horrific discovery yesterday. 5 fetuses inside of a southeast D.C. home where an anti-abortion activist was staying. Police saying it's very early in this investigation as they figure out how they got there. Fox 5's David Kaplan staying on top of this one for us tonight, joining us live from MPD about this. David, what are we learning and what do police have to say about this really, really disgusting discovery?
Well, Daytona, good evening to you. In order to talk about what happened today, we need to give you some context about what happened yesterday. Lauren Handy is the name of an anti-abortion activist who lives here in Washington, D.C. She and 8 others were indicted yesterday on federal charges stemming from an October 2020 incident where authorities alleged that they essentially blocked access to an abortion facility and by taking it over. That leads us to yesterday. Take a listen to Metropolitan Police here in D.C. about sort of the order of operations. We'll talk on the other side of the soundbite. Go ahead.
Ms. Handy has been indicted in a federal investigation led by the FBI that MPD was not a part of. So that's number one. The second piece is that we were led to that house that you mentioned.
So the FBI investigation, then D.C. police led there, saying that they got a tip that there was biohazardous material at the house. This is on the 400 block of 6th Street in the southeast quadrant of D.C. Now, today, police confirms the medical examiner determined they were fetuses, 5 of them. MPD has determined the fetuses have been aborted in accordance with D.C. law and indicated that the real focus of their investigation is how they got there. Lauren Handy has been on Fox 5's air before here advocating against abortion. She spoke with us in 2017 while protesting a clinic in Montgomery County, Maryland, just outside of D.C. Now, Handy is listed as the director of activism with a group called Progressive Anti-Abortion Uprising Group. That group telling me tonight that they'll have more to say about all of this in a press release that might come today, but they also announced they might have a press conference next week. The only charges that Handy faces tonight, we have to emphasize, are from that federal case. Nothing with the discovery of these fetuses today. Certainly will continue following this investigation.
David, I know this is a kind of tough question to answer, but is there a reason that she was keeping them? Are we learning more about that? I think that's the main question that everyone is wondering as they watch this.
Yeah, still have to emphasize, very early on in this investigation, we do not have any indication of why they were in the home. So certainly MPD here in D.C. says that's something they're going to continue to investigate. I did get a chance to exchange a couple of messages with her, asking her if she had any comments. She said, quote, "I can't comment publicly right now. Sorry, it's not exactly what you want, but it's the best I can do. God bless," she said, end quote. So certainly we have a lot more questions that we hope to get answers to in the coming days and weeks.
And no arrests at this time, but in speaking with experts, do they say that there is probable cause for charges to come up against her?
Well, at this point, we have not confirmed that. Again, the only thing that D.C. police has said is that the fetuses that were in the home were aborted in accordance with D.C. law. The real focus of the investigation right now is really how they got into her home. And it's unclear exactly sort of what the order of operations from that perspective was, but D.C. police have emphasized that it's very early in this investigation, so they certainly have a lot more that they want to find out as well.
All right, Fox 5's David Kaplan live for us tonight in D.C. We appreciate it.
Well, Senator Stewart says if there are legislative changes that can be made to prevent another death like what happened here last week from happening, she's going to be on that.
We have to do something.
State Senator Linda Stewart in disbelief about the tragic accident that sent 14-year-old Tyrese Sampson falling to his death from the Orlando freefall 1 week ago today.
It just really drove a stake in my heart.
She's read through documents released this week by the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and she's waiting for their official investigative reports to see what went wrong.
That will give us direction as to where where we should go.
As Fox 35 first reported, according to the ride manufacturer's manual, the maximum weight for riders on the Orlando freefall is 287 pounds. Tyree's father telling Fox 35 News the teen weighed 340 pounds, which would be 53 pounds over the weight limit.
I don't see how anyone visually can look at somebody and determine how much they weigh. And so I think that that's one thing that we definitely need to look into, if there's some type of pad or some kind of weight thing that they can step on, that it's a green light if they're under and it's red light if they're not, and then they just don't get on the ride.
Earlier this week, Brian Avery, an independent ride consultant and lecturer at the University of Florida, telling Fox 35 News there's a loophole in state code where venues do not have to post weight requirements on signs outside the ride unless the ride's manufacturer says in their manual that needs to be done. Stewart says requiring weight limits to be put on signage at all amusement rides could be something to look into as well.
I think that a lot of people will look at that, and if you're over the limit, then I don't think you want to risk your life.
And of course, we'll let you know once those investigative reports come out and what Senator Stewart believes she can do. For now, reporting in Orlando, Holly Bristow, Fox 35 News.
And once again, showing you that video of the moments before Tyree Sampson fell off of the ride. It's eerie to watch here, as you heard Florida State Senator Linda Stewart keeping a close eye on this investigation into 14-year-old Tyree Sampson, who fell to his death from Orlando Freefall, that drop tower amusement ride at Icon Park, which has since been closed. So the investigation is still underway out there, and we'll give you any more details as we have it. We want to bring you out to a live look, though, in McLean, Virginia, as storm damage is clearly an issue at a local gas station out there, because these storms are ripping through the D.C. area, and hopefully we'll get a little more of a steadier shot to show the damage to this specific gas station. But this is a live look from our radar as there are thunderstorm warnings through the next couple of hours here. Our Fox Weather team doing a great job in keeping on track with all of the tornado warnings through this area. Well, we want to stick with the latest out of the White House. President Biden tapping into oil reserves to try to relieve some pain at the pump there. The pump's looking not good because of storm damage, but for this, the pump's not looking good because of the prices. Fox's Lauren Blanchard with more.
I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today.
President Biden announced he will release 1 million barrels of oil from the strategic reserve per day for the next 6 months.
It's over 180 million barrels.
The U.S. uses about 21 million barrels of oil daily, so in total, the president's oil release totals less than 9 days' worth. And on average, Americans are paying $4.22 for a gallon of gas.
Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump.
The reserve is supposed to exist for giant unforeseen crises. It's not there so that anti-energy politicians whose policies have raised gas prices can try to hide that from the public.
The president also announced his administration will impose penalties on oil and gas companies that lease federal lands but are not producing energy.
It's a Band-Aid, but it's a good step forward.
The administration has blamed the war in Ukraine and corporate greed for sky-high prices.
This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits.
But Republicans say it's because of hostile policies by the administration toward oil producers and early administration moves to cut off pipeline projects.
I watched him sign the shutdown of the XL pipeline. It's foolish, the direction they've been going.
Next week, executives from 6 of the largest oil companies will testify to Congress about gas prices, why they're high, and how to bring them down. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And President Biden making that announcement at the White House earlier today about what those initiatives are going to be amid the war. We'll listen in full here on LiveNOW.
Good afternoon. As I said in my State of the Union address, I'm going to always be honest with the American people. Today, I want to talk with you about the cost here at home of Putin's decision to brutally and savagely invade a sovereign nation. The fact is, he's causing thousands of deaths and untold destruction. Working with our NATO allies and our European partners and beyond that, we're responding. We're aiding the Ukrainian people, both economically and militarily, while leaving the most punishing economic sanctions against Russia ever used against another nation in place and increasing them. Thus far, these actions are crippling Russia's economy, isolating Putin from the world, and helping Ukrainians fight for their country and ease their suffering. But as I've said from the start, Putin's war is imposing a cost on America and our allies and democracies around the world. Today, I want to talk about one aspect of Putin's war that affects and has real effects on American people. Putin's price hike that Americans and our allies are feeling at the pump. I know how much it hurts. As you've heard me say before, I grew up in a family like many of you, where the price of a gallon of gasoline went up. It was discussion at the kitchen table. Our family budgets, your family budgets, to fill a tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war. So today I'm laying out a two-part plan, not only to ease the pain that families are feeling right now, but to end this era of dependence and uncertainty, and to lay a new foundation for true and lasting American energy independence. Parenthetically, just imagine if, in fact, Europe didn't have to count on Russian oil. If they were energy independent, it would change the nature of so much. The problem we're facing with gas prices has two roots. First, the pandemic. When COVID struck, demand for oil plummeted, so production slowed down worldwide. Because of the strength and the speed of our recovery, demand for oil shot back up much faster than the supply. That's why the cost of gas began to rise last year. The second root is Vladimir Putin. The start of this year, gas was about $3.30 a gallon. Today, it's about averaging $4.20, $4.22. It's higher in many states. Nearly $1 more in less than 3 months. And the reason for that is because of Putin's war. And now many people are no longer buying Russian oil around the world. I banned the Russian import of oil here in America. Republicans and Democrats in Congress called for it and supported it. It was the right thing to do. But I said at the time, it's going to come with a cost. As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising. Now Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump, which brings me to the first part of my plan. To immediately increase the supply of oil, our prices are rising because of Putin's action. There isn't enough supply. And the bottom line is, if we want lower gas prices, we need to have a more oil supply right now. For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they have a choice. One, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing, giving the American people a break by passing some of the savings on to their customers and lowering the price at the pump. Or they can, as some of them are doing, exploit the situation, sit back, ship those profits to the investors, and while American families struggle to make ends meet. Look, this is a moment of consequence and peril for the world, and pain at the pump for American families. It's also a moment of patriotism. I want to acknowledge those companies that have already announced they're increasing immediate production. They're investing money to produce more oil, and also clean technology we need to reduce our dependence on oil in the future. They have everything they need, nothing standing in their way. And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall. That's progress. But some companies have been pretty blunt. They don't want to increase supply because Putin's price hike means higher profits. One CEO even acknowledged that they don't care if the price of a barrel of oil goes to $200 a barrel. They're not going to step up the production. I say enough. Enough of lavishing excessive profits on investors and payouts and buybacks when the American people are watching. The world is watching. U.S. oil companies made nearly $80 billion in profit last year. And this year, those profits are expected to continue to soar. This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits. It's time to step up for the good of your country and the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin, to provide some relief for your customers, not investors and executives. Look, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with corporations turning a good profit. But companies have an obligation that goes beyond just their shareholders, to their customers, their communities, and their country. No American company should take advantage of a pandemic or Vladimir Putin's actions to enrich themselves at the expense of American families. Investing those profits in production and innovation. That's what they should do. Invest in your customers. And it isn't just like, it's not the patriotic thing, it's good for your business as well. Right now, oil and gas industry is sitting on nearly 9,000 unused but approved permits for production on federal lands, or more than 1 million unused acres they have a right to pump on. Families can't afford that companies sit on their hands. So, to help execute this first part of my plan, I'm calling for a use it or lose it policy. Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production. Companies that are already producing from these wells won't be affected, but those sitting on unused leases and idle wells will either have to start producing or pay the price for their inaction. Look, the action I'm calling for will make a real difference over time. But the truth is, it takes months, not days, for companies to increase production. That's why the next part of my plan is so important. Today, I'm authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months, over 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. And it is by far the largest release of our national reserve in our history. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall. And we'll use the revenue from selling the oil now to restock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when prices are lower. So, we'll be ready. We'll be ready for future emergencies. Folks, I've coordinated this release with allies and partners around the world. Already, we have commitments from other countries to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. Together, our combined efforts will supply well over 1 million barrels a day. Nations coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families and families and democracies around the world. Now, for the first part of my plan is about meeting an immediate crisis. The second part is about declaring real American energy independence in the long term so that we never have to deal with this problem again. Ultimately, we and the whole world need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels altogether. We need to choose long-term security over energy and climate vulnerability. We need to double down on our commitment to clean energy and tackling the climate crisis with our partners and allies around the world. And we can do that by passing my plan that's literally before the Senate right now. The United States Congress right now has been there for well over a month to speed the transition to a clean energy future that's made in America with American products and American values. We need to embrace all the tools and technologies that can help us free us from our dependence on fossil fuels, move us toward a more homegrown clean energy. Technologies made by American companies and American workers, so we can bolster domestic supply chains here at home and export those technologies around the world to reduce greenhouse gases. That's why today I'm issuing a directive to strengthen our clean energy economy. I'm going to use the Defense Production Act to secure American supply chains for the critical materials that go into batteries for electric vehicles and the storage of renewable energy, lithium, graphite, nickel, and so much more. We need to end our long-term reliance on China and other countries for inputs that will power the future. And I'll use every tool I have to make that happen. Yes, building a made-in-America clean energy future will help safeguard our national security. Yes, it will help us tackle climate change. Yes, it's going to help us ensure that Americans create millions of good-paying jobs for generations to come. But the most important thing my plan will do right away is save your family money. And here's what I mean. Under my plan, which is before the Congress now, we can take advantage of the next generation of electric vehicles that a typical driver will save about $80 a month from not having to pay gas at the pump. If your home is powered by safer, cheaper, cleaner electricity like solar or heat pumps, you can save about $500 a month on average. Don't take my word for it. The CEOs of 11 of America's largest utility companies came to see me at the White House several weeks ago. They told me if we pass my plans before the Congress now, typical families will see savings show up in their utility bills immediately. Costs will come down even more as we innovate and develop cutting-edge energy storage technologies, clean hydrogen technologies, advanced nuclear technology, carbon capture and sequestration technologies. And by the way, this week's the benefit I included in the bipartisan infrastructure law to help families weatherize their homes are being delivered. My administration is making $3.2 billion available from this legislation to provide up to $6,500 direct payment for working-class families to be able to weatherize their homes, to save them money, to keep them warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's a direct grant. This program has been around for a while, and in the past, it's delivered to families, average families, another $327 in savings when they weatherize. But now we have the ability to reach 10 times as many families because of the legislation that we already passed in the legislation. In addition to that, we're also setting new standards to boost fuel economies for new vehicles sold in America. Within 5 years, we're going to travel 10 miles more on every single gallon we have, because the average fuel economy of 49 miles of the gallon is going to be required. That means hundreds of dollars in savings for families at the pump. We're also setting similar standards for appliances, from your air conditioner to your microwave, your refrigerator, washers, dryers. It's just one of 100 actions we're taking to save the average family $100 per year in utility bills. Look, the bottom line is this. Between ramping up production in the short term and driving down demand in the long term, we can free ourselves from our dependence on imported oil from across the world. Look, I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today and safeguard against tomorrow. I'm open to ideas to strengthen the plan, but I will not be put off and put it on hold. It's time to deliver true long-term energy independence in America once and for all. And I'm going to continue to use every tool at my disposal to protect you from Putin's price hike. It's not time for politics. Americans can't afford that right now. So let's meet this moment together. Remember, we're the only nation that has turned every crisis we ever faced into an opportunity. We have a crisis, the price at the pump. So let's show some true strength in this nation, show our unity, our resolve, our innovative spirit in America, and come out of this long-term much better off. If we stand up to the bullies of the world, the autocrats and dictators, we stand up